Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'll just do this. This one, no? Which one? Yeah. This one, right? No, presentation. That's Sandeep. This Sandeep. Okay. भेज भी सकते हैं और no no she can take this. I'll give you this thing PPT. No no not work not work. This is second later. This is second session, no? Ah, Sandeep and Rajal. First Sandeep, then Rajal, then people, then Jaram sir. Two sessions.
Good morning and a very warm welcome. We are very glad that you've been able to make it this morning. And we are also happy to have Mr. Ram here with us to begin the day. So I invite Dr. G.N. Hariharan, Executive Director, MSSRF, to present the formal welcome address.
A very good morning to all of you. Indeed, it's my pleasure and privilege to give the welcome address in this August gathering. You know, this is my 27th year in the foundation, and it gives me immense pleasure to witness so many wonderful developments that happen from time to time. One such wonderful interaction is the interaction between Professor M.S. Swaminathan and Mr. N. Ram, jointly announcing the media dialogue series way back. He was instrumental in, foundation stands for linking science with society, and media plays a major role. Today we have very many kinds of media, but the visionaries, even 20, 25 years before, they realized the need for this, and that's how the setting up of the Hindu Media Resource Center at the foundation by Mr. N. Ram happened at that time. Established in 1998 at the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation in Chennai, the HMRC has been committed to promoting journalistic excellence and media literacy for nearly 2 decades under the leadership of our founder chairman, Professor M.S. Swaminathan. Our commitment to empowering the media fraternity with knowledge and skill needed to negative complex societal issues has always been our goals throughout the journey. So upfront, we wanted to provide the scientific insights so that stories can be correctly represented in the media, and it will benefit the society. It would also like to acknowledge the pivotal role. I was nostalgic and bringing Mr. N. Ram's name right from the beginning. Our distinguished inaugural guest here today is very apt by his presence for this media dialogue. First he established the HMRC here along with Professor, and at that time he was the former editor-in-chief of the Hindu and group of publication and director of the Hindu Publishing Group. His vision and unwavering commitment to quality journalism and informed public discourse have been instrumental in shaping HMRC into what it is today. Even at this juncture, Mr. N. Ram is guiding us, and he is chairing the our steering group with respect to the media, the communication group at MSSRF. Specifically, this event marks an important milestone in our ongoing commitment to fostering constructive discourse on critical issues of our time. And there couldn't be more pressing issue than climate change. Everybody agree, even though many people disagree, but the events what we see today are reminding that climate change is real and we need to address it. It is a global collective challenge that demands international cooperation and collective action. With the spirit in mind, we have speakers both from India and abroad, all experts in the fields of climate change, who will provide unique insights into the complexities of climate change from both national and international perspective. MSSRF has had a unique and pioneering role on the subject of climate change under the leadership of Professor Swaminathan, and this media dialogues marks our intensifying interest in the global challenge. The latest edition of our media dialogue reinforces the vision of HMRC, which is to act as a science-society interface, bringing together experts from diverse fields and media professionals in order to reach varied publics with tools of multimedia. In this regard, we are fortunate to have leading speakers, both national and international. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, chairperson of MSSRF. Tomorrow she will be with us to give us insights about the One Health issues. Ms. Meena Raman, she is the head of the programs of the Third World Network Malaysia. Dr. Balanza, General Director of the Geopolitics of Living Well and the Foreign Policy of the Vice Presidency of the Plurinational State of Bolivia. Dr. Andrew, Senior Researcher, Energy Systems Research Group. Dr. Soumya has already mentioned. Dr. J.R. Bhatt, he's the former advisor, MOFCC, Government of India, and Adjunct Professor, NIAS, Bengaluru. Dr. R. Krishnan, Director, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, IITM, Pune. Dr. E.J. James, he will join us tomorrow. He is the Pro-Chancellor at the Karanya Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore. He is a leading hydrologist of our country. Dr. Ramachandran, eminent science journalist. Mr. Indrajit Bose, Global Policy Lead, Climate Action Network International. Dr. Tejal from NIAS, Bengaluru. Dr. Aravindan Natarajan, Azim Premji University, and Mr. Sandeep Mahanto, consultant climate change at MSSRF. You will see when I read all these names, you will see the varied topics these people will be covering, and this is going to be an exciting, workshop for all the participants. Internally, also, this media dialogue is to tell what exactly we also do at MSSRF to the larger public. And my colleagues, Dr. Rangalakshmi, Dr. Oliver King, Dr. Velviri, Ramasubramaniam, all representing as a senior level in the foundation, will also speak to you. Not but the least, here we have Dr. Jayaraman, senior fellow, who is really heading the climate change group at the MSSRF. He and his team has put together all the materials together, and they are going to really lead this particular workshop. So I also have the pleasure in welcoming Dr. Jayaraman. Not but the least, here in the audience now, you will see Sangeeta Rajesh. She is our Director Communications, and she has a larger role to really get the stories well connected with you all. And from the participant sides, there are about 19 journalists from every region of our country, representing magnitude of perspective, backgrounds, issues, challenges, and opportunities. And if I start naming each and every one of you, it will be a lengthy name. So with this opportunity, I thank one and all for being with us. And it's my pleasure to welcome you again and to this August meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hariharan. I'm here just to give you a brief introduction on the MSSRF Media Dialogue Series. So if we need to look at what we are doing today, we need to step back a little bit for over about 2 decades for when our founder, Professor M.S. Swaminathan, first began such semi-formal discussions with media persons. So I'm told that it was within this very walls that several policies were evolved, and it was also in these rooms that several media persons were sort of brought in here to discuss contemporary issues. And this was also on topics related to agricultural innovations and technologies, biological diversity, conservation, and equitable sharing, and so on. So these dialogues are always aimed to enhance the understanding amongst journalists on using best scientific evidence while reporting on contemporary subjects, but also serves as a platform for scientists to grasp the challenges media persons face while accessing and comprehending scientific information. So after all, the pen being mightier than the sword does emphasize the significant impact press reportage has on influencing societal and policy change in our country. So in a way, we are sort of restarting this tradition here with this current dialogue on climate change. And as you know, COP is around the corner, COP28, and this dialogue on climate change is directed towards the topic on equity, science, and policy. So look forward to 2 days of engaging discussions and deliberations with all of you media persons, and welcome once again. We'll now hear from Dr. Jayaraman, Senior Fellow, on the climate change program itself at MSSRF, and also on this particular topic that we've scheduled for the next 2 days. Dr. Jayaraman.
Ram, Dr. Hariharan, colleagues from MSSRF, Ms. Sangeeta, who helped me put together this program and worked alongside. Friends, distinguished speakers who have accepted this invitation, and participants. I mean, we are, thank you for the effort and interest you have taken. So I would just like to say a few words about locating climate change at MSSRF. Actually, going right back in 1988 and 89, Professor M.S. Swaminathan delivered 2 remarkable lectures, one a lecture and one a paper. It'll come up on the Google Drive, which we have for participants, so all of you can take a look at it. it still, to my mind, defines the agenda of climate change and agriculture in this country. And if you defining the agenda for climate change and agriculture is a very large part of locating how climate change is to be handled in the what it means in the Indian context. So then, of course, Professor Swaminathan advanced, his thinking went ahead. Coastal protection very soon followed. And then in several ways, the impact of climate change, what it would mean to lives and livelihoods, to production and incomes, all of these occupied his mind alongside, of course, issues like gender and discrimination, etc. So I think MSSRF, thanks to the vision of the founder, has had quite a substantial and very sharp engagement with the issue of climate change. But 30 years have made, climate change, what was pioneering in those days, perhaps a little commonplace. Mangroves is on everybody's lips, but mangroves was a visionary idea, and its importance underlined by the work that was done here. So those are some of the examples. But I think in this generation, we have felt the need for a much sharper policy engagement, because the world was quite different 30 years ago. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change itself is a document which is quite unparalleled in its evocation of equity, for instance, and fairness and principles of what we call common but differentiated responsibilities. It's quite an extraordinary thing in a very unequal world, but nevertheless, the world is not, if we would try to write the convention today, I doubt that we would be successful. And the Paris Agreement is the best that we could get. So I think there are new challenges in policy, and the climate change program area in MSSRF, alongside the long tradition of work on the ground in the foundation, also brings a focus on policy at all levels, which is reflected in the program before you. Let me just say one word more about the program that is before you. Without apologies, it is intense and packed. We hope you will come along with us for the ride for the next 2 days. If a thing is worth doing, worth studying, it's worth doing so intensely. So I look forward to our discussions and interactions over the next 2 days. With these words, may I now hand it over to Ms. Sangeeta. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaraman. So I now invite our chief guest, Mr. N. Ram, Director of the Hindu Publishing Group and the former Editor-in-Chief of the Hindu, to set the stage for us.
You don't need this one. Good morning. The idea of having this dialogue, it's really a workshop, I think, of people who take a deep interest in this subject. The MSSRF, I think, has been doing this, but there have been some breaks in recent times. For a long time, holding workshops on genetically modified food and so on in the past. And it has invited people with a deep interest and some kind of specialized knowledge, journalistically speaking, on this subject. And it has always been worthwhile and rewarding. Of course, it's not easy to put together a workshop of this kind or a dialogue of this kind. There are differences between this and what took place earlier, because you have pedagogic lectures and also panel discussions, and I'd be interested to see how these two are combined and what the real differences are. Some workshops involve field visits. That's not possible in this case. Earlier, UNICEF used to do some very good workshops on nutrition and so on. I've had experience with this. So I would, first of all, commend the Executive Director of MSSRF, and in particular, my friend, Dr. T. Jayaraman, for putting this together. Sangeeta, of course, reaching out. She has a very good list. And so I think I'd really try to, I commend them for putting this together. It is, as Jayaraman noted, a crowded program, a packed program, but that's what we seek to do in a short time, 2 days. Perhaps 3 days would have been given you some advantages, but there we are. So I look forward to the outcome. I think it's very important to organize serious interactions, learning occasions, but also occasions that provide for some critical thinking on subjects that demand some effort, some scientific and technical effort in this case. It has to be, you can't talk down to the audience, but at the same time, you have to be accessible, right? And perhaps the levels would be different for people. The younger people may need to learn more. I don't know about that, but it's a very good method, and it's been tested over time. I think the outcomes are very clear. Dr. Ramachandran knows this very well. Over the years, he's a veteran science journalist, and if you bring about these interactions, definitely there is better journalism across various platforms. But you got to make that effort. Most of what I know about this subject, climate change, is what I've learned from Dr. Jayaraman. He started out as a theoretical physicist and has moved into this area with much acclaim at the Tata Institute for Social Science Research and elsewhere. And I think he's made a significant input into the national dialogue on, and also to some extent, international dialogue on climate change. And also, I think, has made inputs into how India responds to it. Of course, Dr. Bhatt has had a distinguished role in this respect, and he's here. So the points that I'm going to present are largely those which I have learned from people who have been working in this field. There is a very large and burgeoning literature on the subject, both the science and the policy. And the debate, the global debate on climate change has evolved significantly over the last 2 decades. There is little doubt about its scientific validity, and there is increasing evidence of the threat that it poses to humanity's well-being and to the world around us. In this connection, I was reading a book which I would recommend to all journalists. This is not essentially about climate change, but it's called The Proof by Frederick Shaw. He's a legal theorist, and this book is about the uses of evidence in law, politics, and everything else. There are some references, some discussion about evidence relating to climate change, the controversies there are, the debate, and so on. But this book I would recommend, and that's what we mean by evidence. One of the points he makes is you don't need conclusive, what is called ironclad or conclusive evidence. Even a little evidence or incomplete evidence is evidence. And depending on the nature of the threat and the magnitude of the threat, that should guide action. I just learned from Dr. Bhatt a few minutes ago talking about what is known as the precautionary principle, that you depend on probability and so on, and evidence. So he told me that this was rejected by the powers that dominate the developed countries. The principle is controversial, of course, but it was rejected, and he will tell you what came in its stead when he speaks, perhaps, if there is occasion for that. But the idea is better to be safe than sorry, and whether you anticipate the danger, you act on the basis of evidence that is still not compelling, depending on the nature of the threat. I think that's what it's all about. But I'll leave it to people who know better on how to shape policy, how to shape policy responses to these risks, whether it should be based on the precautionary principle or something else. While the most extreme scenarios of warming are no longer the threat to fear, the world is quite some distance away from any kind of comfort zone. This is our assessment, that you don't have to resort to extreme or exaggerated scenarios in order to conclude that we are still quite some distance away from any kind of comfort zone. It's clear that there are many ways of doing things in terms of technology, manufacturing, all manner of production and consumption. They must change, and even the economic, social, and political order needs to reckon with the need to make these changes and to sustain them. Science and technology, it must be clearly recognized, remain at the heart of the challenge. And appropriate policies at various levels, from the global to the local, are equally important. Because how much do you leave it all to experts? How important is the view of experts? Because there is something called epistemic trespass, a term used by philosophers, that certain knowledge communities, there's a tendency among knowledge communities to trespass into other areas, they don't have knowledge to claim expertise, and so on. And this is a tendency that has to be watched against. So you got to use common sense, you got to use other sources of knowledge and wisdom to get the balance right. But science and technology clearly remain at the heart of the challenge. Much is said about climate action, and yet all the evidence points to its not being enough, not being adequate at all. For economies like India and many countries that are referred to as the Global South, climate change is a serious threat to societal efforts to end poverty, provide increasing material well-being, and enhance the quality of life in an all-inclusive manner. And understanding the link between the need to combine change and the development imperative remains a big challenge, especially where the development efforts, as in the case of India, where we have mass deprivation on a scale that no other country faces, despite all the development and progress that India has made. This is particularly important. How do you strike a balance? How do you resolve this tension between the need for action and the need for on climate change and the need for development? And what kind of sacrifices are you willing to make in this respect for the greater good? International cooperation, it's obvious, is crucial for climate change, given the global nature of the problem. And yet we live in a highly unequal and these days highly fragmented world, highly divided world, where sharp economic and political divisions separate a small number of well-to-do countries, developed countries, from the rest. So global climate change, climate policy making is very, very difficult, full of tensions, conflicts, where a few, to put it bluntly, dictate to the many. So the so-called North-South divide in global climate policy making is sharp. While all countries must contribute to lowering the global emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, equity and fairness, Dr. Jayaraman mentioned it right at the outset, in the distribution or sharing of the burden is a key issue, cannot be ignored. Some developed countries have an unacceptable record of falling behind considerably on the commitment to the fight against global warming. And the Trump administration excelled in this respect. And right now, Trump, despite all the challenges he faces, former President Trump is clearly aggressively seeking a second term. And but whatever happens there, I think there's going to be a lot of problems dealing with the US when it comes to this. Therefore, the country that is the largest contributor to emissions, the United States, I think much depends on what happens there and how it responds. Paradoxically, a country with the world's largest scientific and technological capacity, although there are others which are catching up, like China, and it's one of the few countries where climate deniers and those celebrating ever-increased fossil fuel use are a force in both domestic and international politics. And on this, I agree with Dr. Jayaraman and others who have said that we have to call this out. And anyone who does not call out the United States for the serious lack of commitment, I think will lose credibility in climate politics. The Paris Agreement was not perfect, represented a delicate compromise. It was achieved with considerable misgivings on the part of many developing countries, based particularly on questions of equity and differentiated responsibilities for action, particularly the question of historical responsibility. Yet, implementing the Paris Agreement in a fair manner, faithful to its letter and spirit, seems all right, seems an acceptable option. Unfortunately, it looks like it'll become hostage given the likely regime changes in the developed world, especially in the US. It'll bring back climate deniers back to the fore again. It could, and that's a real possibility, even indicated by a lot of evidence. China has a great responsibility, the greatest responsibility among developing countries, given its capabilities. But after China, India also needs to play its part. The challenge of our development agenda should not be lost sight of in the process, especially in protecting and enhancing the development gains for the vast majority of our population. And one need not undertake the survey of all that's happening on the subject of climate change in India, but climate change and climate action attract attention and active participation across all sections of society. And as Jayaraman has been telling me repeatedly, India is not a country of climate deniers, fortunately. I think we must recognize this. There may be elements here or there, but India is not a country of climate deniers. So I think I just want to say a few words about the role of journalists and journalism and the news media before I conclude. I think against this background and in this context, what should journalism attempt to do? You've got to look at apart from the values and principles, which I take for granted that all of you share, I think we need to look at the roles or functions. The first is a credible information function that we are dealing with. It's an informational role, but it has to be credible information. And that's, I think, without that, it comes usually from a rule of law tradition. And independence and freedom are crucial in maintaining this credible information function. I think the Indian press, historically, and also now other sections of the media, news media, I think certainly have been playing that role in relation to issues that matter over time. They provided information, credible information over time. But now I don't want to enter into the current controversies. This role is under terrific pressure and even assault. I'll just leave it at that all over. But there are spaces and there are journalists, I think most of the people represented here, who believe in that, who believe in the independence and freedom of the news media to play this role, the credible information role. But that's not enough. There's a second central role, which I can call a critical, analytical, investigative role. And that's what essentially this workshop is about. You exercise your mind, you look at things with skepticism, you are critical, you look at evidence. It's not just going and interviewing somebody and publishing what the person says based on questions somebody else has given you. That's also a kind of journalism, but this is more demanding, more analytical. It investigates and it applies certain value judgments. Even if you don't want to mix up reporting with opinionating or editorializing, there is always some value judgment involved in this. So these are the two central roles as I understand it. A few minutes before we started, we had a little chat about what are the social media, I was asked, we discussed that. And what do you think of citizen journalism? I think the time has come to call out much of what takes place in the social media. There are good things. There's a lot of science also. Scientists also tweet or go on Facebook and put out blogs and do all kinds of things out there. And that must be welcomed and respected. But how do you differentiate that from all the disinformation and misinformation that has been weaponized, whether it's on vaccination deniers or climate deniers or other kinds of hate mongers? I think that's a huge problem. So I wouldn't accept the term citizen journalism anymore. I think we talk about journalism. When we talk about journalism, it is professional journalism. It's sometimes some people call it curated journalism. But I think you've got to stand up and make that distinction and it's a world of difference between professional journalism and what is there. Although we respect various people with knowledge and experience out there on the social media, but it's become a huge and mass, and it's often weaponized on a huge scale we can't compete with. But that's my answer to it. Of course, there have been some good material from the social media. The Guardian has tapped into it. Scientists write for particular sections. I think NewsClick had a section on science, seriously done, and it's not just their own writers. So I think that's my take on it today. But it's not enough to perform these two roles, the credible information role and the critical role I mentioned. I think there are derivatives from it. And one is the derivative, the function of educating the public. You don't have to talk down to your audience, but we are constantly involved in educating readers who do not have access to your kind of information, your specialization, your experience, your ability to tap into science and technology, your ability to interview Dr. Jayaraman or Dr. Bhatt and various others, and get help among yourselves. I think to educate the public. We do it on all manner of things, on politics, on science and technology, on sports, on culture, on arts. But in this area, I think it's become crucial. There's a huge potential here, but it needs to be strengthened and it needs to come to the fore, particularly on complex and difficult and still evolving debates on and knowledge fields such as the one we are discussing. And this workshop, I think, is a good attempt to emphasize the importance of this, so on. And then you have another derivative, which I would call a public forum, a forum for debate, discussion, dissent can be expressed, disputation on issues. I think you have to provide a fair and just forum that takes in different points of view, not the extremes, not the crazies, keep them out, but I think in a reasoned way, offer a forum for discussion, including disputation of matters like evidence and so on. And then if you do all these well, I think you come to what can be called an agenda building role. Agenda is often used as a negative term, but we are talking here about a virtuous agenda, having to respond to the issues that have been talked about, that figure in this. So agenda, it's not agenda sitting, but you partner, the media partners with institutions like the MSSRF and so on to build a public awareness and understanding of issues that matter, and this is an issue that really matters. So I will conclude on that note that this workshop, the primary purpose of this workshop, as I understand it, is to help strengthen these roles, and in particular, take it out there and as agenda building, more accurate, more scientific, more nuanced. And there's one danger that you should warn against. Let us not be hyper-nationalistic. This is a global challenge. And, I notice it in some media, not particularly on this subject, that you always want to boost your country's image. That could be all right for citizens, but I think for journalists, you've got to guard against this tendency because we are dealing with an area of science and technology in particular. So there is always the risk of hyper-nationalism, criticizing somebody else and being uncritical towards your own policies, your national policies and your practices. That, I'm not saying it's a huge problem here, but we have to constantly anticipate and guard against this risk or this tendency, which we observe all over the place. The New York Times is not exempt from this when they deal with the subject. All the Western media, I think, can be criticized on this account. The Indian media also has sections, particularly television. But I think we have to exercise that kind of critical spirit, guarding against this particular practice or tendency. So I think I've taken enough time and said enough based on, as a layperson in this field, that I wish the workshop success.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ram, for we're truly grateful for you taking out your time from your busy schedule and to actually be with us in person, because when we first discussed, we were thinking that Mr. Ram would join us online, but it was really great seeing him here actually in person. And your encouragement and support has always been very important to the kind of work that we do at the climate change group here at MSSRF. And next, we'd like to thank our chairperson, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, for her constant support and encouragement to go ahead with this event, and actually also tolerating with us for rescheduling this program at least twice. So thanks to the chairperson. And next up, I'd like to thank our executive director, Dr. G.N. Hariharan, for being with us throughout the planning of this event from day one, and making sure that all the resources of the foundation was channelized, and we could pull off this without a glitch. And next, I must also mention our Third World Network and Climate Trends for supporting us with all the resources for pulling off an event of this sort of a scale. And finally, I should also mention Professor Jayaraman and Ms. Sangeeta Rajesh, who ideated and sort of put together the whole program, and yeah, here we are. So with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. We'll soon move into session one, but before that, I'd like to welcome Professor Jaraman for a round of introductions, and after that, we'll move on straight ahead to session one. Yeah, thank you.
Since we took a early start at 9:30, we thought that we'd hold off tea break for a bit. So I think, despite the fact that we perhaps are a little over time, but I think it is very important that we have a quick round of introductions. In order to save time, I will not ask the speakers to introduce themselves. You will certainly, they'll be introduced when they speak, but certainly participants, I think we would like to just, if you could just mention your name and just exactly one sentence about your area of interest and your organization. So if you'll permit me to start, we'll start from this table here where Ms. Ram is sitting with the person next to him. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm Nishant. I am representing Climate Kahani, which is one of its kind Hindi climate change newswire.
Hello everyone, my name is Virendra Singh Rawat. I am a financial journalist and I write extensively on climate change issues also. And I would like to mention that climate change has slowly and gradually captured the imagination of the common people also, because it is something that our whole existence depends on. And that is why you have seen not only the developed countries, but also the developing countries and the third world countries also coming on board. And also the corporate sector also recognize this area, which is imperative for the well-being and the sustainability of the businesses. So I think I really want to commend on this workshop, and I was and the inspiring starting words by Mr. Ram, who is a veteran journalist. And okay, thank you.
So we will take it that our friend has spoken on behalf of all of you, expressing these sentiments. So it's a common statement, and I'm sure everybody agrees. Henceforth, please, exactly one sentence. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mohammad Imran Khan. I work for newsclick.in, which was recently in news. I oftenly, regularly cover environment and climate change, which we are facing in Bihar and other part of this of the neighboring states.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rudran Barasu, Principal Correspondent with DT Next. I'm covering environment and climate change for the paper.
Hey, I'm Adya. I'm a multimedia journalist, and I've worked on climate change extensively.
Hey everyone, my name is Savita from Bihar, from Dainik Bhaskar. I am investigative reporter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Disha Shetty. I'm an independent science journalist, and I write extensively about climate change, health, and women, and the intersections of these subjects.
Hi, I'm Sumit Yadav from Lucknow. I'm working with Gaon Connection. I mostly cover agriculture, farmer issues. So we thank you, MSSRF, for giving me a chance to.
Hello everyone, I'm Akansha Deshmukh. I'm an independent investigative journalist and I'm currently covering illegal mining all over India. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Gaurav. I cover climate and environmental policy for Press Trust of India. My reporting focuses on the vital aspects of justice, climate justice. Is it on? My reporting focuses on the vital aspects of climate justice, just transition, and finance. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Srishti Chaudhary. I write on science, environment, and climate change.
Hi, I'm Simran. I am a staff writer with Mongabay, India, and I write about climate change, energy, environment, and pollution, and everything in between.
Rishika, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Rishika. I'm a freelance reporter. I'm based in Bangalore and I cover science, law, and policy.
Hi, my name is Wahid. I'm from Kashmir, and I mostly cover environmental issues, across this region.
Hi, my name is Raman and I'm from Himachal Pradesh. I cover agriculture, climate change, and environment.
Hello, I'm Rajiv. I cover environment and energy-based stories in Madhya Pradesh primarily.
Right. I think we've covered all the participants. So as I said, with the speakers will be introduced. So now the session is anchored by Gautam and Radhakrishnan, and he will take the session on. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Hello again. So we start with the first session on climate science, and when we set off to make the agenda for the event, and it's only logical that we start with the climate science because that's where all of it begins, and that is also a point where a lot of confusions and miscommunication and a lot of uh, things are not understood, but perhaps in the kind of depth and nuance it's probably required to even make a sort of a to write even in a journalistic sense. So it's only logical that we start here, and here in this session we have 5 sessions, sub sessions, where we cover the science and the what and how of global warming, followed by a session on the cumulative emissions and carbon budgets. Then we break for tea for about 15 minutes after that, and we will take up the questions of methane and black carbon after that, followed by disasters and extreme events. And finally, how to address questions of uncertainty and probability of climate science when it comes to reporting. So the whole session, how we have planned is each speaker of these 5 sessions gets about 20 minutes to speak, which will be followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. And we really hope that the speakers as well as the participants during the Q&A stick to the time and keep it brief. So after the first 2 sessions, after the first 1 hour, we will break for tea around 11 o'clock as time permits, and hopefully for about 15 minutes. So the first session is what and how of global warming. This is being coordinated by Dr. Arvindan Nagarajan from Azim Premji University, and Sandeep Mahato is a consultant with the climate change group at MSSRF. Arvindan is currently assistant professor at Azim Premji University. He was formerly a research scholar with the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Study at TIS Mumbai. His current research work focuses on recycling and industrial sustainability in the Indian economy with a focus on informal sector plastic recycling units. He has also worked on the subject of risk perceptions and uncertainty pertaining to technological adoption in agriculture. His research interests include industrial sustainability, climate change, risk, and uncertainty. And the second coordinator for the session is Mr. Sandeep Mahato, who is the consultant with our Climate Change Center at MSSRF and is a doctoral candidate at TIS Mumbai. Sandeep's research focuses on the impacts of climate change on agricultural crop production, issues of adaptation and vulnerability. His doctoral research specifically investigates the role of soil health in agricultural productivity, and he has also experience in applying remote sensing to address questions related to agricultural crop production. And the presentation for the session would be handled by Sandeep. So over to you, Sandeep.
Sorry, I just from here, right? Should I start? Okay. Thank you, Gautam. Uh, Welcome all of you to the first session. I'm Sandeep and I'm here with my colleague Arvindam. So we'll be presenting what and how of climate change. And with this, sorry, with respect to this particularly, we will be talking about climate change as it is caused by global warming from anthropogenic emissions. And we'll look into how much has the Earth's average global temperature has increased as compared to pre-industrial levels, and to what extent these emissions are caused by human activities. More importantly, we will delve into the science or underlying science that explains the current trends of global warming. So since it's a big topic, we will stick to the, some of the key concepts and some of the key ideas around global warming and climate change. So this is what I'll be largely covering here. Global warming and climate change, what are the forces behind this change, both natural and anthropogenic? What is greenhouse effect? What is the mechanism? And what is the complexities behind understanding greenhouse effect with respect to CO2? We'll be talking about climate models and the role of climate models in terms of understanding climate change, and also the uncertainties around these models in terms of explaining several of these phenomena that leads to climate change. Again, the bigger picture is to basically grasping the science behind these changes, which is crucial for informed decision making and effective communication for addressing climate change. Now, so this is to just give you an idea about the relationship or the complex relationship between climate change and global warming, where generally the widely accepted definition of climate change is, change in distribution of the climate variables. It can be the mean or it can be the tail end or the extreme of the distribution. So we largely, even in the policy aspect, this is the widely accepted definition of climate change. Specifically, when we talk about climate change, with respect to the Earth system, we are looking into temperature changes, sea level rises, extreme events, shift in ecosystem. Some of these changes can be directly measured through various instruments. We have trends of these data sets, which sort of provides enough evidences of how these things or how these processes have changed over the years. Now, coming to global warming, which is specific to average rise in global temperatures. Now, primarily caused by rise increase in concentration of various greenhouse gases. We'll look into the details of that what exactly leads to, in terms of increase in concentration and its linkages with respect to the warming. Now, what is important to note here is the anthropogenic factors, because we are primarily looking into how these factors are sort of inducing these changes within the global warming aspect. A very important aspect of this whole process is the biogeochemical cycle, precisely what we known as the slow. There are various types of biogeochemical cycles. I won't be sort of able to cover it here, but like for instance, the carbon cycle, one of the popular one and often discussed upon. Then there are nitrogen cycles, and these cycles has linkages with respect to climate change or with respect to warming. There are causal linkages between between these phenomena or between these processes. Now, the last thing that I wanted to also highlight here is the feedbacks. Feedbacks are a key aspect of climate change, particularly with respect to global warming. So as of now, we need to understand or we need to keep in mind that positive feedbacks are the processes that sort of induces warming of the earth. Negative feedbacks are the processes that sort of reverse or sort of controls the warming of the earth. Okay, moving on. Now, I would like to start with the evidences for the natural and the anthropogenic climate change that we understand so far. So we basically in this context, we primarily look into the historical evidences with respect to how the climate has changed over millions of years. In terms of cycles, in terms of the scale of these changes, in terms of how many years it has taken to sort of, for these changes to occur. So one of the key concept or one of the often discussed concept is the Milankovitch cycles. The name is basically behind the person who has proposed the model, where where primarily because of the position of the Earth with respect to the sun, he sort of we are able to model how there is a difference with respect to how much energy we receive from the sun. Now, basically, what happens because of this is over the past, or if we go back to the timeline, various instances of ice ages, which are basically controlled by the amount of sunlight received during particularly in the Arctic region. Now, one of the key point that I wanted to highlight here, and which we'll sort of you can take it forward as we speak about anthropogenic emission, is these changes were particularly induced or triggered by the difference in radiation from sun across different phases. And also, when it comes to CO2, CO2 was acting more as a feedback and not as a forcing, particularly particularly during these phases. Now, when we come to anthropogenic emission, anthropogenic climate change, these are some of the key pointers that one needs to keep in mind. One is it is a much shorter scale. It is unprecedented rise in temperature, which we have not evidenced in the past time scale. If we look into it, the CO2 levels, again, in the previous case, the CO2 levels was, let's say, somewhere between 180 to 280 ppm, but where currently we are looking into a CO2 levels of 422 ppm. Now, this gives, if you look into the figure, this sort of gives you an attribution of how these CO2 concentrations are linked with the rise in temperature in the southern hemisphere of the Earth. Now, the reason for taking the southern hemisphere temperature was also to sort of ensure that these temperatures are not perturbed by any other phenomenons. Okay. Now, the point that I wanted to make is that CO2 here is the primary forcing agent, unlike what we were seeing in the natural climate change slide. The challenges here is that these the anthropogenic climate change is less predictable. It has more interacting variables, and it is a real challenge to sort of model these things. It also affecting global systems almost simultaneously, including oceans, atmosphere, and land. Now, moving on, as we moving on, sort of how do this climate change sort of happens in the within the Earth system? And one of the key concepts to sort of take into account is the radiative forcing. So basically, it is a tool to measure the contribution of each of the drivers of climate change. So if you have a particular greenhouse gas, then radiative forcing of that greenhouse gas, which is measured in watt per meter square, gives you an idea that how much does it actually contribute in terms of heating up the the atmosphere or the any other system of the Earth. Now, okay. Now there are multiple ways of sorry. There are basically two ways of that has been proposed over the years. The one is the radiative forcing process, which is mainly accounts for drivers like, for instance, the greenhouse gases. As you can see, the trends of the greenhouse gases over from 1850 to again. This part is the prediction part. Mainly, I want you to focus on this till till the current trends. So we can see that what we are interested is in the net change or the net radiative forcing, which is again contributed by the forcing from greenhouse gases, which is a positive forcing, which means that is sort of inducing warming. Then we have the forcing from aerosols, which is again a complex. When it comes to aerosol, we really don't have a clear understanding and what kind of contributions does it make. More than that, I would like to say that there are a lot of uncertainties around the contributions of aerosols when it comes to modeling them or understanding the trends. Overall, I would like to highlight that particularly these two areas that I have just marked here are where the forcing has dropped drastically, are basically contributions of aerosol again related to volcanic eruptions or in the form of SO2 aerosols. Okay. Someone is keeping tab of the time, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now moving on. As in the recent times, we have moved on from measuring just radiative forcing. What we currently use is a effective radiative forcing, which is more comprehensive. Again, it comprehensive in the sense that it includes in climate science, comprehensive basically means that it includes more systems into or it takes into account more systems. For example, earlier measurements of radiative forcing were considering only the stratosphere, which is the layer on top of the troposphere. But currently, we are looking into much more comprehensive setup where there is the troposphere as well as the Earth's surface is also taken into consideration when we are looking into the considering effective radiative forcing. Now, moving on. What does these forcings do? Now, in a very basic term, these forcings leads to changes in energy balance of the Earth, which in turn induces warming of Earth system. Now, one of the key processes of this is the greenhouse effect, which is basically responsible for maintaining the equilibrium and the greenhouse for which the greenhouse gases are the primary contributors. We will particularly here in the next 3-4 slides, we'll be looking into how into the mechanism of the effect, that is widely understood that these gases acts as an envelope to the outgoing long wave radiation. That's the basic concepts, and hence it sort of warms the lower atmosphere as well as the Earth's surface. But what I want to present here is that the mechanism is more complex than this, and we need to understand. And if we need to understand the enhanced greenhouse gas effect, we need to look into this this complete process. Now, moving on. I'll use this slide. So, moving on, the process happens at the process of warming or the process of greenhouse gas effect actually happens in the lower atmosphere. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should just quickly maybe conclude this. Okay. So what we need to understand here is the enhanced greenhouse gas effect, which and why it is happening. So primarily, basically, I'll just quickly go back. One needs to understand that this temperature difference is not linear, and the upper atmosphere and the lower atmosphere needs to maintain an equilibrium in terms of energy. Now, what usually happens is, if we look into this, particularly this part, which is, so this is basically the radiation that, or the energy that these gases absorb. These are all greenhouse gases. And this is basically the ground level, the greenhouse gases and their presence in the ground level. And this is basically the profile of these gases and how they're absorbing energy at the upper level, which is around 10 or 11 kilometers. What I wanted you to understand here is that most of the warming that we see here, or the greenhouse gas effect, happens because of this absorption of infrared radiation, particularly of high energy. So this is the high energy band that is being radiated by the Earth's surface by the carbon dioxide. Okay. Now, what happens is if there are higher concentration of carbon dioxide, this window is going to increase, and hence this will increase the temperature of the upper atmosphere. Now, to maintain that equilibrium, in response, what happens is the temperature of the lower atmosphere has to increase in order to maintain equilibrium between these two, upper and the lower troposphere. So this is largely what the reason that I would like to highlight, or I wanted to highlight here, that we understand as enhanced greenhouse gas effect. Now, I have 3-4 slides. So we were particularly in the previous slides, we were looking into carbon dioxide per se, but what about other greenhouse gases, and how much do they contribute to, and what is their importance, is also something which is something that we need to look into. So these gases, as we can see here, list of gases and particles, they come from different sources and has their own respective cycles. We generally measure them with respect to global warming potential, which is basically just the capacity of these individual gases and particles to trap infrared radiation. Now, we also measure this based or relative to carbon dioxide, where we take carbon dioxide as one, and so what it means that the global warming potential of methane is 28 to 36 times higher than carbon dioxide. But these numbers does look like alarming, but one needs to also understand the level of concentration of these gases in the current atmosphere and the half-life cycle and the life of these gases. Yeah. So let's look into the contribution of these gases and particles. Okay. So overall, they have a positive warming effect. Again, if you look into the details, we mostly understand that aerosols might have a sort of negative effect overall in terms of contribution to warming. These 2 points that I wanted to make is that CFC productions has been phased out globally due to its harmful effects on the ozone layer. So, if you look into the trends, there might be slow growth on in terms of CFC trends. Similarly, the largest contributors of this warming are in order CO2, methane, and black carbon. What is also important to note here is the level of concentration of these CFCs actually determines their rate of contribution. Okay. A little bit about climate models. I won't go into the details of how this works and all, but these climate models that we use or depends almost for all to explain various processes of climate change and climate science. They are basically representation of the exchange of energy between Earth system and space and its effects on the average surface Earth. In a much more simpler term, they are basically solving or sort of resolving the planetary energy budget. Now, all these processes in climate systems that we see or that we take into account for in the climate system and space ultimately affect the planetary energy budget. As you know, if you go back to our concepts of climate sensitivity or forcing, it eventually leads to the planetary budget, and many of these interlinked processes are basically part of these models. Now, how do we do this? There are basically two ways of doing it. One is the simulations, where we sort of simulate the physical laws within the models, and for the processes for which we don't really have the laws, we basically parameterize them. The process of parameterizing them is more like a statistical technique, where we just sort of look into the relationship and feed that relationship into the models to explain the processes. Okay. Now, coming to the key components of this model, so we have the radiation part, which is largely the input and absorption of solar energy and solar radiation and emissions of infrared radiation. Then we have the dynamics of how these energy movements are taking place across these systems. We have various surface processes. We have the chemistry, and we have the resolution. Chemistry is various, chemical processes across here. Now, the point here is that these models, as they have progressed over the years, this is again, the whole progress of climate models is not a linear process. We have keep added to the layer of complexities as our understanding of these various processes have sort of improved. And in terms of how can we simulate them, or how we can parameterize them, and sort of kept on adding to the whole model building process. Sorry, let me just. Yeah. Now we come with all of this. Finally, we come here where the models that we currently look into, or we must have heard these terms of CIMIP 6. Which is or CIMIP 5, which has a set of multiple models or ensemble of models running across them. So these models are very key aspect of understanding any climate processes. So what are these models? They are basically global surface models, which again considers all the aspects that I just covered. And what they are doing is simulating the ocean as well as the land surfaces. They are also called as coupled models. How they do it is, again, they go back to the core physics or chemistry of various processes of the Earth surface. For example, conservation of energy, conservation of momentum, mass scale. So they basically solve these complex, what do I say, a set of equations to be eventually, if I reduce it further, across these unit areas over the whole globe to sort of complete the overall picture. Okay. Now, is it time is over? Okay, I'll just conclude. Okay, so this is the current state of climate change. I just want to sort of quickly give you the picture of overall what is happening here. So these are global averages that and there will be regional variability. We can see increasing trend with respect to effective radiative forcing, global surface temperature, earth energy imbalance. But there is a great bit of uncertainty of whether overall climate change is accelerating or not. I mean, there are a lot of opinions and debates if you're following around it, and there are multitudes of opinions about it. So yeah. Again, to summarize, this is what we largely covered. Thank you, everyone. Questions?
There's a small change for this particular session. I mean, the Q&A for this session will be coupled with the Q&A for the session on methane, because they are very connected subjects, and one actually leads to the next. So I think it's better that we take the questions together for the next session. Meanwhile, and please keep your questions ready. We'll get to it after this session. And the next session is on cumulative emissions, carbon budgets, and temperature targets, the new insights from IPCC. I think it's going to be a very interesting session because a lot of things that we discussed is going to get covered here. This will be covered by Tejal. Tejal is an associate professor of energy, environment, and climate change program in the School of Natural Sciences and Engineering at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. She is a mechanical engineer by training and worked in the area of energy and climate studies since 2006. She did a PhD in energy science and engineering from IIT Mumbai and a master's in mechanical engineering at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. She's been teaching since 2011. In fact, she was one of my teachers who taught me climate and a lot of things I know of climate. Her work integrates perspectives from natural sciences, engineering, and social sciences to understand the interconnected aspects of energy production, environmental constraints, and economic development with a perspective that prioritizes equity in the era of acute environmental crisis, such as climate change. Over to you, Tejal. Again, 20 minutes followed by 10 minutes questions.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sandeep. Let me just dive straight into it because 20 minutes perhaps is not enough to cover all that needs to be covered here. I don't think I need to give an introduction to the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, since most of you have been covering climate change extensively. I'm sure you're aware of the IPCC. It's a unique organization set up by the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, and the UNEP together. It predates the UNFCCC, and it provides an assessment of the science, of the most latest science that is published. It is not supposed to do its own research, the IPCC. It is supposed to assess existing research, but provide an assessment of a collective assessment of all that is there across three main domains. The first is a physical science basis. The second is impacts and vulnerability. And the third is mitigation and policy. Right? So these are the three domains across which the IPCC provides results. Now, this is one of the most important, I think, results from the 6th assessment report. The latest IPCC reports were from the 6th assessment report. We have already now entered into the 7th assessment cycle. The new bureau of the IPCC has been elected. And one must remember that it is a political process. It's not an apolitical scientific organization. There was a very nice article by somebody who, very recently said that all the scientists who are part of the IPCC are essentially scientist diplomats. So they are not purely scientists. They're not purely diplomats. They work in this area. They're supposed to be able to build consensus. Because while the entire report, the full report of the IPCC is written by the authors, it still goes through government reviews. So you have the report is sent, the chapters are sent to governments for their comments. The comments are supposed to be addressed. And the final, what you see as a summary for policymakers. So you have a 3,000-page report of each working group, which is summarized in about 100 to 120 pages in the summary for policymakers, which is then, there are headline statements of that summary for policymakers, which is what most journalists look at. And a summary of that is presented in most newspaper articles, right? So, but of course, there is a huge body of nuance that sometimes gets lost in this entire process. The summary for policymakers is a negotiated document, meaning there are authors. It's not negotiations like the political negotiations. So you don't have the, okay, I'll agree to drop this if you agree to drop that kind of negotiations. That's not how it happens. But you have a process of consensus building. What is it that governments want, government representatives who go as negotiators? What would they want? What do they want to see communicated from the main report in the summary for policymakers? So for those for whom agricultural drought is important, for example, would want more covered about agricultural droughts in the summary for policymakers. For those for whom energy technologies, etc., is important, they would want that to be elevated, right? So whether or not the concept of net zero gets elevated to the summary for policymakers depends on how many governments want and can push for that concept, whether or what, depending on, of course, what scientific content that concept has. whether or not it gets elevated to the SPM. So that is negotiated. But of course, whether or not any statement in the SPM is scientifically valid has to be determined by the authors. So in that sense, the authors have a role to play, and it's not negotiations as in the political negotiations. So this graph Sandeep showed, and is one of the most important results of the 6th assessment report, working group 1. It shows you clearly the amount of warming till date from pre-industrial times. It shows you clearly what the drivers are. You can see that it is carbon dioxide, what they call well-mixed gases. Again, some of this will be covered in the next presentation by Jayaraman, different gases and different forces. But you see, for example, that CO2 is the most important driver, is the largest driver. You have other drivers like methane, but you also have drivers that have a cooling effect. And you see an almost perfect balance between methane and sulfur dioxide, which are so about 0.5 warming there and 0.5 cooling there. Both are short-lived gases. But CO2, of course, is not short-lived. It lives in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. And so accumulated over a period of time, it results in warming. Okay. And so what we know since the 5th assessment report, it has been very clear that the total amount of warming, maximum warming, is directly and almost linearly proportional to cumulative emissions. It is not annual emissions. It is not the annual flow of emissions. It is not the rate of emissions right now. It is not emissions from 1990, but over an entire period since whatever you determine to be the base year. So typically pre-industrial times, from where we measure temperature anomalies, right? When we measure temperature rise. Temperature rise, when we talk about, we are already at 1.1 degrees Celsius. That is with respect to pre-industrial times. Right? We have 1.1 degrees Celsius warmer than pre-industrial times. When we say we need to limit warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius or to 1.5, we are referring to pre-industrial times. So since that time, the cumulative emissions is responsible for the total amount of warming, and that's the relationship which is very clearly established in the 5th assessment report. This was 2013, so 10 years ago. And so the science for this, of course, has been around for longer than that. There is hardly any mention of net zero, the concept of net zero in the 5th assessment report. Right? That is an artifact of the 6th assessment report. And in fact, it appears on the political scene much before it does in the scientific reports of the IPCC. So what is there, in fact, as an established scientific fact is really cumulative emissions, which means, of course, that the world, so from a physical science perspective, and this is directly verbatim from the IPCC report, from a physical science perspective, limiting human-induced global warming to a specific level requires limiting cumulative CO2 emissions, reaching at least net zero CO2 emissions, along with strong reductions in other greenhouse gas emissions. This statement is from the summary for policymakers. Right? So it is, of course, a statement that is negotiated to reflect both the correct science as well as what needs to be reflected. So there are obviously, possibilities that there are discussions. Which of these concepts? You have multiple concepts here. You have limiting cumulative CO2 emissions as a concept. You have net zero as a concept. And you have reductions in other greenhouse gases as a concept. All three of them, in some sense, interact with each other. What this means in terms of, very directly, and this is very simply put, what it means is that global cumulative emissions determine the global temperature that will be reached. It is not the timing of net zero. It is not when you reach net zero, whether you reach it in 2050, whether you reach it in 2060 or 2070, that will determine the maximum level of warming. But how much you emit on your way to net zero, that will determine how much warming you will reach. Right? So if you recall a little bit of high school, differential calculus, if you remember what integration means, integration is basically the summing up the area under a curve, right? So you can have different curves with similar areas under the curve. And let me show you an illustrative example. If we reduce emissions starting from 2019, immediately going up to 2051, or you take the second curve with much higher levels of initial reductions, but reach net zero much later, in fact, in 2100. It's a long-tailed curve. The area under both these curves is the same. So the cumulative emissions are the same, and both will lead to the same amount of warming. There are, of course, some other impacts, sea level rise, etc., that are determined also slightly differently. But if you just talk about maximum levels of warming, it is the area under the curve that is important. And so it is not the timing of net zero. So one wonders why there is so much focus on net zero, right? And of course, we are going to have sessions that talk about the politics of climate change and how global climate policy has evolved and things like that. But and there you will have much more of these discussions about where net zero has come about. And what does that net in net zero mean is also an important element. Right. So, but it first appears in the scene. It's there in the Paris Agreement. You have to reach carbon neutrality by around mid-century, etc. But as a concept, as a target for every country to reach, and the requirement of declarations of carbon neutrality from every country really took, gathered pace around just before Glasgow, just before 2021. The Glasgow conference was a year delayed because of COVID. But this was the year 2020 when the Paris Agreement was going to come into effect. Right? It was also the year when it was clear that none of the richest countries, and Mr. Ram spoke about some of this in his opening remarks, none of the countries, the developed countries, were responsible for most of the historical emissions. None of them were on track to meeting the pledges that they had made for what are called as pre-2020 pledges. Again, some of this will be discussed when we discuss the politics. But they were not on track to meeting their pledges. There's actually a very neat graph that you see of just the OECD countries. If you look at their fossil fuel emissions, they've increased by 16% between 1990 and 2005, the time period when they were supposed to reduce, and they had agreed in the convention to reduce their emissions, to take the lead. You actually see an increase of 16% till 2005. With a subsequent decrease of 16% till 2021, but achieved because of two major crises. The first was a subprime crisis leading to a recession in these economies, and the second is COVID, right? Helped along. So if you actually didn't have these, they would have been, in fact, at levels higher than 1990 levels in 2020. So, of course, it becomes clear that you don't have this, they're not meeting these pledges, and so you need a new goalpost. That new goalpost becomes mid-century, 2050. So you push action further. And what you have is a net zero target for them. So if you look at, getting back to the science of the carbon budget and net zero, it is not the timing, but it is the cumulative emissions, which means that the world has a global carbon budget within which emissions must be limited. This is a sum of the historical emissions and the remaining carbon budget. Historical CO2 emissions are a sum of fossil fuel emissions and what are known as LULUCF emissions. This is land use and land use change and forestry emissions. There are high amounts of uncertainties in estimating these. From where the estimates that are used in the IPCC or in literature come from is also a political choice. The countries report these emissions for forestry and the FOLU sector. So they come from national inventories that countries prepare. There are also models that report this, and there sometimes is a large variation between country reported figures and model reported figures. There are equal the problems in both, right? Country reported figures also suffer from data, etc. drawbacks, but so do model figures. Model figures sometimes show results that are qualitatively different for some regions. Meaning, if the country is actually a carbon sink, the model might show that the country is a carbon source. So that's the level of the LULUCF sector in the country. Sorry, that's the level of difference that you sometimes see. Okay. So this is for the historical emissions. The remaining carbon budget depends on a lot of assumptions for how much carbon dioxide removal you will see in the future. And that is what the net in the net zero comes from. Net is because you're talking about a balance between total sinks and total sources. Right? So how much will the sink be? How much will you be able to remove of the emitted carbon dioxide becomes an important element in determining this. The air quality management. So aerosols play an important role in cooling. So how much will air pollution control be implemented? So if you have very high levels, and there are at least clear statements, in fact, even in working group 1 of the IPCC, stating that it is actually, you see increase in radiative forcing, you see an increase in warming, even when all economic activities comes to a halt during COVID-19, because cumulative CO2 increases and you have a reduction in the cooling that is because you have a reduction in pollution. So COVID-19, all industrial activity stops, aerosol levels go down. And so what would have balanced some of the warming, you no longer have. Right? So, okay. So let me move ahead. So there are also assumptions of non-CO2 forces. How much does methane, play a role? How much do other non-CO2 forces, the short-lived climate forces, SCFs, etc., play a role? There are assumptions that determine what the budget is. If we look at historical emissions till 1990, this is till the time when, let's say, the convention comes into place, you have about more than 56% of the total total emissions so far till 2021, between 1850 and 2021, have been emitted before 1990, more than half of them since then, about 44% since then. About 58% of these emissions before 1990 were fossil fuel based, 42% were from the land use and land use sector. And over 60% of these emissions came from countries that were that's about 18% of the global population. These are the Annex 1 countries. Annex 1 countries are divided into two groups. Annex 1 is Annex 1 to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. There is Annex 2, which is basically the OECD countries. And then you have the economies in transition, which are all the countries of the former Soviet Union. So you have all of those countries are part of Annex 1. They're considered developed countries in the convention. 18% of that population responsible for over 60% of the emissions. Right? How has the situation changed from 1990 to 2021? That's 44% of the emissions. Fossil fuels have played a much larger role. You have 86% of those emissions coming from fossil fuel. LULUCF emissions have gone down quite considerably. Of course, this is a time period when most of the forests in the developed world are virtually almost already destroyed. So, you have reversal of some of those changes in that part of the world. Right? The Annex 2, again, 27. So, their contribution in terms of total emissions has gone down, but it still remains disproportionate to their contribution to global population. China has 18% of the population, and its contribution in this time period has gone up. And the other non-Annex 1 countries, which is the other developing regions, India included here, 64% of the population still contributes lesser than its fair share to the total emissions. This is acknowledged quite clearly in the IPCC. This is figure SPM2 from the IPCC Working Group 3 report, which shows quite clearly this. But this is an important, I think, example of how you can use and so when we see this, when I see this figure, what it tells me is that look at Southern Asia. This is entire South Asia. It's not just India, right? All of Southern Asia, about 24% of the global population, responsible only for about 4% of the world's global cumulative emissions so far. Right? But the WMO chief, when he presented this in the outreach of the IPCC, he said, no, this is an important graph because what it shows is that we've thought for so long that it is the developed countries that are responsible for emissions. But if you see, even Africa is responsible for quite a significant amount of emissions because look at their LULUCF emissions, they're so high. So you can use the same graph, use the same numbers, and see very different things based on what your, what your concerns really are. I mean, it's quite absurd to put the burden of cumulative emissions on Africa of all continents, but there you have it. This is what the WMO chief said. So your 4/5 of the carbon budget for limiting warming to 1.5 is already exhausted. 2/3 of the carbon budget for 2 degrees Celsius is already exhausted. And some of this, we can actually see in the climate equity monitor. I take this opportunity to introduce the monitor to all of you. I'm not going to go through the details of the budget numbers, etc. They're all there, easy to hand. We are looking at what is the total budget, how much of it is exhausted. This is done by a collaborative effort between MSSRF and NIAS. It was released before COP26. It has been updated since. It has a whole lot of resources for those who would want to want a ready reckoner on numbers for this. So, all of this I've already spoken about. You have these numbers in the IPCC report as well for a range of temperature targets, 1.5, 1.7, 2 degrees Celsius. 1.5 and 2, of course, are the Paris targets. Well below 2 degrees Celsius is the Paris target. So now going ahead into AR7, it's pretty clear. See, we have emitted about over 2,800 gigatons of CO2. We have very, very little left, even for a 50% probability. And Sandeep spoke about climate models and, uncertainty estimates in climate models and probabilistic estimates of what it means to reach a particular temperature target. So for a 50% chance, and I'm not going to go into the details of how that 50% is arrived at, but we can discuss that later. You have 500 gigatons of CO2. That's very, very less. It's already reduced now because, this is for 2020 onwards. So the last 2 years, we've already emitted about 80 gigatons, and that's it's reduced by that much amount, right? Even if you don't assume other changes in data and things like that. So we have very little space for 1.5. So the slogan for keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius alive, that slogan that was so much an integral part of the Glasgow COP26, right? All your statement after statement from developed country negotiators towards the end, the closing plenary kept saying that, if you don't keep 1.5 degrees Celsius alive, our grandchildren, our children are not going to forgive us, and so on and so forth. If one must see that in the light of the fact that most of these countries, the interlocutors who said all of this, their countries are increasing coal production now. In fact, some of them are dismantling wind farms to increase coal production, right? And the reason is, of course, energy security in their countries, because energy security doesn't matter to countries of the global south. We are used to blackouts. We are used to energy poverty. We can continue to live in energy poverty, but in Europe, they're not used to it. So they have to increase coal mines to meet that. So we have very little, whether or not 1.5 degrees Celsius is still alive or long dead and gone is something that I leave to your judgment as well. But what we are going to have now is something called overshoot pathways. And I'm going to end with this. So because you don't have there's no possibility of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius in this century. What you have is overshoot, which means you overshoot a temperature target and then you come back and stabilize at 1.5 by the end of the century. Right? How do you do that? You remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, through sinks. That's large amounts of land-based mitigation from the AFOLU sector, agriculture, forestry, and land sectors, especially in the global south. So the biosphere of the global south is used as a sink to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius ever alive, right? And so that is the next big thing that is going to happen in the science of this. You don't have any budget left for 1.5, notwithstanding all the applause that the net zero declarations and the carbon neutrality declarations have got. But the science is very clear that the cumulative emissions simply, you don't have a budget left. And so what you now have, you need politically to keep that target alive is to talk about these overshoot pathways. But one has to, basically look beyond what this means, open the hood and see what these pathways, what are the assumptions that go into these pathways. And in most of the existing overshoot pathways, all of them, in fact, what you have is basically the global south becomes one big sink for continued emissions of the global north. So the science of this is not, it must not be viewed removed from the politics of climate change. So I'll stop here with again maybe some reminder for some of these numbers and some of these detailed discussions on carbon budgets, on where this comes from, how it is estimated, the data sources for all of this. If you want to look at GHGs, want to look just at CO2, etc., all of this, the resources, the climate equity monitor, you can go and take a look at it there. The data sources are also given. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tejal. Now we'll head straight to the Q&A for this session. So in the interest of time, I would really request to keep your questions short. We have about 10 minutes, so go ahead.
From PTI. You said that global warming is directly proportional to cumulative emissions, and we should not look at net zero targets. It is not about net zero, reaching net zero. It is cumulative emissions. So we should be looking at global peaking of emissions.
Yeah, so I didn't say it is not about not reaching net zero. Reaching net zero is a necessary condition. You have to reach zero to be able to calculate the area under the curve. Right? So reaching net zero is necessary, but the timing of net zero is not the determinant. You can reach net zero today, you can reach net zero 20 years from now, as long as you emit the same amount. Right? Jayaraman has a very good example of the bucket that he usually gives, that, if I say that I'll close the tap after 2 days, right? I'm giving you a time for when I'm going to close the tap, but I'm not telling you how many buckets I will fill in those 2 days. But if I tell you that, okay, I will fill only 1 bucket, then you know how much emission, what I'm going to emit. So the developed countries, and I had this graph, I don't know whether you can present it again. The last bit actually shows this quite clearly. That if you see that cumulative emissions NDC target, this is for the United States. Okay? So the US has said that they will reduce emissions by about 50% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. They've said this in some vague policy document. They have not committed to this. And tomorrow, if they decide to withdraw, I think Mr. Ram said that, if there's a good chance that you have deniers coming onto power again, and what happens then, we don't know. But even if they meet this, if they meet their commitment, they are going to emit 55 gigatons just by 2030. Okay? So there is absolutely no reason to applaud the US's net zero target. So that is what I mean. So then the second part of your question is peaking. To reach net zero, at some point of time, you have to peak and reduce. Right? So peaking has to happen. And so developed countries, for example, have said that the European Union, for example, peaked around the early 90s. The US peaked around 2005, but of course, peaking is just one thing. Whether they have come down after that peak, whether they've stabilized at that peak, will determine how much they have actually emitted. Okay? And like I said, they've not come down too much. They've come down only a little bit, and you'll see some of these graphs in the next 2 days, numbers for all of this in the next few days. They've not come down too much. And so there is really, when you talk about peaking, generally the peaking is applied to global peaking. But if developed countries have already peaked, it will by default apply to developing countries who have not yet peaked. Okay? But you must also see peaking at what level. Okay? Per capita emissions in the United States are 14 tons of CO2. So to say that we've peaked at 14 tons of CO2 versus to say that India should peak when India is at 1.8 tons of CO2 is comparing two numbers completely out of context. So peaking is like overshoot. Peaking is going to be another big thing that is going to come, is going to be discussed at COP28. So it is very important that I think we understand the context of what it is. You can't compare two numbers saying there are actually even UNEP reports that do this. It's just bad science. Forget bad communication. Right? You compare two numbers which are not comparable. You say some countries have reduced emissions, which is Europe has reduced emissions, US, etc., have sustained emissions reductions for the last 10 years. Whereas some countries, India, China, etc., Indonesia have increased emissions. But India has increased emissions from what level to what? The US has reduced emissions from what level to what? So what is the problem? Going from $1 to $2 is a 100% increase. Coming down from 200 to 150 is a 50% reduction. But the two numbers are not comparable. You can't say that somebody who's increased from $1 to $2 is now as rich as the guy who's actually gone from 200 to 150 because there's a problem. So one must be very careful about comparing these numbers and some of these concepts.
Just taking the same question forward. Hi, I'm Srishti. So how do you see India's target of 2070? Do you call it ambitious? And specifically talking about the trajectory that we have taken, because the entire pressure is on countries like India to, to achieve this target faster. So specifically talking about India, what do you think?
Yeah, it's an extremely ambitious target, 2070 net zero. These guys, the developed countries have given a target of 2050. This is just 20 years into the future. In terms of development, in terms of accumulated wealth, in terms of the whole, the huge time period that they've got in term as a head start for the process of development and infrastructure building, putting systems in place. The gap is not just 20 years. It's many, many more years. But for net zero, the gap that you currently see for the net zero target is just 20 years. So there is no doubt that it is an extremely ambitious target. It would mean for India to forego a large chunk of the use of the only domestically available fossil fuel resource it has, which is coal. We don't have gas. We don't have oil. We have coal. We will have to forego a lot of its use to reach that target. And unfortunately, there are commentators who say that is not ambitious enough. But I think that has absolutely no basis in fact. Even in terms of meeting our near-term targets, 2030 targets, the amount of the amount in terms of cost for infrastructure, for renewable energy expansion, cost for grid integration of renewable energy, the import dependence that it would mean for renewable energy, all of this is a tremendous cost. And some of this I will discuss in the energy and development session tomorrow, I think that we're going to have on specifically on energy and what it means. And I'll talk about the net zero trajectories and how they link to the energy sector.
There are two parts that I want to bring up to. First of all, because this is a media interaction also, so my suggestion, I'm not being judgmental, but sometimes what happens that the presentation become too technical. So there are too many jargons, and journalists are kind of a very baseline understanding of things, maybe a little more. So my only humble suggestion would be this is not being judgmental, because I've been to.
That's good feedback.
No, I'm not. Specifically on you, but as a general statement from point of view of journalists. The second thing is that, as you mentioned, that countries have much higher level of emissions, and the developing and the third world country have much lower, and they are improving. The developed country improving, and they are maybe showing detrimental growth, but the base is very different. So do you think that the geopolitics and the geoeconomics is also impeding reaching to a consensus or reaching to a common ground that would be amenable for the global climate change and green agenda?
Yes, we live in an unequal world, right? And those who benefit from this unequal world will benefit from keeping status quo, keeping the world unequal. And so there is that, of course, impedes any kind of reaching a consensus. There is even good faith implementation of the Paris Agreement. I think Jayaraman said this, even if we get the Paris Agreement is not perfect, but even if we get good faith implementation of the Paris Agreement, that would be a good point. It would be acceptable to us. But even that you don't have. You have continuous attempts to renegotiate the Paris Agreement. Even language that is there in the convention in the Paris Agreement, now developed countries have started speaking about it as, the 2020, the Glasgow Pact is the starting point of everything. So it's as if the world begins in 2020. So if you have that as a starting point, if you have countries and interlocutors who come and say equity is a non-starter for us. If you have equity, we are out. Somebody said this, I think just before Paris, because it didn't happen. Then that's not conducive to building consensus, right? But it's also true that despite all of this, there has been, developing country pressure that has worked. The G77 in China is a big group. It becomes difficult to ignore this group in the negotiations. So it does play a role in steering this thing. And we have, like Jayaraman said, it's a remarkable document, the convention, to get something like that at the same time that WTO, etc. negotiations are also going on. And you have extremely regressive treaties there. To get something as progressive as the UNFCCC that recognizes equity and CBDRRC is a remarkable achievement. And so it's not, I wouldn't be completely cynical about the fact that because we live in an unequal world, it's impossible to get a solution. I think it is still possible. There's enough to feel hopeful about, but of course there are challenges that we must be open. We must keep our eyes open.
So there's a lot of conversation about methane that's been happening now. But I haven't seen a lot of conversations about nitrous oxide. And can you talk a little bit about that? What are the sources and like what conversations media should be having? There's also the African Climate Week that's going to happen, as well as G20. So what impact are these conversations going to have on the UN negotiations or COP negotiations later this week?
The next session is entirely about this.
Okay.
So you'll get a lowdown on this.
I had a question about the previous presentation. Sure.
Maybe if you don't have anything specific to this now, we should break for
I think one last comment, and then Mr. Bhatt wants some comment, and then we break for tea.
Hi.
Yeah.
Thank you for the session. I wanted to understand a bit more about carbon removal technologies and like negative emission plants, which have been talked about for a while. Like they were supposed to be made and so should be functional. I think in the world there is only one at this moment. I'm not sure if it's functional at this moment, but can you just talk a bit about it so I understand it?
Very briefly, again, I'll cover some of this tomorrow if you want, but very briefly, if you talk about technology solutions to CDR, there is DAX, so direct air capture and carbon capture and storage, and you have carbon capture and storage that is directly linked to fossil fuel industry, and you have BECCS. So this is bioenergy carbon capture and storage. So you replace fossil fuel with bioenergy. The BECCS is where you get negative emissions. So you get absorption during the growth stage of the plant, but you also capture the CO2 that is emitted and you store it. So you have total a net negative. In the oil and gas sector, there is a fair amount of development in this in the technology, but most of it is not captured and stored. You use it to enhance further oil and gas recovery. That is where it is currently being employed for. The question is whether or not we are going to have the capacity to be able to capture and store it, geological capacity. What this geological capacity is, there needs to be a lot of research on this. Where is it in the world? And what is the efficacy of storage? How long can you keep, what happens if CO2 escapes? The other challenge is just even capturing, separating CO2 from your flue gases, from combustion gases, is an energy consuming process. So you need to put in energy to be able to separate CO2 out. Right? Even if you do it pre-combustion, like in gasification plants, or you do it post-combustion, either way, you need to put in energy to be able to extract, separate CO2 so that you have hydrogen, which is okay, which you can burn, separate CO2 and store it somewhere. So how much is that extra energy? And it is so far, it's an old technology, but it's proven cost ineffective. It's not a new technology to do this. It's cost ineffective unless you use it for enhanced recovery, like you use it in the oil sector to enhance recovery for further. It's like it's another way of fracking, for example. So that is where it is at. You currently, in both in terms of costs as well as in terms of the level of deployment and the sectors in which you'll actually need it deployed. Right? Like the cement sector, for example, in the industry sector, the development is very, very slow and very less at this point of time. Whether or not it will happen in the future depends on how much money people will and governments will put into it. But it will remain, the physics of it will not change, meaning you'll still need energy to be able to separate CO2 out. So how much energy and where that extra energy will come from still remains a problem. So at this point, it would be speculative technology. So large scale dependence on carbon dioxide removal technologies to delay fossil fuel use reduction has no basis.
I want to compliment you, Tejal, Dr. Tejal Kanitkar, on getting the right level between the technical and accessibility. That's how, and my friend also agrees with that. It was a superb presentation, and I think this, I mean, each person has their own style and mode, and the previous speaker also was very informative, so on. Some people may have thought it too technical, but that is also necessary. But I want to compliment you, not just in personal terms, but to show that this kind of presentation is exactly, in my view at least, and I think in your view, the right way for this dialogue or workshop.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Bhatt.
So, you have been already complimented by a round of applause, and I join that. Brilliant presentation, as ever and before. Those people who are from the Hindi media, I wanted to just say one word that about carbon budget itself. तो ये जो कार्बन बजट की बात हो रही है ना, वो धरती की क्षमता की बात. What is the carrying capacity? कितना और उसके अंदर CO2 आ सकता है. So Paris Agreement has only two targets, 1.5 या 2 degree. So for a 50% probability of reaching 1.5, Tejal, you said it is 500 gigatons. And for 2 degree probability, the remaining carbon budget is 1350, right?
For a 50% probability.
50% probability. I'm going by only a 50%. Coin has only two sides, so.
Yes, 1350.
So this is 1350. So this is about the carrying capacity. The interesting point is, what she made is, what is the report card which is out? And this is not what she's saying or anybody else is saying in the world. This is by the best scientific body in the world, recognized body, though the body has its own problems, right? So what IPCC, which is by WM and UNEP, says that between 1850 to 2019, the entire South Asia, one of the pictures that you showed, entire South Asia meaning 24% of human population, their emissions stand at what? Just 4%. Just 4%. So telling every time India, can you do more? Can you do more? Yes, we will. But this is a collective action problem where the other 96% has to be tackled. The only one point of not question, not comment, but for the benefit of the audience, how much do the developed countries own at a modest carbon price to India and to the world in terms of their historical excessive
cumulative emissions, how much the developed world owes to the developing world, especially India? And then how do you visualize this against that very small paltry sum of 100 billion, of which even peanuts have not flowed? So what can you contextualize that?
Yeah.
How much do they own? And
Yeah, I
what
had
is
a
the
slide
cost?
actually on that, which I skipped because of paucity of time. It's there in the climate equity monitor. So if we just assume $30 per ton of CO2 historically, you can calculate this in many different ways. But at $30 per ton of CO2, the carbon debt that is owed to the world by the developed countries is over $30 trillion. Comparing this with the 100 billion, so 30 trillion and $100 billion that has been promised. That was first promised 17 years after they said they would promise. Then 14 years after they have promised, it has still not materialized. And now, of course, we are no longer talking about the repayment of debt. We are talking about investments. So it's the private sector that's going to invest in all of this. It's not going to be flows, grants, or the repayment of a carbon debt that the developed countries owe. But again, we have experts on climate finance that are going to speak about this over the next 2 days, so I won't preempt that discussion.
Pantry.
The first one.
I hope everybody is here. We'll go ahead with the third session of this pre-noon session. Yeah. Over to you, TJ.
Yeah. Okay. So, so let me quickly cover an issue which is not just something which is a recitation of facts, but it's something which should interest the media, because these are issues which are controversial in the negotiations, in policy. And so it is interesting to see what is the science that lies behind these debates. So I've titled it Cattle and Chulas. So, you must have seen all these reports, and there was this rather surprising one few years ago where the FAO claimed, at least it was said in the name of the FAO, and the FAO, after the public reaction, withdrew the statement, and it said something like, cows are responsible for more emissions than automobiles. So that was quite shocking. So, so one of the reasons, obviously, that this sort of statement could be made was that you counted emissions associated with livestock in a particular way. You counted automobile emissions in a different way. And then, of course, if you compare apples and oranges, you can get any kind of result. So that kind of issue arises. And one of the reasons this arises is because we are not dealing here with carbon dioxide, but we are dealing with methane. Now, person there asked about nitrous oxide. Now, nitrous oxide, its quantum of how much it is emitted, you have to keep track of, but it behaves more or less similar to carbon dioxide. Okay, nitrous oxide is a long-lived gas. You must have seen that Sandeep in the first lecture showed a table where he had given the lifetimes of these gases. I'll just come to that point. So nitrous oxide, you can take it, the story runs similar to carbon dioxide. So, but methane, with the poor cow being a ruminant, and it affects all ruminants, is unknowingly held responsible for global warming. And if you go to the United States and India dialogue and say, holy cow, it'll mean different things on to different sides of the table. So here is about cows and, of course, our humble chula. So a few years ago, it was much in vogue about how our chulas and the emissions from our chulas, meaning the traditional biomass cook stoves of the Indo-Gangetic plain, will actually melt away the snow of the Himalayas. So that seemed a little more shocking. Earlier, 30 years ago, it was how our paddy fields would be as responsible. So what is behind this story? So when you talk about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, so I just want to put this on the table, and I won't come back to it, but this is something which should be at the back of our minds. So what are the issues? One, which greenhouse gases should be the focus of emissions reduction? Now, medium term, into the future. Second question is, who or which human activity is responsible for these emissions? So, is it because you're flying your private jet on the way to Davos for the World Economic Forum, or you are a poor farmer trying to eke out a living in a period of drought and therefore perhaps using more fertilizer, whatever it is. So who or which human activity is responsible for these emissions? How important are they to limiting the temperature increase to the appropriate limits of the Paris Agreement, 1.5 or 2 degrees? And how significant are these activities to economic and social well-being? So Sunita Narayan characterized this very well along with Anil Agarwal few decades ago, where she spoke of luxury emissions and survival emissions. So it's a little surprising how quickly that seems to have forgotten, but this is a debate perhaps we should revive in the media. So these are the 4 points to keep track of. So what about methane? So here, let me summarize very quickly the key facts about methane that we should be aware of as a greenhouse gas. The first point is, of course, it is a greenhouse gas, meaning if it is in the atmosphere at whatever, that's a slightly, let's say, if it is in the atmosphere, it will lead to warming. That requires a qualification. And so how does it qualification come? It behaves very differently from carbon dioxide. And the reason is that it chemically decays, okay, by interaction with the oxygen into carbon dioxide itself. So it has what is called a half-life. So about half of the methane over a period of 12 years, which is its half-life, becomes converted into carbon dioxide. So it is a more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. You would have heard this very commonly if you had followed climate. But the question to ask is, what does that really mean? Okay. So it turns out with methane, and this is one of the important outcomes of the IPCC's 6th assessment report, is that it depends how you measure it. Now, that's very disturbing. You want to know whether there is an unambiguous metric, but because of this behavior of methane, there is, if there are simple ways of measuring that you want to have, they are all prone to some issues. So there is something called a standard procedure. So what you do is, you take, suppose you have 1 ton of methane and you ask how much warming, not in terms of temperature, but in terms of heat it produces, how much warming over 100 years would it create in terms of an equivalent amount of carbon dioxide. So in terms of carbon dioxide, 1 ton of methane over 100 years, how much warming is it worth? And the answer is 28 tons of carbon dioxide. So now the question is this really the best way to think about it? So let us look a little bit at the story of why methane and carbon dioxide are different. And here is something really surprising. One is, if methane carbon dioxide emissions are rising over time, the warming you see in the graph above, you see the rising emissions, and in the graph below, you see for the same amount, what kind of warming takes place. So a steady increase in carbon dioxide gives an accelerating increase in warming. And the methane, however, if you have a steady increase in methane, you have a steady increase in warming. However, if you have constant emissions of CO2, carbon dioxide, the temperature still increases, the warming still increases. Why is that? And that is the reason Tejal was mentioning earlier. It is the cumulative emissions that matter. So if you even add 1 atom or 1 molecule, of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, it will lead to more temperature increase, but of course of a very tiny amount. But this is not the story with methane. With methane, the emissions, if they are constant, they do not add to warming. When emissions fall, as CO2 emissions fall, which is the red line in the third graph above, below you see that the warming tapers off, but it does not go to zero, meaning because even a little amount of carbon dioxide adds to temperature. So till it reaches zero, the temperature increase will not level off. Whereas with methane, as it decreases, the warming actually decreases. What does this tell us? Now, of course, this is a sort of simple way of saying what I had said earlier was a more simple way of saying it. The correct way to do it is actually to put it into models, run them on computers, and look at the results. Now, this looks a little hairy, so stay with me while we go through the details. So, if you look at the first look at the graph with no emissions cuts. So if there is increasing emissions, so you will have a steady rise in warming. Okay, that is the solid red line. Look at the dashed red line. The dashed red line corresponds to the case where you cut short-lived climate pollutants, that's what SLCP stands for, which is primarily carbon dioxide, can also include black carbon, etc. But nevertheless, you see, because carbon dioxide is increasing, temperatures are rising. Then what happens if you have, you reduce carbon dioxide emissions to zero eventually, but you don't do anything with methane, primarily, maybe others, but primarily methane, then what you get is that solid blue line. So the temperature rises and levels off finally as the carbon dioxide emissions reach zero. But if you cut both methane and carbon dioxide, you get the dashed blue line. So what does methane do for you? Methane emissions reduction. It takes the peak level of carbon dioxide reduction and reduces it further. So the peak, instead of being where it was over here, comes down over here. But the message here is that suppose you say, I think of methane independently, and I think of carbon dioxide independently, which unfortunately is what the United States does. And therefore, you do this first and do that later. And you try to trade off one against the other. Then what you will get is that pink curve. So, namely, if you trade off methane, a reduction for equivalent carbon dioxide, there's not even no gain, is not a substitution. In fact, temperature keeps rising. So what is the key messages from this? One is, it is CO2, which is the crux of the problem. Methane reduction is of value only when it is additional to rapid CO2 reduction. So you see that this curve, solid blue curve tapers off and levels off. That's when you are reducing CO2 all the way to zero. The point about CO2 is what? It is not the timing of net zero, but your total CO2 emissions must be within the cumulative emissions, must be within the limit of the remaining carbon budget that Tejal had spoken about in the previous lecture. So methane reduction, as I said, lowers the peak warming, but ceasing warming requires emissions to stop. So if you cut all the methane, but you don't take action on CO2, then what you will get is the dashed red line where temperature keeps increasing. Why am I going on about this? The reason is that it also speaks to the issue of, so let me make one quick point before I, okay. One quick point before I go on to the story of why this is important. So you can see that there are different ways, as I said, the IPCC in fact has pointed out, by which you can measure the impact of methane. So the first one, which I've called GWP, global warming potential, is what in an earlier slide I call the standard procedure. Okay, meaning the amount of warming by 1 ton of methane in terms of the tons of CO2, it is equivalent to for a set period. Here you see a notation in the graph, GWP 20, that is over a period of 20 years. That really magnifies the impact of methane. The GWP 100 is over a period of 100 years. So the equivalent CO2, if you look at 2011 emissions, depending on how you measure it, the total GHG emissions in CO2 equivalent will look different. So the last one, the GTP 100, has a marvelous history because actually it was the Brazilians who started insisting for various reasons of their own scientific research that this was a better way to measure it than GWP. And it is a remarkable tribute to their tenacity that they have stayed behind this argument for 20 years. And now their work is recognized by the IPCC, though nobody quite gives them the credit for having stayed behind the idea for 100 years. So really, it's a very interesting story. Here, what you do is you measure the equivalence of methane with carbon dioxide, not in terms of the heating, which is seems slightly more abstract, but actually in terms of its contribution to temperature increase. Okay, so this is interesting. So why are we interested in this issue? What does it have to do with the geopolitics of mitigation? One, this is promoted primarily by the US. The US has and in fact, at some point, I'm very puzzled as to why the US scientific community, this is a scientific community, buys into this. Perhaps Ram will recognize like their obsession in the CTBT. You remember, they had an obsession with very small nuclear explosions. And it was a 30-year obsession they had. So scientific communities sometimes have a little national obsession. So this was one. And but the more important part, and Tejal really underlined it for you, is that if you look at their nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, which tells us how much emissions they are going to reduce, it is still they are drawing 55 gigatons, which is well over 10% of the remaining carbon budget, and that too only till 2030. And if you take all the way to 2050, they alone will take up 25% of the remaining carbon budget. So what does that mean? So they are not in a position to reduce CO2. So then when they start promoting the methane pledge, we will get suspicious. Other countries are wary of this. India particularly, because of the long history of the methane debate. But really, as the science has illustrated, and I showed you on the previous slides, without sharp CO2 reductions as the foundation, methane pledges by themselves are not particularly useful, and even worse, could be absolutely a distraction. So let me very quickly talk very briefly. I have only 2 minutes left, but the slides are available for you to look at. The story of black carbon, the soot from the chula. Unfortunately, and so this is the graph that Tejal had shown earlier, but perhaps what is of interest here, you can examine it later. There is black carbon and organic carbon. You see that they balance off with each other. But more importantly, the question is of what what Sandeep referred to called aerosols. Now, let me say something about this very briefly. The black carbon story of our chulas sort of melting the Himalaya story has now become saving the people of Delhi from air pollution. Now, saving the people of Delhi from the impact of air pollution is absolutely essential. There's no doubt about that, and there is no ifs and buts about it. But the question to ask is, will doing that lead to mitigation for climate change, or will climate change mitigation lead to a noticeable reduction in air pollution consistent with the WHO guidelines? So the foundation for this is very elementary, and this is basically something we know, but we don't always think about it in that way. Suppose you burn stove biomass in a stove. There's a lot of particulate matter, very fine particles. A lot of it comes even from thermal power plants. A lot of them will actually lead to cooling. There is a small fraction of it called black carbon, which will lead to warming, but the rest of it will lead to cooling. So basically, the lesser, the more badly or poorly you combust something, burn something, less carbon dioxide you will get, but more particulate matter, more smoke, less CO2. Simple high school stuff. Similarly, if you have like a gas flame, you have no soot, so there is no particulate matter. There are trace amounts of gases, etc., but that's a separate issue. But there is no smoke like a chula, but there's a lot more carbon dioxide for equivalent amount of carbon because all the carbon is burnt away. Okay? So this is a global phenomenon. You can see it in Europe. The shift to natural gas has contributed to a slightly greater increase in temperature and increase in precipitation. In South Asia, aerosols have actually dampened precipitation. Our rainfall should be higher given the impact of the warming. More warming leads to more rain. However, it is distributed. So that increased rainfall was dampened by aerosols. You can ask Dr. Krishnan about it, more of that tomorrow. They work on this quite a bit. But the point is, globally, aerosols have a net cooling contribution. So does tackling air pollution lead to mitigation? So when people say that a good case for phasing out coal is because you need to also solve air pollution, the short answer is it doesn't work that way. Mitigation is a separate story. So we may need within the, to use coal for some reasons because of our development deficits. We'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow. But as always, the principle, I think, is that we should not aspire to more than an equitable share of the carbon budget. What that means in practice, we can still needs to be elaborated. But the point is, you can have coal that is non-polluting. Okay, that is valuable, that is necessary. But the argument that you must mitigate and face down coal because it will lead to a positive impact in terms of reducing air pollution is not a valid one. Of course, if there were no coal at all, obviously there will be no pollution of that kind. But that's not where we are starting from. So this is a important finding of the IPCC, and in fact was quite strongly discussed and debated, as you can see from the proceedings of the IPCC sessions. But this is the story of, so what are the headline messages? Headline messages: environmental issues and GHG mitigation are not automatic win-win combination. We'll talk more about that when we talk about adaptation, water, etc. tomorrow. Air pollution is a desirable goal in itself, but incorrect to sell it as mitigation. Rapid emissions reduction, especially from coal, will actually decrease the net cooling contribution of aerosols. So as we approach net zero, how to deal with this balance is a technological issue whose solution is yet unclear. Of course, the point that we are emphasizing that this challenge cannot be done by simply juggling the math of taking methane on one hand and the warming due to aerosol reduction and, balancing the two and speculating on the possibilities for reduction. Unfortunately, this is part of what is sold about the approach to net zero as part of policy. But this is something we need to bear in mind. So, yeah, tackling. Sorry. Thank you. The editor's eye. Thank you. So, yes, tackling air pollution. So let me stop here and we can take questions on what I have said alongside what Sandeep also has said. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the erudite presentation here, sir.
Yeah.
So, as you rightly mentioned that farmers are routinely blamed for contributing to deterioration in air quality, especially during the harvest, post-harvest season for stubble burning. So, what is your take on that? How serious is that, or is it blown over? It is simply something that is blown out of proportion, or there is some degree of truth into it that it certainly leads to deterioration in the air quality. And of more adding to that, there is also a green value chain that is being talked about, turning agricultural waste into pellets, biomass pellets. So how to what degree do you think that can contribute to mitigating or to reducing the harmful effects of such kind of things?
Is it controlling stubble burning is something we have to do. Okay, there is no question about it. There was a very interesting paper I saw several years ago, 7 years ago, by a graduate student. Unfortunately, I have not seen it again. From Kochi, I think, who spoke about not only CO2 or particulate matter, but also trace gases, but which could be harmful in the concentrations they come from stubble burning close to it. So stopping stubble burning as a problem of pollution is absolutely clear. But you make a nexus between that and climate change. And you start arguing that this is an excuse as a sort of entry point for mitigation in agriculture. That's when, as a climate policy person, my antenna are up. Okay. So stubble burning, the need to control it is clear. I still think, based on what I am reading, that we do not understand the socio-economic conditions which feed into the actual practices that lead to stubble burning, the actual agricultural management practices. In fact, in informal conversations with ICAR, so I don't know if it is on record in a published way, they sense that burning is actually increasing. They're spreading perhaps to new areas. So that remains to be checked out. But if that is true, that would point even more strongly to the conditions under which agricultural production takes place. Is another question to which I personally would like an answer, but I have not seen it, is has something changed in the timing of agricultural operations, that the combination of the timing of stubble burning and, has shifted? So, or the way the rice wheat cycle of cropping takes place, whether there have been shifts in that. So these are questions that still await good answers, and I think these are important to solving the problem. You can take the other attitude, which a lot of people are doing. Okay, whatever the reason, let's try and solve this. Can we stop people from doing stubble burning? And so that's fine. And I think that's the kind of work that improves technology. And if you get value addition, as you mentioned, out of biomass pellets and stuff like that, better management practices that reduce the demand for further inputs for the next crop, and improve soil health, that helps with the long-term productivity of the soil, okay, then I think we have a win-win situation. So that would be my take on stubble burning.
We'll have Sabita, Gaurav, and Simran, right? Yeah, sorry.
Yes, please.
मेरा भी क्वेश्चन वही था कि उत्तर बिहार और पुआल होते वो ज्यादा जलता है, तो पशुपालन जो पुआल वो कनेक्ट वो
See, you have to ask an expert on this about the correct connection with livestock. But one thing I have found surprising is that the claim that the rice straw, in some places they say the cows will not eat. In other places they say, of course, we feed our cows rice straw. Are they different breeds of cows, or the situation is different, or the different varieties of paddy? This I am not an expert. So I think in all of this, the lesson, and this is, I think, for me, the take-home message is that it is never simply a question of mitigation like that, or environment like that, or agriculture and environment like that, but it's an intersection of people for their livelihood, certain set of practices, the available technologies to them. It is also a question of the assets, investment and incomes they have. And this then determines the way they will engage with agriculture in different ways, including whether they will feed it to livestock. See, if you don't have a market for, you may say biomass residue you harvest, okay? Crop residue you harvest, sell it. But you need a market, no? You need a supply chain, as the new language goes. You need somebody to buy it. You need somebody to take it away. There are places where I have seen they are used nearby for firing brick kilns. I've seen it personally in Rajasthan, for instance. You use crop residue for firing brick kilns, but then they are building brick kilns and excavating the mud from agricultural land, which is not exactly such a, it's an ambivalent question. But so you see, you have to look at these specific issues. So I think that's the big lesson, I think, from crop residue burning. But of course, for the government, it's a crisis issue. So I am sympathetic that the government gets a bit desperate and says, calls all the scientists and says, do something. No, what are you up to? And it is true, it's quite terrible in Delhi in winter. So the nexus is very important. And I think media can help if there is, on the ground reporting that, that sees how farmers react to these technologies. So that some of the, I value reports of that kind that I have seen in a few instances. And this is something which is very interesting to follow, I think.
Since we are talking about the links between air pollution and mitigation, there's a debate going on between the sharp reduction in increase in global average temperature that we have seen and the sharp reduction in sulfur emissions from shipping since 2020. Your take on that?
I have not looked at the numbers. I have seen reports saying that what Gaurav is referring to, Gaurav, right? Yes, what Gaurav is referring to is the fact that the International Maritime Organization has cracked down on sulfur emissions in their smokestack, okay, whatever fossil fuel it is using. And sulfur emissions in the smokestack, Sandeep referred to sulfur dioxide. That's the form in which it goes. So this sulfur dioxide actually helps to cool. So it is not really, doesn't lead to forcing warming, but it leads to cooling or negative forcing. So this is an issue. But whether maritime emissions are such a big issue is very difficult, because the whole issue of what are called bunker fuels, which is shipping and airlines fuel, etc., that contributes only 2% of emissions. So now really of that you put your fingers on some small portion and you say now this is holding up warming or efforts at global warming. I think you need to be a little cautious. So I haven't looked at the numbers, but looking at that 2% figure, I would exercise caution in interpretation. But then there are details to be looked at. Yes, Simran had something for Sandeep.
It seems a little counterintuitive to say that.
Sandeep,
oh,
that's yours.
Oh, okay. I guess this is for both of you, but more interestingly about the linking air pollution with coal reduction. It seems a bit counterintuitive to say that phasing down coal wouldn't have an impact on air pollution. So can you explain the science of that a little bit more? Because in local settings, you do see that coal burning does have an impact on air pollution, and the byproducts of coal also.
Coal mining, see, the real expert is sitting behind you, Tejal. She's an engineer. She'll come in again. But even as a layperson, the fact that coal mining or coal combustion in thermal power plants leads to pollution is because you have not installed sufficient anti-pollution control equipment. So the level at which, so the newer power plants have less. The government of India has passed, concerned ministry has passed orders that there has to be this flue gas flue gas dispenser, or whatever, huh? Desulfurizers, FGDs. So, they have to be there. And so they will remove all the particulate matter. And this is exactly the sulfur dioxide that we were, sulfate aerosols we are talking about. So if you do that well and properly, which we are not doing, then the emissions, the pollution would go down, but the corresponding GHG emissions, the warming will increase. Because more carbon dioxide, the cooling part of the aerosol will go away. It's as simple as that. So if Tejal wants to add anything technically.
I mean, if you stop all coal, I think he said that in his this thing. If you stop all coal, you have neither CO2 nor do you have sulfur dioxide, and then you have it's fine, right? But that's not the question. The question is whether if you have a coal plant which is away from, let's say, people in some area, you have flue stack heights, meaning chimney heights that are over 275 meters. That's also a regulation for the government of India. The dispersion of pollutants is so much that in terms of actual pollution, it doesn't cause a problem. You have something called electrostatic precipitators that are required for particulate matter capture. That's the biggest problem. In fact, more than sulfur dioxide, because the stack height takes care of sulfur dioxide. Particulate matter capture is the biggest thing. You take care of that. That's not a problem. So if you have a coal plant somewhere like that, then and that coal plant, electricity from that coal plant provides enough power so that you don't have blackouts in areas where, let's say, you have public health centers working, right? What is the trade-off then you're talking about, that you talk about when you say that you have to shut down that coal plant to contribute to a global warming problem, which you have not caused, right? Because it's going to stop pollution in an area where it's not causing pollution in any case. That's a bit of a convoluted linkage. The exact implication of coal phase down in terms of what it means for energy is one question that needs to be dealt with. What it means for pollution is a second question it needs to be dealt with. And the third is mitigation. But mitigation, like Jairaman said, is never only in the national context. Mitigation would always should be looked at in what it means in the global context.
Dr. Bhatt?
Thank you, TJ. Your presentation was very brilliant as ever and before. Compliments on behalf of all of us to you. The methane thing you very nicely contextualized. And I just want to add one thing, because India has the largest cattle population. India is the second largest grower of rice. So in the minds of people, it will be that, India, you start reducing methane immediately from tomorrow. Such, I repeat, largest cattle population, largest rice, second largest rice grower. So we need to remember that what are again, I come back to that slide which Tejal had put up, that whole of South Asia, India included, emissions were just 4%. India's emissions, because I was also keeper of inventory for the country, India's emissions are how much? Annually, 2.5 billion tons, of which, of the 5 sectors that we measure the emissions, and that is how it is for the whole world. What were the agricultural emissions of this 2.5 billion ton, which is less than 4% for the whole of South Asia? In a yardstick of 100, how much is the agricultural emission? Just 14% of this very small sum, despite having largest cattle population and lot of rice growth. And mind you, agricultural emissions, be it from cattle, be it from rice, These are survival emissions. You need food to eat, not luxury emissions. And they are what? They are very, very little. So, and the activity in this country, you don't have monopolists to be disciplined in agriculture field. You don't have evidences of industrial agriculture. You have small farmers who toil hard, eke out their living, make the nation self-sufficient in food grains, save for themselves also. And you are the second largest exporter of rice, 10th largest exporter of wheat. You fill the belly of the world. So in this perspective, if you see, then methane emissions and also the scientific fact that, which you said very nicely, that methane does not stack for like CO2. It is, removed. It has a lifetime of just 10 to 12 years. And then, so it is in a steady state that whatever is injected also gets removed in a shorter while. So let us not take away the substance from the principal greenhouse gas CO2, which is the primary responsibility of developed countries in a global collective action problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. And I have a signal from the organizers. So I think we'll break at this. Yes, please.
The point about methane emissions and agriculture, that is how it is usually portrayed. But methane is also oil and gas.
Yes.
So, I mean, we shouldn't lose focus of the oil and gas sector when we speak about methane, because even when I come across media reports on methane, the cover image is usually a cow. But this is the language that the US I have seen adopting, because in Bonn, just a year and a half ago, US State Department, maybe one European official also, they organized a side event where even they did the same thing of reducing methane to cows and to rice farming in Asia and Africa. And livestock in Asia and Africa. But my question to them then and even now is, we shouldn't lose focus of oil and gas sector when we speak about methane.
I just checked the numbers on that, in fact, while putting this down. So agriculture remains the largest contributor for methane emissions in total tonnage. It is followed by fugitive emissions. However, this data is based on the GWP 100 equivalent. Okay, the data I have seen. So if you look at the raw data, then we have to check. Now, the point is the behavior of methane that I was talking about is not just the behavior in the Afolu sector or the Lulu CF sector, whatever you're talking about, in the biosphere or land use sector. It is all methane together. Okay, all methane together has this behavior. So that I think is the thing. Of course, you should reduce emissions of methane in the oil and gas sector very clearly. But at the same time, if that does not follow on, if it is not built on top of sharp CO2 reduction, then it is of very little value. So the standalone global methane pledge, which does not contextualize it in terms of CO2, is the crux of the problem. And that is where I think there is concern. I mean, there's really, in fact, very interestingly, this whole debate surfaced in a big way in the media and in the blog world, etc., because of the New Zealand climate change program, where, of course, it was dominantly agriculture issue. Okay.
Yeah, I think we really need to
We
wrap
really
this up.
need to.
We'll
So
go right
I
to
have
the
to
next
move on.
session where TJ again will be handling it. It's on extreme events and disasters. What is climate change and what is not climate change? So without further ado, TJ.
Okay, so let me do this rather rapidly. And of course, on this one, we would have my good friend, Dr. Ramachandran, helping out in the later part in order. I think this is an important issue where we need to have a conversation, because I think this deals with an issue which has come up in other aspects as well, namely the question of probability and uncertainty. Okay, so this is at the heart of the matter, and this is something very unique to, in a sense, as global problems go, to that of is unique to global warming due to greenhouse gases. Okay. So first thing I want to remind you, because it is in grave danger of being forgotten, that disasters is a subject with a standing of more than 50 years, 60, 70 years. There have been, it became a formal discipline at that stage, but the need to deal with disasters, and in India, for instance, famine codes go back, what to do in times of famine, etc., is something that goes back in history. So, coping with disasters, understanding disasters, moving from so what should I say, a theological view of disasters to a modern view of disasters, all of this is really something which is important, and this is something we should not be forgotten. It was not born with climate change, with the recognition of global warming. Second thing is, it has led to a great deal of actionable knowledge. Okay, our understanding of disasters, even in this country, over a period of 30 years has tremendously improved. It is not just actionable knowledge. This has been converted into major positive achievements across the globe. So for in India, on the eastern coast, the mortality from cyclones, for instance, from super cyclones, has shown a steady decline. Of course, every major state on the way has had to experience a super cyclone before they get their act together in terms of governance. Tamil Nadu, it happened even in the mid-60s, it's a famous cyclone. Then there was the Andhra cyclone of the 70s or early 80s. Then there was the Paradeep super cyclone. But after each one of these, we have had determinate action. So mortality in disasters is decreasing. And this is not to be forgotten when we talk about climate extremes and the impact of climate extremes. This is not, of course, true of the loss from disasters, the monetary loss or the physical loss, but very little work is available about offsetting the loss that you see from disasters, either monetary or physical loss, in terms of the actual growth of economies which have taken place. Now, obviously, if you have a super cyclone hitting Visakhapatnam now, it'll do a hell of a lot more damage than it would have done 40 years ago. If it strikes Chennai now, it'll do a lot more damage than it did 40 years ago. It will do damage in other senses, but of course, it'll do less damage in certain ways, more damage in other ways, less damage in terms of houses being blown away. Though Gaja was a counter example, we need to be not complacent. But so there is this rhetoric that you hear of increasing disasters as if nothing can be done, or that we are powerless in the face of it unless we reduce temperatures to 1.5 is simply not true. Okay, this is a very basic point. Positive global cooperation has taken place and there is considerable knowledge exchange. Okay. The disaster risk reduction framework was far better than the UNFCCC. I remember a UNFCCC official asking me whether it would be useful to link disaster reduction and UNFCCC in the UN framework. I said, please don't. At least we are getting something done in disasters. The atmosphere is so toxic in climate change that, whatever little we are achieving will undermine that as well. So that is this thing. There are major shortfalls. Disaster finance is a major issue. On the Caribbean, for instance, I have seen lists of countries which are promised aid and assistance by the global community after post-hurricane loss and management, and something like 10%, 15%, 20% of the promised finance is eventually delivered. Okay, so when Caribbean nations say we would like to have the loss and damage facility in the Caribbean, I have a little bit of sympathy in that regard. But this is true across the world. Global inequalities are reflected in the relative vulnerability to disasters. Okay, this is very important. However, systematic analysis is often lacking. For instance, taking disasters of comparable magnitude and looking at looking at the relative vulnerability in terms of people affected, the nature of how they are affected, etc. On earthquakes, etc., you can easily find this kind of information. The same Richter scale in two different settings will have completely different outcome. But you don't have a systematic stuff on this in the same vein over this for the issue of floods, droughts, etc. Recovery from disasters is particularly difficult in LDCs. In developed countries also, regions may suffer. There is brilliant literature available on the recovery of New Orleans. There are parts of New Orleans after Katrina which simply have not recovered. And this is especially to do with the vulnerability of poor and marginalized communities, predominantly Afro-American. And so this is a very clear issue. So either regions, deprived regions, or others can this thing. So I am underlining this because this whole idea somehow that, we are powerless, without agency in the face of this oncoming global warming, and completely, this whole new language of limits to adaptation. I mean, what do you mean? Is there a choice? I mean, you can't adapt, then what? Please go away. You can't. It's not very clear what the term limits to adaptation can mean in an ethical or moral sense. Okay. So, and on the other hand, it is also somehow as if human beings are as powerless as ecosystems. Okay. And that resilience is something purely biological or quote unquote natural. That is hardly true. So I think this part I really wish to emphasize. However, there is an issue with climate change and extreme events. Please, I'm sure none of you will make the mistake, but it is commonly heard. Tsunamis are not due to climate change, even though they are can be a major disaster. Earthquakes are also not connected. Fires are not connected unless it is wildfires due to temperature and heat waves, etc. So please, all disasters are not climate change induced. It's also true, and I will just come to, well, let me not get ahead of the story. So this is a very simple graph that many of you would have seen in occasion. So why do we, it is natural to expect. See, variability is an intrinsic aspect of climate. What we call weather, the day-to-day movement of the climate, with the climate being the long-term or the stable secular trend, secular in the mathematical sense, the steady trend, that is what we call climate. The average of weather is climate, in a sense, if you want it that way. And so, but nevertheless, you can think of weather and all the variations in it as a distribution of climate variables. So the average value is what we call climate, but there are all these extremes. And I have marked the lower extreme in blue, the higher extreme in red, and because this graph is for temperature. So either the value itself can change, okay, or the mean value or the variation can change, or both of them can change. So in general, extreme events will change their behavior due to climate change, meaning their characteristics, how often they happen, their likelihood of appearance, etc., their intensity, etc. It is not uniformly true, and the IPCC has plenty of evidence for this, that in all cases it means worse. So in all cases, it does not mean drought. There are places where there will be more rainfall. Rainfall may be uniformly distributed or non-uniformly distributed. What exactly will happen in regions can still be subject to considerable uncertainty. So you just have to look at the details of these things to see the spread in the values. So that is the uncertainty. There is a lot of variation possible. So, for instance, here are, let me to get ahead of the story and show the kind of statements that appear. The reference is missing. The statement above comes from the New York Times, no less. Climate change has reduced the amount of water that comes from alternative sources like rivers. So all of this is completely, you can't write a statement like this and is grossly inaccurate. The other one comes from friends, well-intentioned, no doubt, but it says that according to our analysis, India experienced an exponential increase in extreme events during the period 70 to 2019. Now, I think the IMD has never told us of this. If so, they are remarkably remiss on their part. If this is indeed true, I would submit that from what I know, that this is the increase itself depends on the criteria that you use to classify what is an extreme event, because it depends on what is the threshold level, the level beyond which, say, rainfall or temperature, beyond which you call it an extreme. The second thing is to then argue that is an exponential, meaning very rapidly increasing, is even more of a stretch, so, needs further justification. So these kind of statements are the issue. But nevertheless, extreme events are likely to change in distribution, and obviously we are concerned not where it gets better, but where it gets worse. And that's obviously what we are looking out for. Scientifically, there are two things associated with taking single events and saying, what does that tell us about climate change? So one is called detection. Detection of change is defined as the process of demonstrating that climate or a system affected by climate has changed in some definite statistical sense without providing a reason for that change. This need not be simply extreme event. This is a much more general definition, but it applies to extreme events. Then you have a specific probability-based definition of what is an identified change. So let's park that for the moment. Then the other thing is attribution, where attribution you really know the cause, and you can say this much is natural factors, this much is because of climate change. Okay. So these two are very carefully, reasonably carefully distinguished in the scientific literature, but very often lost in the messaging. So what is the issue? The issue is to do with probability. So what is our natural reaction to uncertainty? Traditional reaction partly is to pray. So there is a very beautiful essay by the philosopher Dewey, who was an inspiration to Ambedkar, etc. And Dewey has a book called The Quest for Certainty. And his argument is about religion being founded on seeking solace from uncertainty. But it's okay, there's one point of view. So the natural reaction of to uncertainty is typically to veer between certainty. And in fact, in science, it has a long history because people used to postulate all kinds of things. And it was Newton who said, I do not pretend to hypothesis. What I don't know, I will say I don't know. So I can explain planets, but I don't know where planets came from. So it's very important that you don't pretend to certainty. It's a very important step in science. And the other thing is this anarchy, nothing is possible. Anything can happen. Okay. So there is that movie, whole series is there. I forget its name, where all kinds of weird accidents happen to people, even though they try to keep avoiding it. Huh? Final destination. No, anyway, it has a whole. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the whole series, weird things happen. And there's this whole anarchy. The world is some complete accident. No, obviously, census, sampling, statistics, all of this would not happen if we did not have to deal with this issue. So out of the anarchic way the world seems to function, to see order out of chaos, one of the instruments is statistics. So, but I appreciate, and I really am sympathetic, and the scientists should not pretend to be superior on this, because scientists themselves very often throw up their hands on explaining uncertainty and say, no, we must deliver a clear message. People must know what to do. So don't talk about uncertainty. I've seen this from some of India's most respected policy institutions. I won't name my friends, but I assure you, in private, I can tell you. Okay, so you need for probability seriously, and the question is, and this is a serious subject which is studied by even people in IITs, there are people working on this. How do you take decisions under conditions of uncertainty? This is a whole subject, and it's mathematically rigorous versions of it exist. So this is not an easy issue. And I think this is very important where Ram was talking about. Incidentally, I'm sure you are aware where there's a readable account of his view of journalism's functions. There's that volume edited by Romila Thapar, India at the Millennium. And there Mr. Ram has an article, and there he talks about the different functions of the media, the educative function, etc., etc. Anyway, so here I think is really detection and attribution is a challenging business. So it requires climate models, because you have to ask, would this have happened if there were no global warming? Okay. And it is asking questions like that, which is part of detection and of attribution. So you need climate models, the capacity to run them, use them, and the models have to be up to the task. Data is essential. There are in many LDCs, etc., which are the most exposed to disasters, or in particular parts of even really developed regions, you won't find a capacity for this. Climate variables that are more predictable can be better handled. Climate predictables like, yeah, I know, just let me speed up, like precipitation, etc., poorly handled. Record events are better handled, like record temperatures. But if it is not a record temperature, but in the top 10% or top 15% of the heat waves of the past, to what extent it is climate change can be very tricky business. And when you do it for things like rainfall and storms, you need huge computing power. The UK has done, scientists have done exercise like this, but they use the computing power of thousands of volunteers through the net in order to do these calculations. So it is challenging. There are also political challenges. Neither side wants to talk about detection and attribution. One side does not want to talk about it because sometimes they are concerned that it will take away from aid, that it will weaken the argument for loss and damage. Though I don't, now of course, I think that much we can handle. But earlier, I personally think there was this reluctance. And detection and attribution also come in the way of promoting a certain kind of alarmism. Like, regretfully, the UN Secretary General, I would say, with all due consideration for who he is, when he says global is not global warming, it is global boiling, I don't think he's being particularly helpful. And in fact, I was quite out of character, but the IPCC newly elected chair of the head of the IPCC responded promptly saying, this is not quite exactly what you want. Frontline has a very good article in a recent issue by Professor Raghu Murtugude from IIT Bombay, who discusses some of this and says how of the adaptation literature is all doom and gloom, and people are not talking enough about solutions. And we need, so that's part of the emergency idea says, it is an emergency, so forget about equity. Then there is this triage mentality. Everybody will suffer. Who do we pick? That kind of attitude. It works for hospitals in disaster areas. I'm not making fun of triage in disasters, but otherwise, and so on and so forth. So here is, and this is just to set the stage for Dr. Ramachandran. So here are examples of reporting, and these are challenges that the media will face. And I don't pretend to have answers, but there's a very good resource we will share by a Dr. Patrick Brown from an institute called Breakthrough Institute. I do not entirely agree with him, all that he says there, but he is a very good interlocutor. We'll please put that link up on the Google Drive. And he's a very good interlocutor to talk to on getting probability and attribution, etc. right. What do we mean? So deadly Indian heat wave made 30 times more likely by climate crisis. This is Guardian. Okay. And so, so the real issue, as Patrick Brown points out, is from his blog, how much of the heat wave, flooding or drought can be attributed to climate change, but the how much depends on how much hotter it is or how much more likely it is. And the two answers are not quite the two answers are not the same. And the greater likelihood is not necessarily as alarming as whatever is the answer of the first one. Okay. However, of course, if there is a threshold beyond which suddenly something dramatic happens, there's a sudden collapse or something, then of course you would argue that how much more likely if something is to be breached. Like for instance, in Netherlands, you have sea walls, and if the maximum wave height crosses the sea wall height, then obviously you're going to be worried a bit. Okay. So there is a context to asking these questions. Here is a example that I won't have time to go into, and I am not completely wrapped my head around it, but I leave it to you for thinking about. These are all three headlines, looking very different. But I can give you a very simple example. Take a glass of water and you half fill it. The correct scientific statement is 50% of the volume of the glass is occupied by molecules of water. That's the scientific statement. The moment you say half full or half empty, you have already put a value judgment, a trivial value judgment, but nevertheless a value judgment. I can specify my statement, the other half occupied by molecules of oxygen or whatever, etc. So there is this whole question. Here is another style of writing, again, to point you to examples which are there immediately in the media. My respected colleague, though I have not personally met him, Dr. Roxy Matthew Cole is very popular in the media. He had recently one on cyclone and flooding and sea level rise, storm surges in Mumbai. So when I saw this example on Pratik Brown's blog, I was very struck. So here is a set of statements you can make. I give you 15 seconds to skim through it. I'm not going to read it out. Or you can say this. Okay. No, I'm not saying that I'm a fan of option A. Okay. But I have on several occasions been profoundly irritated by the exercise of option B. So these are, I think, common pitfalls, and I think nobody is on safe territory in communicating this. So I think this is something we ought to discuss. So if Dr. Ramchandran would like to take forward what are we?
For lunch and then come back and resume the next session.
Okay.
Because that's going to be a group discussion. So maybe
Yes.
sort of, maybe you can take a picture of this and sort of think over it over lunch and then come back and discuss.
No, we can have this, but we just want people to react with their experiences and what they feel are. We had already over tea something of exchange, so we can talk about this. So we'll stop here for lunch. I don't want to, we can work any questions you have into the general discussion, but this is something I also want to, we also would like to hear from the participants, the way that these are, and Dr. Ramachandran will handle it, okay, moderate it. So organizers say lunch now.
Yes, lunch in the same pantry, which we went for the tea.
Yeah.
We'll
I
come
know
back
we
and
said we'll
discuss
break for
because
lunch,
we are,
we'll come back.
Already almost 20 minutes ahead of time. So let's reconvene by 40 minutes?
Yeah, 40 minutes.
Yeah, by 2. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, attention please. Good afternoon. I hope all are there. Okay, will proceed with our next session after lunch session. So this session will have three talks, all related to global agenda on implementing the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. So the three lectures will be followed by a panel discussion. The first lecture will be by Dr. Jayaraman, followed by Dr. Arvind Narayan, and then Mr. Indrajit Bose. Dr. Jayaraman will be looking on to the binding commitments to voluntary contributions, the making of Paris Agreement. The next lecture will be Global Warming in an Unequal World by Dr. Arvindan Nagarajan. And the third lecture will be Show Me the Money, the Story of Climate Finance by Mr. Indrajit Bose. All these three lectures will have 15 minutes of talk time and followed by 5 minutes Q&A. So that's 20 minutes for each speaker. Okay, yeah. Let's start with Dr. Jeremy.
Yes. Just by way of further clarification, since we have online speakers for the panel discussion, we felt it best not to postpone it. They are in different time zones, which may be inconvenient, but they have agreed to come. So we will, however, have our session, which we had planned now on uncertainty and communicating uncertainty in as soon as the panel discussion is over. I'm also happy to say that we are joined in this session as, shall I say, an observer by Mr. Ambassador Tirumurthy, former permanent representative of India at the UN. He has very long experience in climate change, and I tried to persuade him to speak, but he thought he would prefer to listen. But you could speak to him certainly in the tea time. So without further ado, just I think it is very important to understand where the Paris Agreement came from. So Tejal already mentioned to you how there is this habit, especially from developed countries, which is reflected very much in their media writing. So the UNFCCC is something that is in some distant past. Life began with the Paris Agreement, so to speak. And if you speak to people in Europe or certainly the UK, it is as if life began with the Glasgow Pact in 2021 after COVID. So it's a kind of post-COVID thing. So that's obviously not true. And as has often been said, people who forget their history are condemned to repeat it. So let's not fall for that trap. So very quickly, as I mentioned in the morning, the UNFCCC is a remarkable document. We played a signal role. India played a important role in the shaping of that document. There's an excellent essay by Dr. Chandrasekhar Dasgupta in the volume by Navroz Dubash on India's climate policy, the second volume, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a beautiful essay, and it speaks of our continuity of commitment through a long history of almost 3 decades of the convention to the fundamental principles and values of the convention. This is not an empty phrase for India. And I think despite all our twists and turns of domestic politics, this is something which we should bear in mind. So please take a look at Dr. Chandrasekhar Dasgupta's essay for certain background. But the first, as I said, the convention was a remarkable document in terms of its devotion to equity, in recognizing a differentiated world, in its allocation of rights and responsibilities. And mind you, this is not an optional thing. This is an international treaty. And and so treaties, when you accept obligations and commitments, so there is a certain gravity, even if it is not always enforceable, there is a certain gravitas that associates with this kind of commitment. But troubles started immediately after, because the moment it was clear that implementing or operationalizing the convention in any serious way would require money, would require commitment, would require effort, the backsliding immediately began. The first major landmark in this, of course, was the Kyoto Protocol. And sometimes when I read the protocol, it is like the Obi Zamana Tha, So it spoke of binding commitments on developed countries. And that, of course, was anathema to the United States. And in a remarkable consensus, a sort of regrettable consensus, the entire US Senate, with perhaps one exception, voted to not ratify the Kyoto Protocol. And so the moral grandstanding of the democratic side of US politics leaves me a little cold today. But because those forces, those motivations still very much remain, if not obviously in public. So the US withdrawal from the Kyoto Protocol was a body blow. The EU tried to implement it half-heartedly. One of the great contributions of the US, typically it imposed it on others, got people to accept, then withdrew from the agreement, leaving us holding the baby, so to speak, and that was carbon trading. So getting people used to the idea of carbon trading was their way of doing the protocol. And then, of course, having made us accept it, they left it. So the EU tried to half-heartedly apply it. India played the game, I think, very actively, was quite sincere, India and China in particular, with the Kyoto Protocol's trading aspects. Some of them tried to do something about the reduction. There is a checklist we'll very quickly see of who did what with the Kyoto Protocol. But the Kyoto Protocol, by the time we came to Bali in 2007, was already on its last legs. And going beyond the Kyoto Protocol became the cry, led ironically, in fact, partly in part by Japan, which is where Kyoto is located. It is by no means that the KP targets, nostalgic as we may be about the KP target, there is nothing about it which was adequate. The IPCC's AR4 had recommended 25% to 40% reduction from 1990 levels for Annex 1 by 2020. The Kyoto Protocol was nowhere near this. I mean, they were not even thinking about it. Anyway, so this, there's a technical language there. EIT is economies in transition. This is the former Soviet bloc countries, Eastern Europe. So this is the original OECD set, okay, of countries. And so this is the target. This is the less ambitious target. But this is what happened till 2018. So when you hear at COP28, you will definitely hear this, and you will hear it again in half an hour. When people keep saying pre-2020, pre-2020, this is what they mean. So this was very clear in IPCC. IPCC itself has gone backwards because the term Annex 1 is now no longer used by the IPCC. So our scientist colleagues from EU and United States have themselves withdrawn from the convention, it would seem, but this was not so when earlier. And so Annex 1, this was very clear. Actual reductions only 2.2%. And this 2.2% comes from the UNFCCC synthesis report of the reporting by developed country parties to the UNFCCC. So it's not our number, it's the UNFCCC's number. So who did what? So here is the list of those who met their KPI targets, who did not meet their KPI targets. Tejal is smiling because we've been through this for some 8 years. It's a good message. We ought to keep repeating it till it is heard. We are, I think, fortunate that this message is widely heard now. And this point that we are making here is a common position shared by a large number of countries within the G77. Not all of them, but a wide spectrum of countries ask that you cannot talk of the implementation of the Paris Agreement from 2020 without talking about what went before. And this is a scientific question. This is not a question of politics, because we have reached a 1.07 degrees centigrade of warming by 2020. And this is already more than 2/3 of the way to 1.5 degrees, more than halfway to 2. So it really matters. This is science. So Bali was the first break of the retrogression, which are walking backwards, the so-called nationally appropriate mitigation actions for developing countries, referred to in UNFCCC jargon as non-Annex 1. And there was pressure to monitor and verify the NAMAs of non-Annex 1, even as the Annex 1 were or not on target with were not on track to meet their targets. So then, of course, Bali was the beginning of a long-term plan, which used to be known as the AWLCA. This was the time I got into climate, so I remember the buzz around it. So this was the first long-term vision of what to do, and there was much discussion, and Copenhagen came to a head. Copenhagen, the war cry of the developed countries until Copenhagen, of course, was China and India must have commitments. That was the bottom line. They wouldn't say it openly in the UNFCCC. They certainly said it in Washington, D.C. for all to hear. The other thing is they would want binding commitments even on countries from Africa, like Kenya. I remember at that time very distinctly saying at the intersessional before Copenhagen that we have only 3,000 megawatts of generating capacity. What mitigation do you expect me to do? So that was the mood. So this does not work at Copenhagen. And so at Copenhagen begins the first step towards dropping of binding commitments, and it moves towards the idea of voluntary contribution. So what the 2 degrees centigrade target was introduced. The moment it was introduced, it began to be undermined. So one of the things you must remember about international negotiations is those who call the shots, there is never a moment in the UNFCCC where you say, okay, we have an agreement, let's go implement it. That never happened. The moment an agreement is ready and you start implementing it, somebody puts up their hand and says, we want a new agreement. And this is the constant changing of goalposts. This is a term commonly used by many developing countries, which constantly happens. So then Copenhagen, then there was Cancun, then there was Durban, where Ambassador Tirumurthy was in the front lines of that debate. So Durban had an agreement to have an agreement. Now at Durban, you got one picture. At Durban, it seemed, first of all, it was that Danish lady, Connie Hedegaard, her revenge for Copenhagen, because she became the EU commissioner, and the Copenhagen failure, she turned it into her Durban triumph. The other thing was Africa, LDCs, etc., were very keen. There must be a binding agreement. India's position was, but binding on who? Not without differentiation, etc. So whatever it is, there was a discussion and there was going to be an agreement to have an agreement. And this was to happen, and the run-up was by, the deadline was 2015. And that was the deadline where it became, we got the Paris Agreement. But what we got out of it was nothing like what we thought Durban was supposed to bring. And so if all the countries in G77, the LDCs, Africa, etc., who invested in this idea of a binding commitment on all, were actually left with voluntary contributions from all. Okay, so that was one. The EU in that sense didn't get what it wanted. The 1.5-degree target was introduced, and this was clearly the problem. So now what is the situation? You have to implement the Paris Agreement. So we are on the way to implementing the Paris Agreement. The United States, in a remarkable sort of triumphalism, said at that time after Paris, and people like me also thought it had come to pass, that the question of responsibility, who is responsible for how much emissions, is no longer on the agenda. Okay? That has turned out not to be true, because it's simply the most glaring fact in the room about who emits how much. And you can't put your head in the sand and say, oh, we are going to talk about it without talking about it. So it's not going to happen. So historical responsibility, you may not like to put it on paper, you may not have it in the word of the agreement, but it is there in the room all the time. And that is, I think, a very important milestone. So they also began with Paris, however, global targets without differentiation. They are getting finer, they are getting more numerical, they are getting more specific, but global targets for all, leaving imprecise or unsaid who is to do what. Even what is the Paris Agreement can be debated. So developing countries, typically most developing countries, call it the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, whereas the developed countries, whenever they get a chance, would say the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, as if there is no connection between the two. So this is not a empty wordplay. So where are we? So the formalized pledges after made at Cancun post Copenhagen, which is also a litany of unmet promises until 2018. And of course, we had the NDC. So now we have this whole story of the NDCs. And now we have the mitigation work program. We have the just transition work program. We are supposed to discuss it every week, even though the Paris Agreement has a built-in mechanism of how to keep sort of upping the ante, sort of trying to do more built into it. Nevertheless, they want to decouple things from the Paris Agreement itself and write whole new kind of language and agreement. So the question is there anything really happening? So now, of course, we replaced it by net zero. Net zero was the next tamasha. Okay, and as Tejal explained clearly, and as we like to say popularly, it's like saying, you have to take only so much water. हाँ, मैं 2 दिन में नल बंद कर दूंगा. अरे बीच में कितना पानी लोगे? मैं नहीं बताऊंगा. तू बता कितना लेगा? It is hardly going to make sense about using the carbon budget if this is the terms on which we are negotiating. There's nothing more to net zero than exactly this. So that is where we are at the moment. So this details, I think Tejal has covered. And if they are serious about net zero, and this is something Ambassador Tirumurthy drove into their ears of everybody at the UN most effectively. If they are serious about net zero, then developed countries cannot be net zero in 2050. They have to be net zero a whole lot earlier. And we are fairly close to where our 2068, 2070, all this is, all of this has some assumptions built into it, but, as a rough exercise. So this is the story, and all of them have blown their fair share of the carbon budget. They have used far more. All their NDCs and long-term emissions reduction commitment, net zero, allow them to grab more of the carbon budget. So this is the summing up. So you see all the landmarks, all the new, first you had 1992, then you didn't like CBDRRC, common but differentiated responsibility. Then targets were accepted, not implemented. Then you pressured developing countries in Bali. Then you had Cancun, where everything was formalized for developing countries, a whole structure of what they had to do, report, etc. And then you had Paris, you had NDCs, and then now we have sort of, looking at the next generation of NDCs. 1.5 must be kept alive, all the rhetoric, but look at what happens to the actual emission. And that is the crux of the problem. So it is in this setting of what is actually happening that you see the story of the Paris Agreement. And this is the context, I think, for what we are going to talk about. So I have shot over time. So we got quick 2 questions, and I'll give only one-line answers, and then we'll move on. No, question B up. One line, I think he had a question.
Also in the room and you together, and you all have been through all of these COP.
No, he has been.
No, you've studied all of them nonetheless. What I am trying to understand it is also from a foreign policy perspective and from a, obviously this is a finance perspective also, because each one of them is fighting for carbon space, not for saving the earth. Can we draw a straight line between the difficulties in negotiation? Because from what it sounds like, everybody was more or less on the same page till 2007. US has stepped out and come back again in Copenhagen. Can we draw a direct line between difficulties in agreeing on basic facts and moving forward, and the US coming back? And how much of who are the main countries that we should be looking at in terms of what they've said they do and what they haven't? Because the chart seems to indicate the American subcontinent as well as. So can you give us some background? Is it fair to do that?
You don't know? Yeah, I mean, very quickly. I don't think ever there was an agreement that all the way from KP to 2007, everything was blood, sweat, and tears. Okay, negotiations were never easy. No, I mean, there was never agreement. The moment it became clear what the responsibility meant concretely, developed countries walking back responsibility was their aim. And so I think, and also I don't think the question of everybody is fighting for carbon space is correct. We are fighting for carbon space that we have basically gifted away. We have a minimum right to development. Other countries are talking about carbon space, which is a consequence of completely profligate use of fossil fuels. the United States leading the charge. So it is not as if all arguments are about carbon space on equal footing. It is not. No, but the second thing is, I think they are constantly this issue post 1992. In fact, if you take it post convention, it has never been a story of peace. It has never been a story of this is enough. This is here. Let us implement it. Let us see 3 years of implementation and see. No, the implementation mechanisms will be there, but the moves to start a new treaty or new agreement or new something or the other would immediately begin. And I don't quite understand what you mean by a direct line. The only direct line I see is the constant attempt to change goalposts and get China, India, Brazil, South Africa to do as much mitigation as the rest. So, yeah.
See, you managed to put me in a spot. This is what I told him I wouldn't want to be. Let me just give you a few markers of my experience. I'll just take a few minutes. First is, since 1992, there has been a focus by developed countries to see how they can not live up to their, the commitments, and secondly, how to dilute the convention. And the developing countries' whole thing was to protect themselves from climate change, and secondly, protect the convention from dilution. That was the whole focus, and it has continued till today. That is a context in which everything is happening. So it is wrong to say that someone was living up to their commitments. No, from the day it was started, it started chipping away at it. Second, there is a global reality now. Every point of time, geopolitics determined how they negotiate it. What is the global reality right now? The reality is there is no money with the Annex 1 countries. I shouldn't say Annex 1, now we say developed countries. There is no money. COVID has sucked it initially because whatever was kept for climate change and for sustainable development goals went during COVID for repurposing. They call it repurposing for humanitarian requirements. And rightly so. But the point is that there were also conflicts. We had Yemen, we had Syria, we had a whole lot of others which took on the money from donors. And then we had Ukraine, which is sucking the money out of the system. So we have a reality, which is the developed countries don't have money to put into climate change. So they'll do everything possible to ensure that they get out of their commitments to give financing. They get out of all their commitments so that they do the least. They don't have money even to meet their own targets. I mean, let me put it this way. And you have seen this, and I mean, you have been following. For example, they even made natural gas acceptable because they say it is some sort of a transitional energy or something like that. The third is that the developing countries are facing severe debt crisis. And that is really the G20 and all that they are trying to address it. So they don't have money either. So now comes the whole concept of adaptation, mitigation, and financing. In adaptation, as some of your studies says, 50% of the world, they need adaptation because they don't even emit 1/6 of the world's emissions. So adaptation is absolutely crucial. And that is one thing which is never given attention to. The global adaptation goal is nowhere near to being reached. And you look at loss and damage. It started in Warsaw. It has taken 10 years to even establish a fund, and it's supposed to be operational now, and we don't know whether it will be. So these are very, very serious things. The so-called 50-50 between mitigation and adaptation, that is nowhere close to being. The IPCC report, which was the last one, said that 20%, not even 20% of what they pledged for adaptation for Africa is there. Okay, now we come to mitigation. And mitigation, we have seen how they have diluted mitigation over the year. Can I take 1 or 2 more minutes? Or is it Jayaraman, Dr. Jayaraman? Can I take 1 or 2 more minutes, or is it running out of time? Yeah. Okay, I'll just quickly wind up. On mitigation, if you look at mitigation, what he has projected is that constantly they are missing deadlines. Net zero has been misrepresented. They talk about global peaking under Article 4, but when it comes to net zero, there is no global net zero. It is only a net zero, which is completely a misrepresentation, which is what he was mentioning. The second is the question of how do you interpret the whole thing about mitigation pathways, and that is something which they have done excellent study. I think Dr. Tejal has also made a presentation on how, if you really look at these pathways, sub-Saharan Africa will go from $1,000 to $3,000 in 2050, whereas the developed countries will go from $35,000 to $69,000. And that is what. So there is the inequity everywhere. Third is chipping away at the whole concept of equity and CBDR. That is the other thing which they are doing. And finally, when I talk about mitigation, it's going to be COP28, it's going to be in UAE. They are not going to touch fossil fuels. Otherwise, they'll be finished. Okay, it is so. Therefore, the pressure will come on coal again. And coal means India. Coal means a bit of China now, because China has. So there are various stages of development which they are not getting into. And finally, when it comes to financing, you know very well that now they want to focus financing only on Article 2(1)(c), which is about low, what is it called? GHG, low GHG emission pathways, and also climate resilient pathways. Now, this is constraining finance. And as he correctly said, the pre-2020, they say it is part of the convention. It is not part of Paris Agreement. So therefore, that is gone. Now you have financing Article 9, 10, 11, whatever of the convention, which is make it obligatory, is not being followed. Now, why I'm mentioning, and of course, just transition, all that comes later. So why I'm mentioning is there has been a constant chipping away. As he says, the moment you agree on something, then you immediately shift the goalpost. And not a single goalpost have they met. That is the history of climate change. That is not to say nothing has happened. Let me be frank. There are quite a few things which have happened. The very fact that we are discussing it is a positive thing. But they have consistently, now the point is the carbon space, which is finally the main thing. Because of all this, there is no carbon space left for developing countries to grow. And if you truly believe that you need to grow, then you cannot grow under the current scenario.
So now I'll stop here, and I think we'll move on to the next speaker.
I would like to call Dr. Arvindan for his lecture on global warming in an unequal world.
So thank you. Unenviable task, as Piyush mentioned, that I need to wrap this up fast for the online speakers and being the second speaker in a post-lunch session. So I will largely base this work on the fact that many of us have been part of the Climate Equity Monitor. I'll shamelessly plug some of it in. If you go to the landing page, this very view of how you operationalize equity and the idea of fair share of the carbon space between Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 countries, as well as a separate tab on what we call approaches to equity, meaning when you talk about how different countries need to act in terms of climate mitigation, how do we evaluate these different approaches and principles? We have a very neat summary there. That's what I'm supposed to talk about. So I'll try and take as much time as I can to highlight a few things and leave it up to you to read those tabs so that you have some idea of the details and intricacies which are there. This is broadly the set of questions which I'm going to try and address. The term equity has been used throughout these presentations. What I'm trying to say is, what do we really understand by equity, specifically in the context of mitigation? This, of course, draws a lot from a lot of the work that has already been done at MSSRF, the work done by Jayaraman and Tejal on carbon budgets and thereafter. Why do we say it's important for the developing world? And how do you analyze equity as a framework to look at various targets or approaches to mitigation. So when somebody says we're going to do this much by this time or to this extent, how do we use this framework to sort of analyze it? And if we have time, what I really do want to touch about is this thing about IAM scenario pathways that the ambassador spoke about, which is also something which will be discussed in the panel discussion right afterwards. So I'll briefly just alert you that these are the important terms, concepts that I'll be using. All of them have detailed footnotes in the resources that are put together at the bottom tab of the screen, as well as towards the end of this presentation. I would just like to say again that equity is not only restricted to mitigation, it also includes adaptation. This is very clear from Article 3 of the UNFCCC. But for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to focus on mitigation, which is how do you undertake the task of rapidly reducing emissions? And when you do this, how do you decide on the idea of who does how much to what extent? And how do you assess whether somebody gets to do something in terms of responsibility and fairness? Now, all of this ties down to the idea of equity, all right? Now, the very fact, what TJ mentioned throughout the morning across various sessions, was the fact that the principles of equity being present in the UNFCCC convention is simply an indicator of the fact that it was a hard fought for battle. And the fact that ever since then, many people within this room and also otherwise will probably join you in the sessions later, have been constantly stressing about it, is also an indication that the principle of equity has been acknowledged. But the problem is that when you have various approaches in terms of what targets need to take place, or later, as we say, pathways, there is no consensus on how do you operationalize equity. So this is the root problem that we are trying to look at. What do you mean by different approaches to when somebody says a fair share of the carbon space, whether they agree the carbon space is the basis on which fair share needs to be undertaken? This is the root of the problem. And so how do we assess targets and approaches of different countries in the case of mitigation? All right. So this, of course, is something, as I said, we've highlighted in the Climate Equity Monitor, also comes from a paper by Jayaraman, Tejal, and Mario, which is on, if we are talking about operationalizing equity, we are at least talking about certain broad aspects. The first thing, and I'm trying to link it up also with what Tejal and Sandeep said earlier in the day, is that you have a limited carbon space. The cumulative emissions directly correspond to a particular temperature rise. And for a given temperature rise, let's say 2 degrees Celsius with 50% probability, you have a fixed amount of carbon space that is available to the entire world. This is a global commons. Now, the point is that this already has been exhausted by 2019. 2/3 of it is gone. All right. Further, that within this total budget, 2/5 of it has been used up by Annex 1 countries. That is from 1850 till 2019. All right. So when we talk about equity, what we are saying is that you have one global common resource, that it is limited, rapidly shrinking, and most of it has already been used up in the past. So it automatically indicates that we must account for some idea of historical responsibility. The same concept that TJ was referring to when he said that at various points of the various negotiation rounds, it keeps going out of the window and the developing world has to bring it back in. All right. It's amnesia of sort of convenience for Annex 1 countries. The second aspect is, again, the fact that you have within the UNFCCC the idea of Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 countries, which indicates that not just the historical responsibility for past emissions, but also future responsibility in terms of who gets how much and how much should they do is to be differentiated. So it is on the principle of equity that you say that there is some idea of CBDRRC. And I think that is what we need to sort of stress upon. And finally, of course, how do you use this concept to sort of give some indication of how much space do people have well into the future? So this is what Tejal was referring to when she presented on the carbon budgets. I'll try and use some of those figures so that I can help make these points over here. And some of it, I'll leave it up to you to read through the Climate Equity Monitor website. All right. So this, in fact, is the basic sum of the problem, that You have a limited global commons, but a disproportionate share of it has already been exhausted. Acknowledging this and working towards figuring out what a fair share is and what people can do into the future is the starting point with which we begin when we talk about equity and operationalizing it. In very simple terms, if you look at up till the year 2019, 58% of global emissions were emitted by Annex 1 countries. So 58% rather of their carbon space available for a 2 degrees Celsius temperature rise with a 50% probability were already taken up. And this represents only 17.3% share of the global population in the year 2019. This is what we mean by a disproportionate share being used up by the Annex 1. And so now what I'm going to talk about is briefly how different countries set different targets and approaches. Much of this has been covered by TJ, so I'll not try and spend too much time. But the first is to set an approach or a target by when you say that you have to reduce flows of annual emissions. All right. Remember, contrast this with what we've been saying throughout today, that it is not the flow of emissions that matters, it's the cumulative emissions, which has a direct relationship with temperature rise. So when different countries have these sort of pledges, all right, and one prominent one is what I'm highlighting. This is known as the contract and converge approach, where what you essentially, if you either say I will reduce emissions by X% from base year to a target year, if I say I'm going to peak my emissions for my country in a particular year, or if you say that per capita emissions or annual emissions will converge at a particular type, you're essentially giving a flow-based target and a flow-based approach. This is a specific sort of contract and converge in the parlance of climate change negotiations, where the idea is countries whose citizens have high emissions on an average will converge to a lower per capita one, whereas countries who are already at a lower stage will converge to this average that is decided upon. Now, remember two very important things as we discussed in the first session in the morning. Where do you start from? Where are you getting to? And does it actually have an impact on the total cumulative emissions? So as an illustration, I've presented this graph. Let's say this is your starting year, and you say that you'll reduce it to this percentage in your target year. This is for the EU, for instance. You can reach from point A to point B in multiple different ways. Each of this will result in some different cumulative emissions. And this is the first way in which such flow-based approaches sort of disregard your principles of equity, because there is the clear possibility that you can exceed the total global carbon budget. Again, no attention paid to historical responsibility because you're only talking about future emissions. No attention to differential capability, as well as foreclosing the possibility of even acknowledging that different countries from the developing world, the non-Annex 1 countries, can even have a fair share. All right. I'll skip past the next set, which is your bending the curve approach. Enough literature is there on the website. And I'll just want to sort of, sort of briefly highlight the carbon budget approach, which has been spoken about by Tejal, but just to underscore the importance of it, is that here is a way by which you can sort of operationalize equity on all those 4 parameters that we mentioned. You can account for what should have been a country's fair share at any given point historically, as well as calculate what should be their fair share from now on to the future. This you can take by simply, let's say at a very basic level, talking about it in terms of population share. So for these figures, I said 2019 population. If proportional to your population, how much share should you have had in the past and how much share should you have in the future? All right. But the more interesting part, which I just want to briefly touch upon, is the presence of what is called the modeled mitigation pathways based on integrated assessment models. All right. Now, the IPCC in its AR6 Working Group 1 report has a database of various model scenarios. Basically, they essentially project how the world will look like if certain temperature targets are to be met. All right. So these are a combination of, in economic terms, macroeconomic, general equilibrium models. They maximize utility. You have some energy models which basically identified what is the least cost path to actually undertake emission reduction. and you have certain models on how land use change patterns take place. This is combined with their approximation of how Earth system feedbacks work. All right. So this is essentially what they're doing, and it is our contention, and I'll show you the references for it. Is it another new kid on the block, or is it a bit of deja vu? All right. So just to highlight some results, have already been sort of indicated that I'm well over time. If I could just show one result, if that's fine. What we've essentially done is the following. You take roughly about 541 scenarios that these models have run within the IPCC database. C1 here refers to your temperature target. You're going to stay within 1.5 degrees Celsius and you can't even overshoot it. So the most stringent target which is available. And now what we've done is for all of these 541 scenarios, you've run across what happens to per capita GDP, all right, for these 10 regions in the world. If you look at this particular graph, and of course, this comes from the paper, which I hope is soon to be published, but the preprint is available. Notice the sheer difference between where Sub-Saharan Africa, South of Asia, rest of Asia are, and where North America, Western Europe are, where they will be in the future. All right. This is for the most stringent target. If I did it for C3, which is for a 2 degrees Celsius temperature target with some leeway for overshooting, I again observe that Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia are really low over here, whereas these countries continue to remain much better off. If I change the way these models are sort of portrayed, if I look at something called as the SSPs, shared socioeconomic pathways, which are in some sense said to be a sort of narrative or a storyline of what possible scenarios can take place based on certain baseline assumption. So they have something called as the SSP1, SSP2, 3, 4, ranging from stringent action, middle of the road action, equitable action, or complete fossil fuel-led development in the future. So if I take those scenarios and analyze it for this exact same parameter, I observe essentially the same thing. There is some difference in terms of some of the scenarios, but essentially what you're saying here is that the developing world's growth will remain constrained, whether it's in terms of income growth, whether it is in terms of energy, and most shockingly, even if it is to the case of food security. Most of these models, and this is part of our ongoing work, will project that there will be millions of people still with the risk of hunger if we are to actually follow through on stringent targets of achieving the 1.5 degrees Celsius target or even the 2 degrees Celsius target, because the problem with these models is that they focus on where can I reduce emissions most cheaply. They explicitly do not account for any sense of equity, any sense of what happens if you undertake this action. So essentially, these modeled pathways are a line that tells you this is what you need to sort of follow, and this is where you will be at 2050 or 2100, all right? And this not only constrains the developing world in terms of what we can do, but it actually puts at us risk because we will be the places where carbon dioxide removal strategies takes place, where afforestation takes place, where pasture land reduces, and we will also have the burden of mitigation. So not only, the only way we will follow these targets according to these models is if we simply continue to remain abjectly poor and hungry well into the 21st century. A much more detailed assessment is, of course, available in this policy brief, which is present in the, made in the MSSRF, and I think it's part of the Google Drive that you're putting in. And I'll just end it at that, and maybe if we have time later, we can take up some questions. I can take one question. Okay.
Or we'll just move to the next topic.
Can you talk a little bit more about the last point that you made because that is the most important one. Were
Uh,
what are the other models then that can be pushed or can be looked at, can be discussed that are more equitable? Are those on the table at all?
Okay.
Or are these the only things that the IPCC is looking at?
So, okay. So, very simply put, I mean, this is something which will exactly be part of the discussions in the panel right afterwards. But I want to say two things. One, within the IPCC database, the models which were eventually, sort of called for through open submission and eventually filtered out are largely models which run on principles of general equilibrium, achieving welfare maximization, and least cost energy models. Within this framework and the results that I've presented is an average of all of these. So if you're stuck within this same framework of how you assume things will progress into the future, this is what you will achieve. You will achieve your temperature targets, but it will come at the cost of abysmal levels of well-being. All right. Now, if your question is if there are other models and whether they need to be worked upon, the simple answer is not yet to that extent. I'm aware that some of us are trying to sort of look into this. And simply the problem is, remember that also that a majority of these models are also being developed within the global north. All right. And this becomes centrally one of the problems. So amongst all the scenarios, if you look at that report, we also have a detailed breakdown of how many of these models come from different countries and what is the way ahead. And of course, Tejal and Jayaraman also have a particular sort of viewpoint on how to take this forward.
No, so yeah, just to add to what Arvindan said, does the IPCC look at any other scenarios? No, because it is about, there is no sampling from the literature. This entire thing that the IPCC is supposed to provide an assessment of the literature falls flat in the case of scenarios, because the entire process is the IPCC is calling for scenarios. So those who have the models in place are submitting these scenarios. The people who are producing these models and publishing papers on the scenarios of the models are the same people sitting as authors in the IPCC's the chapter that works on these that publishes these scenarios. They have prepared a vetting criteria that rejects models that don't fall into that vetting criteria. Okay, and so you have basically a set of models, and then they do an assessment which gives you a statistical in statistical language, saying that the median is so much, right? So you have all these numbers that you must have seen that are also used by the media to say 95% reduction in coal required, right? 40%, 43% reduction in emissions required. These are median numbers of a scenario set, which is not actually a statistical sample. So they have no business giving you a median. Right? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just some of the numbers to summarize what Tejal was saying about what was called for and what was vetted.
And the question is, are there other kinds of models? There are other burden sharing models. Nobody said that you have to decide what happens at the global level by going into the pixel level details of where CDR has to happen, right? We can decide, we can have a global burden sharing model without detailed 10,000 equations on trade and things like that. It's possible. Carbon budgets, what Arvindan presented, is like that. But the vetting criteria makes sure that these models stay out of the assessment of the global scenarios.
Am I right about that?
It's actually worse than that. It's worse than that because the same guys are sitting in the discussion on what is to be done next. They attend what are called scoping meetings. They attend what are called workshops. Then they go away and they sit in proposal presentations with the EU typically, or Japan, etc., where they get the money to do this work. And then the same people publish, the same people are authors in the IPCC, and they just get a pass-through on journals like Nature, etc. And not only that, they are on the editorial boards in some journals. In other cases, they have the money to publish it under this so-called open access, where if you pay $1,000, you can get published, or $300 or whatever. So it's
Researchers can't do that? Pay to put it out in open access?
or at $2,000 if I had for open access, I'll run a conference like this. So-
Could be, Tejal, if you can, in the mind, say about that number which we 12 to 1,200 to. But just say if you he was asking.
Part of the global assessment is only 1,202 scenarios. How of the scenarios either cannot be assigned a warming level because they don't go up to 2,100, or they don't fit the weighting criteria, which means they don't have an underlying model, etc., etc. So that's this thing. And Arvindan did answer that question, that all of these scenarios come from around 21, the ones that are assessed in the assessment that he showed. The 556 scenarios corresponding to 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius. They all come from about 21 models, not about 21 models. All those 21 models, except for one, which is in Brazil, all of them are developed in the global north. The one in Brazil is also an offshoot of one of the models that is developed in the EU. And only 6% of the scenarios come from that particular model. Everything else is from the global north. This is the IIMs are computationally complex, made more so because of the vegetation models, because you have to go to you're looking at where land-based mitigation and where sinks are by pixel by pixel. Yeah. And this thing is that, I referred to it a little bit in that first presentation, that you see the way in which they have regional classification. They don't do Annex 1, non-Annex 1. So UNFCCC classification is out. They do geographical classification. Yeah, not even World Bank classification is there, which is in fact better than these. They do a geographical classification. And the only place where they do an economic classification is in the case of the OECD. Right? So it's only the OECD economies that are economies. The rest of us are geographies. The rest of us are important for our forests. They are the economies. You might have a China that's manufacturing for the world. You might have an India that is a digital powerhouse. But eventually we are just forests. We are just a bunch of forests that are supposed to absorb things. The economies are really the OECD. So, Raman and I were speaking about how this is a modern manifestation of colonial anthropology.
That's one part of it. The second part of it, the alternatives are very slim. The scientific community, on the one hand, is thoroughly embarrassed. They're completely embarrassed, and you can see this on social media, especially Twitter. We've had a huge reception on Twitter, and it's not like we are Shah Rukh Khan, but everybody who's anybody in the IPCC knows of this. It is well known in negotiation circles. But Whether they will act on it or whether they will openly own up to changing the way it works, that number can be counted currently on the fingers of two hands, less than 10. So that's where we are. The other possibility is to develop our own models, but that's work, but it's something we have to do. That's like about anything else. I mean, it's not we are not unique in this.
Uh, we'll quickly move to our next speaker, Mr. Indrajit Bose. He's currently associated with Climate Action Network International as a global policy lead. He's trained as a journalist and has worked on policy research and advocacy in the areas of sustainable development and climate change over the past 15 years. He has a postgraduate degree in sustainability from University of Leeds. Prior to joining Climate Action Network International, Indrajit has worked with Third World Network for nearly a decade. He has an in-depth understanding of international climate change policy, politics, and diplomacy. He's passionate about advocating for equity and climate justice and securing the rights of the people in the global south. He has closely followed UNFCCC, IPCC, and GCF processes and has written papers on range of issues, including climate-linked migrations. We welcome you, Mr. Indrajit Bose, for your interesting topic, the story of climate finance.
Okay, it seems I have a very little time before the panel begins, but I'll try and give you basically the lay of the land. And Ambassador Tirumurthy has really helped in that regard because he's already made a lot of the points that I was going to make. So climate finance is a story of broken promises at the end of the day, and shifting of responsibilities from the developed countries to the developing countries. So the premise, we've been talking of the convention and the Paris Agreement. So where does all this come from? So the convention essentially, Article 4.3 says that the developed countries shall provide financing. So it places the legal obligation on developed countries to provide financing to developing countries for mitigation and adaptation. So I think this is something that is 1992, this is the cornerstone. The reason developing countries are talking about finance even today is because of what the world signed up to back in 1992 and sort of reaffirmed in 2015 under the Paris Agreement. So these are some of the articles that are very important to keep in mind in terms of understanding where the developing countries are coming from. I'm not going to go through all this, but the bottom line is developed countries are legally mandated to provide finance. Similarly, in the Paris Agreement, developed countries shall provide. Now, in this legal language, shall is a legal obligation, very strong language. Should is a bit weaker. May, might, whatever, it's there. They get weaker and weaker. So, Paris Agreement essentially reaffirmed the commitment that was there in the convention, and it was very clearly laid out that developed countries shall provide financial resources to assist developing countries. Article 9.2 says other parties are encouraged to provide. So there is a differentiation being made between developed countries and other countries, which means developing countries. So while developed countries have a legal obligation, I'm stressing on this because this is important to understand, and other countries who have basically been encouraged. So it's a voluntary contribution at best, when they want, if they want, but they don't have to. Similarly, developed countries should continue to take the lead in mobilizing climate finance from a wide variety of sources, noting the significant role of public funds. Now, developed countries have been asked to take the lead. The importance of public funds sources has been underscored. Now, all of these countries have basically signed on, all countries, including the developed countries, they have signed on to these agreements. But when it comes to implementation, like we saw in so many presentations about, shifting the goalpost and not fulfilling commitments, walking out of commitments, uh, walking out of agreements. So similarly, climate finance, I think, because it cuts across, it's a cross-cutting issue. It impacts climate, it impacts mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, technology, transparency when what countries have to, report on what they are doing and on climate action, etc. So climate finance is cross-cutting. Where are the key political fights? So till now, there is no definition of climate finance. There is no agreed definition of climate finance. Developed countries have not engaged in this discussion and they want to keep it vague so that they can't be held accountable. Having a definition would then make accountability much easier to essentially judge whether money that developed countries are claiming as climate finance is climate finance or not. Then sources of finance, again, I've showed you, the Paris Agreement, which puts an emphasis on public funds, public sources, but in the negotiations, developed countries will do anything to get out of their obligation and say that, oh, the private sector is going to take care of, the world. Whereas, pick up any report, any data, private sector barely invests in adaptation. So, things like that. Then, of course, there are instruments. That's another key area of fight. What developing countries stress on is that climate finance should be made available in the form of grants. However, the developed countries want loans because the loans are then again repaid back to them. Okay. Then availability of climate finance itself is a huge contention. There is, the 100 billion per goal by 2020 pledge that was made back in 2009. And then Paris sort of extended it up to 2025. Then there is the replenishment of Green Climate Fund. There are a host of other funds in the UNFCCC's architecture where how much money is actually available for developing countries to use. I think that's another big area of debate and discussions in the UNFCCC. Then recognition of the needs of developing countries. I think this is something, because of the convention, because of the historical responsibility, because of the legal obligation of developed countries, it's mentioned in the convention that climate finance has to be commensurate with the needs of developing countries, needs and priorities of developing countries. And after 25 years, finally, there has been the first needs determination report by the UNFCCC system, where they said that $5 to $11 trillion is required by 2030. And this is just accounting for 30% of needs that were costed. So you can imagine the scale of needs that developing countries have to tackle the climate crisis. Access to climate finance is another area of fight where whether it is easy access, whether it's, too much of bureaucratic processes and hassles to go through institutions. The World Bank may not recognize some countries. The UN institute, the UNFCCC's climate finance institutions will not provide funding to some countries because there are human rights violations going on there, or there's terrorism issues there. So they bring all kinds of issues when it comes to access, right? So then, of course, Ambassador Tirumurti mentioned about, the balance between funding for mitigation and adaptation. It's supposed to be 50-50. It's not 50-50. You read the reports by the Standing Committee on Finance, which is a technical body of the UNFCCC, and nearly 74 to 76% of climate finance goes to mitigation. barely 22% goes to adaptation. Now there's also this category called cross-cutting, where you don't know how much is mitigation and how much is adaptation. So when you actually drill down and look at how much money adaptation is receiving, it's really, really less. And the balance, of course, it's very, very imbalanced. Loss and damage finance. Now, after 30 years of, developing countries and civil society organizations advocating for a loss and damage fund under the UNFCCC system, they finally got a breakthrough at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh last year, which is supposed to be operationalized this year. I'm going to talk more about it, but maybe in the panel due to lack of time. So that's another area which I will, get into. Now, the politics of $100 billion is what? I think in 2 sentences. The OECD comes out with reports every year, and they say that, oh, we've reached, they started with, oh, we've reached 60 billion. We reached 70 billion. The last report was, I think, 2 years ago, which was, they said they've reached 82 billion. Now, this year, they'll say, oh, we've reached 100 billion, right? What does Oxfam report say? Oxfam analyzed the same, numbers and said that out of this 100 billion, actually maybe 20 billion has been realized, right? And out of that, 20 billion also, 50% is loans. So the 100 billion goal, and the goal itself was pulled out of the hat. It was not like arrived at through a scientific process of what developing countries need. This number is not based on the needs of developing countries. So there is a new process now underway to determine a new finance goal. But this is the politics of 100 billion goal. So when you hear stories or reports that 100 billion goal has been met, please ask the question, okay, what is the grant component? What is the loan component? How are you exactly saying that the 100 billion has been met, right? Then Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement, I'm not going to go into it because Meena is going to go into it in the panel right after this. I said setting a new finance goal that is supposed to be set by 2025, and there are negotiations happening around that. And developing countries are basically saying that the stress has to be on the needs and priorities of developing countries. Now, reporting related, when countries have to report on what actions they're taking on climate change. What developing countries have basically been asking for is how resources are new and additional. Please explain to us, developed countries, new and additional meaning over and above the official development assistance that developing countries get, right? How the information reflects a progression. So these are provisions in the Paris Agreement. So whatever you've provided, let's say in 2020, what you're providing in 2022, how is it more than what was in 2020? So these, when countries report, the metrics should be clear enough for us to determine these things. Then information on financial instruments. This is something that developing countries wanted during negotiations back in 2018 in Katowice, that they wanted to include loan repayments by developing countries. But yeah, but it didn't fly because the developed countries didn't agree. The debt burden of developing countries is coming up in a big way in discussions right now, where developing countries are putting their foot down and saying that climate finance should not further lead to our indebtedness. We will not accept it. Already said, unfulfilled promises, developed countries, there's a lot of grandstanding in the process. When these high-level events are organized, people come and they say that, oh, I pledge 100 million, 200 million, 500 million to the adaptation fund. What happens a year later? Nothing, right? So they grab the limelight by saying that, oh, we have pledged so much money, but pledging does not mean money actually getting translated into the kitty, in the funds kitty. Then, of course, there's shifting of responsibilities and the ambition support linkage, which I think you'll hear in the panel more, that for developing countries to increase their mitigation ambition or to do more, they need support. And this is a link that both the convention and the Paris Agreement has established. The more I can do will depend on the support, more support that I get. But for developed countries, they divorce these two issues. Let's talk about mitigation. Let's not talk about finance. Developing countries, you need to do more on mitigation. Okay, I won't get into it, but these are some of the funds: Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund, Least Developed Countries Fund, Special Climate Change Fund, and Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency. So all of these funds suffer from, the same political fights and issues that I mentioned. Now, quickly, I'll just spend maybe 2 minutes on the Green Climate Fund. I think what is important to here is to emphasize is the Green Climate Fund is an operating entity of the financial mechanism of the convention, which means that whatever principles and provisions of the convention will apply to this institution as well. Now, okay, I don't have much time, but I will just say, I think the most important thing about Green Climate Fund is it has an equal board. It has 24 members, 12 developing countries and 12 developed countries. The biggest fight in the Green Climate Fund is developed countries don't like the fact that developing countries have an equal say in decision making as them. Right? And this is where all the different kinds of fights begin. So you see, so far 7.3 billion has been committed, 228 projects approved. Mitigation is 48%, adaptation is 42%. It has improved of late. Most of the projects are by international entities. GCF second replenishment is underway. We'll see where how much money GCF is people are pledging to the GCF. Now, for the initial resource mobilization, I think it's important to point out that the United States committed $3 billion. Of the $3 billion, it provided just $1 billion. And then Mr. Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement, right? In the first replenishment period of the GCF, which was from 2029 to 2023, the United States has not provided any contribution. Yet, it is sitting as the co-chair of the fund for this year, sitting on the replenishment discussions. The irony of it. Again, I won't go into all of the typical fights, but I think the equal board is the biggest fight, which leads to all other fights in the GCF, where developed countries think that they are, donors. And developing countries typically do not like this term donors because you're not donating. This is not charity. You owe us a climate debt and you are paying for the climate debt. The only point where I think I would like to differ from Ambassador Tirumurthy is that, there is plenty money available. I think it's the intent. When it comes to when developed countries have a problem, they get money, right? To address their recovery packages, fossil fuel subsidies, bank bailouts, etc., right? And I think this is a reality that we all need to contend with. Now, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with mitigation, like what Tejal said this morning, that they are suffering an energy crisis, so it's okay to shut down a wind farm and go back to coal. Okay, it's a matter of convenience. It's not that there isn't enough money. There's plenty money. They just choose not to give it to developing countries because their responsibility is involved here. These are some of the key finance issues for COP28. There's the $100 billion goal. The definition of climate finance will come up. Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement, Meena is going to talk about it. There is a report on doubling adaptation finance, which will play a crucial role in the COP in terms of whether money has been doubled or not. There is, what kind of guidance is given to the Green Climate Fund, etc., etc. There is an information under Article 9.5, which is really important. So under Article 9.5 of the Paris Agreement, developed countries are supposed to provide public resources, supposed to indicate what kind of resources they will be committing to developing countries. These reports are all available online. So this is a year when the 9.5 reports of developed countries will be compiled, and there will be workshops and there'll be decisions on these. Now, just last slide, some tips to follow climate finance meetings, since all of you are journalists here. Most of the climate finance meetings, the subcommittee meetings are webcast. So it'll be good if you can follow the meetings, you can track positions of countries, read the submissions, they're all online, right? Then when it comes to climate finance, ask simple, basic questions, which will get you to the heart of the politics. If pledges, what is the action plan to fulfill them? What are the instruments of funding? Who will get the money? Who will benefit? How will the money be channeled? I think the answers to these questions will reveal the politics to you and give you a sense of who's coming from where. Thank you.
We are already short of time, so I think we can take one or two very short questions. And very quick.
So what we heard since morning is that developed countries are not funding such projects enough. Developing countries, they don't have enough funds for such initiatives. And there is a binary of sort. Like the corporate sector is also not coming on board. So as a climate researcher or an expert, what do you suggest is the way out? Can there be a way wherein the corporate sector and the government sector, that is the countries, the governments in power there, they could come on a common platform to kind of invest their energies and their efforts and their resources for the climate mitigation thing? How do you see that?
Yeah, so it's not that efforts have not been made. I think all of these, COPs have turned it.
But the meaningful objectives are not being achieved as an mandated in their objectives.
Yeah, so I think meaningful objectives or results have not been achieved because of the whole history of the climate negotiations and talks, where people don't deal in good faith. They promise something, they go back on the promise. There is a complete trust deficit in the process. Like you saw examples of the United States. They said US lifestyle is non-negotiable. We will till India and China come on board, we'll not join the Kyoto Protocol. They left, but they were part of the architecture of making it, but they left it eventually. Similarly, in the Paris Agreement, they left the Paris Agreement, but in the creation, I mean, after the Paris Agreement was signed on and was agreed to in 2015, the next 3 years was spent finalizing the rules of the Paris Agreement. The US was not a party to the Paris Agreement, but it still intervened in all the rulemaking processes, trying to weaken them, right? So where is the trust? And then, of course they come back. But so there is a serious lack of good faith that on the part of the developed countries. But that doesn't mean that developing countries, no, what I want to say is that I think when developing countries have come together, 134 countries under the group of 77 in China, they have made huge difference. The reason Loss and Damage Fund was possible because the whole G77 in China came together, right? But there are also a lot of divide and rule tactics that developed countries play, especially the European Union. They have their colonial hangover and legacy, which they try and divide different groups in developing countries to say, hey, I'm going to give you this much money. Why don't you agree with me? Or maybe, I'm going to give you so much money. Why don't you disagree with your partners, right? So it's, yeah, I mean, I'd suggest really that, the green climate fund board meetings are all webcast. If you can follow one meeting, you'll get the sense of, you'll be really surprised and, if I'm not mistaken, also angry. Yes, Dr. Bhatt.
Just three quick comments. One is, in this whole backdrop, when the money is not forthcoming, at least the concerns have to be raised. So from the developing country side, generally, the concern is about new and additional, as you rightly said, about adaptation being the overwhelming concern, as Mr. Tirumurthy pointed out. So adaptation-centric funds, and then also there has to be, they have to be from public sources, not just private sources. That's what you said. And the last concern for developing countries is the scale, scope, and speed. Those three S. My second point is this NCQG, which you said, what was it? New collective quantified goal. Why can't we put up the carbon budget argument as we were discussing in the morning and say that this is the debt owed to the developing countries by the developed countries, because the greenhouse gases, they live for that long, and there is a whole argument, and now this is not an abstract number, this is there in the IPCC AR6 report. So that is, and in terms of accessing funds, whenever a developing country wants to access a fund, one should always remember, and this is out of donkey years of government experience, that it should be projects on ground, not consultancy report retained in LB. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. And just two points that I'd like to, I think, supplement to what Dr. Bhatt said. So as far as the NCQG is concerned, it's new collective quantified goal on climate finance. Now, the way developed countries are spinning it is, they're saying that because it's collective, developing countries should also contribute to the goal, in complete contravention to the convention and the Paris Agreement articles. The contribution by developing countries is voluntary at best, right? Now, they are saying that now if developing countries don't contribute, so unless we are clear on the contributor base of the discussions, we can't move ahead with this. So
that is where the argument of carbon budget becomes very important, that it is no longer an abstract number. This is what you owe to us. My very last point, which I could not complete, is that you talked about several decisions on finance. There are several tracks which are happening. So of the one which I immediately noticed was something which was there in COP8, which was held in Delhi, the Special Climate Change Fund. What happens is, if you people don't keep a track, then these decisions also get retired. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. So I think the the Kyoto Protocol CDM mechanism pretty much failed because of the low prices of the carbon credits, and yet there is this humongous pressure to resolve the climate issue through markets. And there is an Article 6 mechanism where a certain percentage of the share of proceeds will go for adaptation. Now, actually, the loss and damage, and that also came after a very huge fight. The developed countries were not really agreeing on that. But now in the adaptation and in the loss and damage fund discussions, developed countries are now suddenly saying that let's talk of innovative sources. And then we can always rely on Article 6 mechanisms, share of proceeds to fund the loss and damage fund. Now, so the developing countries are like, wait, it took us so much to even get, adaptation there. Now you're talking about including loss and damage, in that particular architecture. So it's very difficult. I think this whole carbon markets, and we as I think civil society organizations term it as a false solution. No real solutions will come out of it, and I think governments engaging in this whole space, they should really be a reality check, and they should open their eyes to this.
As a member of a civil society organization here, I am completely in agreement with you on carbon credits. And if it is carbon credits in agriculture, as somebody asked, my blood pressure goes up. That's when really my blood pressure rises. So thank you very much. We will break for a quick tea for 10 minutes. We'll be back in 10 minutes. I request you earnestly. Our colleagues on and guests on online have been waiting for us patiently, though they are also following the discussion. We'll be back in 10 minutes, guests, and we'll continue with the panel discussion. Thank you. Colleagues, let's get started for this session. Are there few more people? Piyush, is there a couple of participants outside? Can we have them in? So let's start. Just very quickly before I hand over the panel to the chair, very warm welcome to our colleagues for this panel. First of all, it's my great pleasure to introduce and welcome Dr. J.R. Bhatt. You have been hearing him at question time over the day. He retired from the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change as a scientific advisor a few months ago. At the time of his retirement, I believe he was the senior most and most knowledgeable and experienced expert on climate biodiversity and such issues in the Government of India system. So we had, I think, I speak for Dr. Kanitkar and myself, we had the pleasure of working closely with him over the last few years, and my colleagues as well as part of our team. And it has been a fun journey and a great experience. So it's a particular pleasure to have him here. He's done all manner of things to do with climate and biodiversity. So I encourage you to talk to him in the spare moments, and you would certainly benefit. So thank you, Dr. Bhatt, for being here. It's not very easy to get him out of Delhi, so I take some credit for that. Dr. Kanitkar and Indrajit Bose, we have already, you're familiar with. We have great pleasure in having with us Mr. Hopefully he will be there, but before that, yes, Dr. Diego Balanza from the Office of the Vice Presidency of the State of Bolivia. Welcome, Dr. Balanza. He is head of negotiations for Bolivia at the UNFCCC, at the CBD, Convention on Biodiversity, and IPBES, which is the IPCC of biodiversity. So he's an anthropologist with a master's degree in natural resource and environmental policy, a PhD in public policy. Several of us know him very well as a wise and very hands-on leader of the LMDC coalition, the Like-Minded Developing Countries Coalition, for some years now at the UNFCCC. And he is a voice that is heard with great respect and attention across the world on issues of climate policy. We also have great pleasure in having with us Meena Raman, Head of Programs, Third World Network Malaysia, a friend of long standing and an extraordinary spokesperson for the cause of developing countries. So we again have been benefited by her insights and guidance over a very long period. We are proud to have been associated with this organization, and we look forward to working together for more years to come. The Third World Network, under guidance, is a unique source of information and analysis on climate and other issues. So I encourage all of you to follow them very carefully on their website and their bulletins that appear during major negotiating events. So welcome, Meena, to our panel. I know you have been also following us. Finally, we have great pleasure in inviting Dr. Andrew Makad, Senior Researcher, Energy Systems Research Group, University of Cape Town, South Africa, energy expert who is also an expert in climate policy, also takes part very actively in negotiations, has a number of studies to his credit. We had the pleasure of working with him, Dr. Kanitkar and myself, on an equity and sustainable development report, equitable access to sustainable development report by the basic countries, which was released at Durban, somewhat overshadowed by later proceedings, but that was a great event, and Dr. Makad was very much party to our work. So welcome again, Dr. Andrew. So I hand over to Dr. Bhatt. But just before we begin, as a sort of guideline to how we will, Dr. Bhatt will run this, we suggest that there will be two rounds, a third if there is time. We leave it to your judgment, Dr. Bhatt. In the first, that we could look at some of the main issues that will come up in the negotiations at COP28. In the next round, we could, after a bit of Q&A, or perhaps together, we could elaborate on the positions of developing countries. And we would also request in a second or third round, we deal with the vexed issue of global targets. Okay? Do they make sense? In what sense do we take them seriously? How we should push back? And we have a panel that is very dedicated to also the theme of equity and climate justice. And we hope we will hear specially from Diego from Bolivia on this issue. So thank you, and over to you, Dr. Bhatt.
Thank you, Jayaraman. And let me at the outset thank all those who have joined this, all the participants. A great thank you, and thank you to also those who are joining offline, and you have been waiting for quite a lot of time. So, as Jayaraman said, we will have 3 rounds, but I find that the 3 rounds, there would be overlap also. So maybe we have round 1 where we talk of main agenda. Round 2, we are saying main issues of interest for developing countries. And then round 3 is what has been listed as global targets. We want to glean your views on global targets like GGA, GST, so on and so forth. Renewable energy targets. So you will get about 4 to 5 minutes each speaker for each round. So our first round begins, and this is about main agenda items at COP28. And I have the pleasure of inviting, let us start with Dr. Diego Pacho Balenza. Dr. Sab, you have been a champion of equity, doyen of equity. Over to you. You take your 4-5 minutes and you say your perceptions about the main agenda items of COP28. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, it's really a pleasure to be here. Well, sharing with very old friends, Mina, Jayaraman, Tijal, Indrajit. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this very important dialogue. Well, in the COP28, of course, one of the key issues now is is the importance of the agenda beyond what the traditional topics of the agenda are. Well, we know a agenda for the COP28 with the traditional issue related to mitigation, to adaptation, to loss and damage, finance, and so on. However, well, as you realize in the intersessional in Bonn, already one of the very key issues for the COP, for the SABSTA in Bonn was, well, the narrative of the agenda of the COP. And it's not precisely related regarding what the topics of the agenda are. But however, well, I think it is important also to see and what are the influence of the countries to trying to establish what is the narrative of each of the COP through the main issues of the agenda beyond what we traditionally we negotiate as parties. And I think, well, this COP is very important in first, regarding the issue of finance. Beyond adaptation and mitigation, the issue of finance is very important in each of the COPs. And well, what is the narrative that developed countries are trying to introduce officially into the agenda of the COPs? Well, precisely is an agenda which, well, is trying to dilute the financial responsibilities. And of course, they will, in this COP, try to open a specific way for the discussion of long-term finance, Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement, trying precisely to shift away their responsibilities from their commitments and obligations to provide finance from developed to developing countries to the way that, well, there is another track to get finance through the provision of finance through the private sector, the climate business, the carbon markets, the multilateral development banks aligned to the goals of the climate change and so on. So finance will be an important issue. The LMDC has also requested officially also to introduce the previous item that we did in the SABSTA to financing for the NDCs, the national determined contributions in the context of Article 4.5, doubling adaptation for finance. So the idea is not to have a finance discussion away from what are the obligations and commitments of developed countries. That's a very important issue. Another important things, of course, are related to the discussion of the topics on mitigation. Well, we will continue the work on the program. Work program on mitigation. This is also related to the global targets that, well, we are going to expand more time later on. But, well, mitigation is an important topic, but we want to discuss mitigation in the context of climate of climate justice, mitigation in the context of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Adaptation, of course, is also very important in this COP, the issue of the global goal on adaptation. We have so far several years discussing how we are going to implement the Paris Agreement in the context of adaptation, the GGA. And, well, we spent a lot of time in pushing issues of mitigation because that's the agenda of developed countries, but in the context of adaptation, which is part of the agenda of developing countries, well, developed countries have really tried to dilute, to water down, and not to have a very strong framework for implementing the GGA, which we very simply, because, well, the goal of the GGA should be related to the implementation of the national adaptation plans, fully including the means of implementation. But, well, that's another very important issue for this COP 2028. Of course, loss and damage is very key, having the structure operationalized for the loss and damage fund. But here the discussion is also related to finance. Who is going to provide finance for the loss and damage fund? For us, it's obvious. The response is obvious. The finance should be provided by developed countries through the commitments and responsibilities of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. But of course, this will be really also a complex discussion because, well, for some parties, that's not obvious. They don't want to work on the provision of finance through the operationalization of equity and CBDR. The just transition also is starting to well, we started on the process of framing the scope of the just transition program. Well, for developing countries, this is also very important. Should be a very important part of the agenda of our countries because the just transition is related to also to the operationalization of equity. CBDR should be related to the operationalization of means articulation of means of implementation to the context of equity and CBDR. In the context of climate justice. And for Bolivia, well, we are reintroducing in this discussion of the just transition a very old topic, which is, well, the transitions. Any transition at all should be related to the discussion, at least, of the International Tribunal of Climate Justice and Mother Earth, because we are talking about of a transition not only related a transition for human beings, should be also a just transition for the Mother Earth. I understand this is a more complex issue. I don't want to expand more in this, but well, this is also important for the plurinational state Bolivia. And I think, well, I'm going to stop here and well, provide more insights in the following rounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Diego. Thank you very much. And you rightly pointed out that in your last part of your intervention, how unjust is the so-called just transition. So very nice of you to have said about the main item 28. We have with us Dr. Madam Meena Raman, one of the most powerful speakers on climate justice, who has advocated like no other this important facet in the whole discussions on climate change. Over to you, Madam Meena.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. I don't have a doctorate, so I'm glad you corrected yourself. Very happy to be here online. I've been following the discussions. Absolutely wonderful. I just wished it was not just the Indian press, but we had the whole Global South media as well. Maybe that's a challenge for Jayaraman and Tejal and others. We should be doing this much more, especially in the run-up to COP. I'm so happy to also see, of course, Diego, my brother, who has been a strong voice of climate justice. And I was very happy to see Ambassador Tirumurthy in the room. It's a pity that I could not get to shake your hands, but very happy that you are in Chennai. I wish I could have joined you. Just to say that I want to, of course, all that we are saying will be completely echoing what everybody else has said right from the very beginning. And I think the context of equity has been very well put. I think one of the questions that you as media will say, see, you all condemn these processes and you say it's so terrible and developed countries are escaping and we've got more applications and less actually, commitment from developed countries being met. Then why on earth do we continue to negotiate? I think the obvious answer is that we have no choice. The point is that this is a global problem, and the only agreement in town in so far as climate change is concerned is the Framework Convention as well as the Paris Agreement. Now, before I just go into a little bit more detail about Article 2.1c, just to give you a flavor of what this is, because this animal is something that is new that we need to understand. I just like to say that coming out of Paris, we thought that the delicate balance of decisions arrived at would be honored as the years went by, but developed countries have not changed their stance. What was really terrible in the Bonn outcome was that at every track, they want to delete the references to the convention. So it's almost like shutting down pre-2020. Any pre-2020 gap, you can't talk about it. Everything just starts from the Paris Agreement, as Jayaraman and others have mentioned. They don't want to recognize the historical responsibility. Although the convention doesn't use the term historical responsibility, the convention talks about historical emissions. I'm sure Indrajit will shed light later in the discussions on the Transnational Committee on Loss and Damage, but the US was very, very explicit that the convention doesn't talk about historical responsibility. It's the fact of historical emissions is recognized. But at that time, the US had no knowledge that global warming will be an issue. So they could have, the emissions that they had caused does not cause any liability, does not cause any consequence. So that's what they're saying. So they had no knowledge. But that no knowledge, when did they first have knowledge? 1990 at Rio, 1992 in Rio, when they have since the hard-fought battle in the Earth Summit, where CBDR was recognized, equity was recognized, but they don't want to recognize this. So Indrajit will say more about the big battle that is there. But what's happening now is that common but differentiated responsibility is being replaced. They don't say it, but this is what they talk about, common and shared responsibility. So as Jayaraman has already pointed out, the Paris Agreement is about nationally determined bottom-up approach. So that for mitigation, it's an aggregating of all the targets of all countries. And then many of these reports that come out talk about the emissions gap. But in talking about the emissions gap, they do not look at historical emissions or the context. So the global stocktake, which I'm sure Andrew will talk about, and I look forward to hearing from him. Now, it's going to be so political and so contentious. This is the biggest outcome of COP28, apart from the loss and damage fund outcome. Now, the global stocktake is about taking a collective stock of the progress on how to, whether the Paris Agreement objectives and purposes were achieved, hugely contentious. And so we have to be united as developing countries if we are to get where we want to go. Otherwise, it will be a complete thrashing of all the history of commitments that they want to wipe out. And finally, just to give you a flavor of the Article 2.1c discussion, now Ambassador Tirumurthy alluded to this. Now, what is this animal called Article 2.1c? Before I go to that, we all know that Article 2.1a, that is about the temperature goal. Article 2.1b is about the global goal in adaptation. And Article 2.1c is about making finance flows consistent with the pathway of low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. Now, nobody understands what this is, what 2.1c is. It was so innocuous. We all, when we went back to look at the history, because there was a meeting in Bangkok, and some of us were battling it out as to what exactly this means. And so when we looked at the history, what happened was in the Road to Paris Agreement, there was a chapter 9 on finance. So we're discussing finance. And in the finance proposals, the developing country proposals were what is today called the Article 9 commitments. The obligation, as Indrajit highlighted, the obligation for developed countries to provide and mobilize the finance, and others voluntarily doing so. The reason why that came in, as you all know, developed countries were pushing so hard for commitments to come from developing countries, especially what they call the major emitters, or what we don't like in that major nonsense. But anyway, so finally, the developed country proposal for this making finance flows consistent with the pathway was also in the section on finance. It got extracted and put as the purpose of the Paris Agreement. So now since last year, this has been the obsession of developed countries. As Andrew may allude to you, I'm not sure, but those of us who were in Bonn when we watched the discussions on, just to discuss what are the elements of the global stocktake, the Article 2.1c occupied almost 3 hours out of the 4-5 hours that was negotiated on the elements of a decision. So developed countries want to escalate Article 2.1c, and maybe I will reserve this for the next round, because I'll keep your appetite, whet your appetite to want to listen more as to why this animal and what is behind this. So I'll come back to that. So this is just the introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meena Madam. Thank you very much once again. And thank you for saying that, contextualizing that future is in a realm of conjecture and past has been an act of over-excessive consumption patterns of the developed countries, the tragic fruits of which we are seeing and bearing today. And the point where you left about 2.1c, worry of all developing nations is that this would be used by the MDBs while giving finance. So very rightly pointed out the main issues. Thank you very much. We have with us Dr. Andrew, Senior Researcher, Energy Systems Research Group, University of Cape Town, South Africa. Over to you, Dr. Andrew, for your points on what is the expectation of majority of the global community from this COP28 and the main agenda items.
Great. Thanks very much, and it was a pleasure to be in these discussions. I mean, a lot of this has been very well covered by previous speakers, so I'm going to focus a little bit on Africa and African countries and their expectations. I spend the time that I do on the international negotiations as part of a group of technical negotiators that coordinate negotiations across the continent. And Africa is a very diverse continent. We have 55 signatories to the UNFCCC, 33 of which are LDCs. We have members of almost every major negotiating group in the South. And Africa is also a country that is, I mean, a continent that it has roughly the same population as India, actually, at the moment, and it's extremely vulnerable to climate change. Aside from maybe South Africa, I think Africa has had very little to do with historical emissions, but we will bear most of the brunt of that. As previous speakers have pointed out, I think we're in quite a difficult geopolitical situation at the moment for developing strong multilateral responses, and both after COP27 and also within, given the current geopolitical situation, the session in Bonn, preparing for COP28 was extremely polarized. And in fact, for those of you who are there, you'll remember that we actually only really opened the session the day before it closed because of very deep divisions on the agenda, et cetera, et cetera. There are a number of reasons for this. Particularly around finance, I think the US at the moment is sort of domestically paralyzed, and this is having an impact on everyone else. Also, there's this, as Mina has very eloquently outlined, 21C is being floated as a kind of the core of the finance discussion by the North. Markets are being promoted in the same way, and everything except basically Article 9. The multilateral process, I mean, even though it's flawed and we have a lot of issues with the way it unfolds, it's still vastly better than what we would have without the multilateral process, particularly for countries in the South. From an African point of view, we obviously have a very strong interest in a strong emissions outcome in terms of avoiding as much climate change as we can. But having said that, we also have a very strong interest in every single pillar of the Paris Agreement. And since we are no longer going to avoid significant climate change, it makes the adaptation and loss and damage pillars supported by finance very, very important. The interesting thing I think about COP28 is that across the agenda, we are reconsidering quite broad swathes of the regime. And the first one, I think, that is of importance to Africa and the rest of the South is the question of the global goal and adaptation. And we have been very involved in trying to get an outcome on that, which is very clear and very detailed. And it's been highlighted very clearly in the global stocktake that the stocktake actually can't really do its job properly on adaptation because we there has been such resistance since 2015 in actually elaborating what the global goal involves. And the outcome at COP28, assuming that we get an outcome on this, will be extremely important. And what happened at COP27 on this was quite interesting in that on the one hand, we made a very important step in relation to loss and damage regarding the fund, but in adaptation, the GGA, we actually went backwards, we think. And there was a really bizarre event where in the last 3 hours of Sunday morning, the text on this, which was eventually tabled for adoption, had actually gone back 3 days from where it was at the end, and we still don't understand what happened. But what we have at the moment is not a particularly good outcome from COP27, although it's very important that there was an outcome. And it's very important that we have a very strong outcome on this at COP28. The other significant thing about adaptation is that there are work programs on almost everything else in the agreement except for adaptation after the GGA process is concluded. And so there will be a vacuum in the process regarding adaptation at that point. On mitigation, I mean, it's very obvious that we need a step change of some kind, but there is no current solution that is being put forward that is workable. The discussion is being divorced to the extent possible by the North from the questions about support and the multilateral process that will, allegedly fund this. And we can't really have an outcome on mitigation without having some clear idea about where the money will come from for all of this. Much of the investment to stay on the pathway, and we'll talk a little bit about what this means later, will need to take place in the South, and the South is Africa, and other continents in the South are now heavily indebted after COVID. Which is also why the reform of the Bretton Woods institutions is so important. And almost all African countries weren't actually at the process that set up all those institutions at the time. The just transition for us is the point at which mitigation and finance meet in the middle. And so what we actually do in that work program is extremely important, and that is theoretically part of the outcome at COP28. And for us, this will tie a whole lot of things together, including sustainable development, the investment in a decarbonization pathway that is focused on our development, and also how this is going to be financed. Then there's the long-term finance goal. And the interesting thing about the non-GST things which will conclude at COP28 are that mitigation, theoretically, we will have a decision at COP28, but more work after that. The just transition will only just start then. Adaptation, theoretically, we'll have the GGA decision, etc. But the finance goal is out of sync with all of those things. So we're discussing that separately, which is not great. The great thing about the GST and the outcome from the GST is that it's the only thing that will really integrate all of these different elements in the system. And the problem at the moment is obviously that there are different views on how that integration should work. All the same kind of sort of underlying tensions are now emerging in the discussion about what that GST outcome would look like, and that includes the extent to which the finance discussion is joined up with the other pillars of the Paris Agreement, and also what the emphasis is. And there's obviously already tension between the North and the South about whether this is a mitigation-centric outcome or whether it's encompasses all of those other parts of the process. Then there's the question about what happens after that, and how we take whatever comes out of the GST into the processes that will unfold over the next 3 or 4 years, and particularly around the next round of NDCs. Just one thing about the 21C, and that the main, our take on this is that the 21C discussion is not necessarily futile in itself, but what is futile is the attempt that is being made at the moment to completely divorce it from Article 9. And our take on this is that it obviously should include Article 9, and that should be the center of it. Anyway, thanks very much.
We have with us Dr. Tejal Kanitkar. Dr. Kanitkar, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt, and thank you to all the previous speakers. It's very good to see everybody, Meena, Diego, and Andrew. And it's a pity that you weren't here so that we could all meet. But at least we can meet virtually. It's a little difficult to go after all of them because a lot of the points have already been covered. So I just try and add to a little bit without sort of going agenda item by agenda item. The one issue, of course, is that overwhelmingly for the last 2 years, there has been a concerted effort by developed countries, and this has been said throughout the day. I think you've had perhaps an overdose of it. A concerted effort by developed countries to undermine equity in different ways, undermine differentiation in different ways in every room across any agenda item. Even in the science, technical agenda items, etc., you have an undermining of equity, going to the extent of saying there's no definition of equity. We cannot include references to equity, and so on and so forth. The new sort of salvo is that equity, in fact, is a barrier to ambition. If you have equity, you will not be able to have ambition for 1.5. So you trade off, you have to want ambition, you have to trade off all discussions on equity. And, this is, of course, the question of urgent action, declaring climate emergency, ambition, etc., is important for a large number of developing countries as well. It's important for us that we have urgent action on climate change. It is important for, the small island states. It is important for the LDCs. A lot of us are very vulnerable to climate change. And so it is in our interest to get urgent action for climate change. But this false binary between equity and ambition, it has no basis in science. Right? But this is something that is regularly put forth, and it is going to continue, especially now in the context of the GST. The GST is supposed to be on the basis of equity and the best available science. This is the language of the Paris Agreement, Article 14, on the basis on which the GST, the global stock take, is supposed to happen. The first one will be at COP28, right? Of course, what is the best available science? We've just had discussions about IPCC and the IPCC scenarios in the previous session. It is very clear that there is no equity in what is considered the best available science by the global community. So if you equate the IPCC to the best available science, it means you're saying that science without equity is acceptable. Science is quote unquote science without equity is acceptable. These scenarios, these targets that are being imposed on the world do not consider equity. In fact, forget equity. They perpetuate levels of global poverty for a majority of the global South, and in fact project increasing hunger even in the global South into the future. And this is acceptable because it is ambitious, and it is still the best available science, right? And so this becomes a major problem. So whether you use these scenarios as benchmarks against which equity should be measured is a serious question. This was a part of discussions, the technical dialogue that happened across in the context of the global stock take, and is going to be one of the contentious issues, in my opinion, going forward in COP28. Whether you use the IPCC scenarios as benchmarks. And these are scenarios that are used, speaking to a bunch of journalists, and I'm not sure how many of you all have read the full report of the IPCC, but I'm sure because Indian papers, foreign press carried the numbers that came out of the IPCC report: 43% reduction in GHG emissions by 2030, net zero by 2050, 95% reduction in coal, 60% reduction in oil, 40% reduction in gas. Those numbers were splashed across headlines all over the place. Nobody sort of questioned where those numbers came from. Why 95% coal and 40% gas? Why not 80% gas and 60% coal? Where is the coal being reduced? Where is the gas being reduced? So those questions are not being asked. And so the question is, if you accept these global targets, does it mean you accept what the basis on which these global targets are arrived at, and the basis is patently inequitable. Right? So that is one, and this is the context in which pre-2020 also is an important demand ask of developing countries in the GST. The global stocktake, while it is under the Paris Agreement, so the argument from developed countries is because it's under the Paris Agreement, it should not be assessing anything that happened pre-2020. So the world begins in 2020. And we've said repeatedly, of course, that that makes no sense. It makes no scientific sense. It makes no logical sense to say that the world begins in 2020. We wouldn't be having this discussion of urgency. We wouldn't be having this discussion of declaring an emergency, etc., if we weren't already at 1.1 degrees Celsius, 1.09 degrees Celsius, right? So that is, I think, one issue under the GST, of course. On adaptation, I think much has been said, and this is, it's very clear that developed countries do not want any concrete goals for adaptation. They want to keep it nebulous, want to keep it vague. Developing countries want concrete targets. This, however, is also being used to sneak in mitigation as adaptation targets. Now, this we have seen, of course, even in the IPCC. The IPCC, again, becomes one of the issues here. If you have a global goal on adaptation that is full of terminology like transformational adaptation, maladaptation, limits to adaptation, all of this links mitigation to adaptation. And the United States said very clearly in their statement at Bonn that the best strategy to adapt is to mitigate. The best way to the best way you can adapt to climate change is to mitigate and limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So ambition is the route to adaptation. So they really don't want to speak about adaptation. Any discussion on adaptation is likely to become about mitigation, because maladaptation is any adaptation action that causes an increase in emissions or that causes some kind of change in ecosystems, even if it is even if it is human shelters, providing irrigation, all of this is maladaptation. Transformational adaptation is anything that doesn't transform systems so that they don't also mitigate, is not transformational adaptation, but only incremental adaptation. So that's bad. Limits to adaptation is beyond a certain temperature rise, you cannot adapt. Human systems, and Jayaraman spoke about this quite a lot, human systems and ecosystems are equated, and both cannot adapt. So unless you mitigate, you cannot adapt. So all of these concepts in adaptation, in the science of adaptation, are being linked to mitigation. And we must be very careful, I think, in the global goal on adaptation, as well as in the GST, of how we define these goals. And while it is important that we have concrete goals, we must not let this become another mitigation agenda altogether again. So that's true. And the last point that I wanted to make was about about just transitions. What are the different elements? And I think Diego spoke about this right at the beginning, that it is in effect, what we are talking about should be a global just transition, not just transition simply in terms of national economies. A global just transition means a concrete operationalization of the principle of equity and CBDRRC. Because what transition are we talking about for economies that are not even carbonized? You're not talking about a move from being a carbonized economy to an uncarbonized economy. That is true for developed countries that have systems in place, that have highly carbonized systems of production in place. For countries which have 1/4, 1/10, sometimes 1/50th, sometimes 150th times the energy consumption of developed countries, the transition is to higher energy consuming systems. You have, the entire process. I mean, I'm a student of energy studies, and, I studied energy transitions in a very different way. The fact how human society reduced drudgery, reduced manual labor by depending on energy systems to transfer some of that work, right? And this is how in developing countries we've thought about energy transitions, about making modern energy available so that we can increase women's labor force participation, etc., etc. But all of these discussions go out of the window. Now transitions are only about decarbonization. But what does a transition mean for a developing economy that is not even carbonized? So it's what decarbonization are we talking about? And the other thing is it only gets the very limited focus on work. Fact that you are going to, because you're going to transition out of coal to some other form of energy, there is a large workforce that is involved in the fossil fuel sector that's going to be impacted. And that is where the focus of just transition should be. But for developing countries, and Andrew said this, I think, quite clearly, for developing countries, it is the context of sustainable development, the needs, the energy planning within the countries that they define themselves. The questions of energy security are not just important for Europe. Whether it is times of war or no war, energy security and energy affordability is a continuous and perpetual problem for developing countries. So this must be sort of remembered when we talk about just transitions. Eradicating poverty is an important element. And that is the context in which we must think, I think, about global just transitions. But there is this tension here about, nationally determined trajectories of just transitions versus a global just transition, which is also going to be something that is important. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Tejal. Very nicely contextualized that what about those who have not even carbonized? How do they decarbonize? Very important point. You hit the nail on the head. We have with us Mr. Indrajit Bose. Over to you, Mr. Indrajit Bose.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. And thank you to all the panelists. It's been great seeing you all virtually. And I share Tejal's sentiment. Would have been really nice if you were here in person. The last speaker in the first round, I think everything has been said already in terms of what are the key issues for COP28. Now, I think what I want to give you a perspective is that, COP28 will be under serious, media glaze. There will be announcements. This is the first ever global stocktake that's happening. And there'll be high-level events. There'll be announcements of very many different nature. And traditionally, this whole space is dominated by the Western media. It's their narrative that comes out. It's their stories that come out, mostly 8 out of 10 times, right? It's their stories that paint developing countries as villains, and they do not understand the developing country context and reality. So it is very important for you people as journalists, a huge responsibility to actually see things in their right perspective and get the voices of your people heard, or call out the politics that's happening there. Because it really gets to you, in these spaces. Like, for instance, you will see in this COP a lot of calls for, phase out fossil fuels, right? We as civil society are also going to say that, but we are going to say equitably phase out fossil fuels, which means developed countries take the lead, followed up by a just transitions plan, right? So this is the frame, but you will hear a lot of noise around, okay, phase out fossil fuels, all countries will have to phase out fossil fuels. But this is the time you have to ask questions that why are you, still investing in offshore projects, to the developed countries? Why are you shutting down renewable energy plants? Why are you going back to coal? So this whole energy politics that Tejal spoke about, and which will majorly feature in the mitigation work program, and there's something called the covering decision of the COP. So I think these are very key issues that we'll have to keep track of, and you as journalists have, like I said, a special responsibility. The other thing is, all these issues, mitigation, adaptation, finance, technology, loss and damage, all of these are interlinked. So I think if you look at that's why there is always a call by developing country groupings for balanced progress. don't just advance one issue. Everything is linked because not enough mitigation has happened, because the rich countries sat on their, basically did not respond, did not fulfill their promises. So that's why, the impacts grew. And because the impacts grew, there is now an issue of, that's why adaptation is important. And that's why now a global goal on adaptation is important. What Andrew said about the text being weaker at on the last day of COP27 is because all references to finance and support for adaptation were taken out. So that will be important. And now, whatever the politics around the term, but there are limits to adaptation. And that's where loss and damage features. So you can't say that, okay, let's just look at one issue. All of these issues are connected, so you'll have to look at it there. And also, we've had enough of, sort of lip service by developed countries that we'll do this and we'll do that. And, unless developing countries sort of, step up, we're not going to do anything. I think those kinds of narratives need to be called out. So the final thing I will say is on loss and damage as one of the key outcomes of the COP. And I think in the first round, I'm going to focus on just two areas. And in the next round, I'll come back to in more details to talk about the loss and damage fund. So in essence, the loss and damage discussion fund and funding arrangements discussion is around three or four areas. One is the fund itself. One is the existing funding arrangements that are in place. And the third is on sources of funding loss and damage. Now, the COP27, like I mentioned earlier in my presentation, established the loss and damage fund and new funding arrangements. A transitional committee was established to take on the work to take to the COP this time. To go to the COP this time with recommendations on how to operationalize the loss and damage fund and the funding arrangements. So in fact, the third transitional committee meeting got over yesterday, day before yesterday. It was in Dominican Republic. And the discussion there was just, there were, in fact, you can read the Third World Network updates that will be coming out on these issues. Capturing all the details of what happened in the negotiations. But just to highlight some of the issues, I'll stick to funding arrangements and sources right now. What the developed countries essentially are saying is there are many institutions that are already working on loss and damage funding. There are a lot of arrangements in place. Why? Let's capitalize that. Loss and damage is such an important issue. We need absolutely speed, to deliver funding to communities, to most vulnerable communities. And then there is the politics around vulnerability also. But they say that, but there is a huge existing system of, World Bank and, disaster institutions and humanitarian institutions that are already doing a lot of the work. Now, in fact, the United States said that what the fund should be doing is, what we as UNFCCC should be doing is telling the World Bank to change their policies. If they are not sort of exactly funding loss and damage, but they are working in the area, but they're not calling it loss and damage, why don't we ask them to change their policies? Now, the biggest question here is how UNFCCC is going to change the policies of an institution that is outside of the regime, right? So there is an issue of control here, So in effect, it's not going to happen. So they sound very sometimes they can sound very earnest that they care about an issue, but when they're saying this thing with the quote unquote same earnestness, the question to ask is, how will you ensure World Bank does what UNFCCC asks them to do? And there have been examples in the past where the World Bank has not responded to calls by the UNFCCC. So that is one area which is going to be an issue. Then as far as the sources of funding loss and damage is concerned, the big question of who will pay. Now, both the convention, Paris Agreement, like I said, that, it's the developed countries, make it very clear that developed countries have the obligation. Now, the United States came up with a proposal saying countries in a position to do so or ready to do so will provide financing for loss and damage. This was quite heavily contested in the transitional committee meeting that just ended. But this is not new. The developed countries have been trying the same thing over and over again, even in Paris, in the lead up to the Paris negotiations. It's like break the developed and developing country differentiation, because the world is not the same. Why? The world is not same because the world is, for them, is starting in 2020, right? So this was like this will play out, I think, in a big way. There is another fourth meeting of the transitional committee, but we know it's a very, very political issue. There's also a ministerial on loss and damage that is going to happen in September in New York. So we'll see how this issue plays out. The other thing is innovative sources. Developed countries are very, very gung-ho about innovative sources. Levies, emissions from shipping, aviation levies. Let's get that into the loss and damage fund. Let that be the source of funding. There is so much of requirement. There's so much of funding for loss and damage that we'll have to exploit and use every source of funding possible. But developing countries again have made it very clear that this is a historical issue. This is because of the historical emissions. That is why the 1.1 degree rise in temperatures what we see. Most of the 1.1 degree rise in temperatures due to historical emissions. Now, so you will have to pay. Now, what did the US responded, saying that last year, when the loss and damage was not even on the agenda of UNFCCC COP. It took developing countries, civil society organizations to come together and demand a loss and damage fund. The agenda, it was made an agenda with the understanding that they will not be talking about compensation. So the US comes now and in the transitional committee meeting and says that we are not willing to discuss historical responsibility at all. We are not willing to discuss common but differentiated responsibilities at all, because we agreed to the agenda item only because compensation is not involved. So what we are going to do is, this is a matter of cooperation for us. So these kinds of issues are going to play out very big in the COP, and there is a very, very strong interest by civil society organizations to ensure that this loss and damage fund is operationalized. Doesn't mean that we don't focus on adaptation, right? Doesn't mean that we don't focus on mitigation finance. Those are also equally important, but because of the lack of climate action, because of the lack of recognition to equity, the way it should have been recognized and operationalized, I think it's very important to focus on the developments on all the areas under negotiations.
Thank you, Indrajit, for your very brilliant intervention. We will take some questions very quickly in this first round. And I request the panelists to stay, those offline and with us. Any questions? Anybody wants to throw the first stone? We have the gracious presence of Ambassador Tirumurthy. I think we can discuss it now also. And with such good panelists, I am in good company, so I'll always request one of the panelists to answer. The question or the comment is the carbon border adjustment tax. What are the views on carbon border adjustment tax? And I would request maybe Madam Meena, you would like to take that question? whether this would prominently figure in the COP28, or this is something which is being anticipated or envisioned only bilaterally or in WTO? Would it also appear here?
Well, in the response measures discussion, there is an item called response measures. And there have been attempts to talk about the carbon border measures as unilateral actions which are not consistent with the convention. But the developed countries have always shut down that discussion. They say that the UNFCCC is not the space to discuss this. We have to discuss this in the WTO. And when you go to the WTO, in the WTO, there is a very unfair and process that is happening right now. So if you ask your trade negotiators, you will see that there is they will not want to discuss it, because what the EU and the other developed countries say is that this is within their jurisdiction to be able to do what they want to do. So this CBAMs are such an important topic. But of course, I think India, for instance, has played a leading role in the WTO countering this. I think it's your Commerce Ministry, and a lot of other countries are also joining in that. So we have to continue to fight this and say that this is unjust. This is really the unjust transition. In fact, we should bring that into the discourse of the just transition, because it's all about, they say that you haven't carbon priced, you don't have carbon pricing. So in fact, in the Article 2.1c, just to say, one of the conditions that they want to impose is that before countries can, or entities in developing countries can access any money, they have to have carbon pricing policies in place, they have to have carbon markets in place, they have to have net zero targets. All these conditionalities are coming down, top down, under the notion of what they call guiding frameworks for enabling conditions. So they talk about enabling environment, and in that enabling environment, all these international standards, practices are being imposed. We can talk about a little bit more there, but certainly CBAMs are really, really something that we have to denounce as unjust transition.
Thank you. Yes, madam, over to you. You have the mic? Or you will have to, panelists have to hear you.
Yeah, in line with CBAM, which is unilateral, something that EU is looking at. Also want to understand the discussion that happened in Paris, where there was talk of how to the Bridgetown Initiative. Where does that fit in, or does that fit in here at all? The reforms that are being called for all the MDBs to be able to make them more equitable, to make the voice of developing nations heard better there. At least that is what the Bridgetown Initiative has been talked about. Will that be part of, play any part in COP at all?
So any online panelists would like to respond to that? I'm sure, Madam Meena, you can very well handle this so-called, you said, Bridgetown Initiative?
Maybe I'll ask whether Andrew or Diego want to go first. If they don't, then I can step in.
Okay.
I'll say a few things, and then I'm sure Mina's got a much more detailed take on this. That this is, as Indrajit pointed out, this is a jurisdictional problem. There's absolutely no doubt that the Bretton Woods institutions and the whole global financial system is just not working in towards doing something serious about climate change. But exactly how that happens and the way it happens is we have very little idea about at the moment. And which venues that should happen in is also not very clear. All we have at the moment is effectively some lines in the cover decisions, and that doesn't really go very far. At the moment, the World Bank is claiming that they've already done this, and that their current approach to financing development, etc., is already climate compatible, but this is obviously not the case. Thanks.
Madam Meena, would you like to supplement or say
Well,
something?
to say, I'm sure the French will talk about the Bridgetown Initiative. I think it was when it was first mooted by the Prime Minister of Barbados, um, Miss Motley. I think she had a different view, but with France coming in, it is taking in another direction. About a lot of the discussions is about loans. They're not about grants, it's not about public resources. So it's actually quite problematic. And so I'm sure this is something that the finance negotiators will have a difficult time. Of course, there will be the high level ministerial roundtables on finance and so on. I'm sure the French will talk a lot about this. But I think we need to push back on how we cannot get more loans. We shouldn't have debt creating instruments, especially given the current crisis that many developing countries are at.
Thank you. Any other question from the Simran? Yes. Take the mic and speak in the. Yes.
Just wanted to ask if India's presidency of the G20, was there any expectation that India as president of the G20 would have any bearing on the UNFCCC, or, I mean, was there any expectation in that link? And, you know, what do you make of that kind of?
Maybe we can take that little later, because we are now at this COP28. So we can, of course, discuss the overall expectations from COP28, if that is what you would wish to know. You would like to say something?
Yeah, just to, I think from experience, I'm sure Meena would also like to come in here, but the point being that whatever happens in G20, it finds its way into a COP decision. So, or at least, so I don't know if there's expectation from India as such, but of course India is convening all the countries. So how the, yeah. So, you know, how it plays out will be really crucial. I think from what we've read so far, there are differences. I mean, one is, of course, you know, even last time there couldn't be a sort of a leaders a declaration because of the whole Russia and Ukraine conflict. So that is one of the outstanding issues. But apart from that, I think there's also fossil fuel phase out, or unabated phase out of unabated fossil fuels and things like that. So I think there are a couple of, this is what we were hearing in terms of, you know, where the challenges are, which might make it you know, difficult to get consensus. But I think the coal phase down language came from the G20 declaration earlier. So it remains to be seen what they agree here, and what the pressure on, how will it trickle down into the COP?
So basically, COP28 presidency would be in the driver's seat. And the mood that we are gauging is that developing countries on their own part are fully engaged. They are fully supportive of any decision, any effort that would produce equitable, tangible, substantial outcomes. Dr. Jayaraman, you wanted to ask something?
This is a question, perhaps Diego can take this. There's been talk of this taking proactively agenda items by developing countries and not in a reactive way. So would you like to tell the media about the agenda item on equity? Or is that too premature still? Or would you like to say something about that? for a discussion on operationalizing equity in the Paris Agreement. Were you able to hear, Diego, the question?
Yes, Jeremy. I heard the question about equity and CBDR in the context of the agenda of the COP28.
The agenda item request.
Well, there is now a request of the like-minded developing countries to put in context the discussion of equity and CBDR. Well, there is this very strong push by developed countries to, in all the rounds of negotiations, in all the meetings, in all the agenda items discussions. Well, they are this position by them of eliminating equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. They really don't want to engage in negotiations where equity and CBDR are the key cornerstones for the understanding of the outcomes in the different topics. Well, that's why we think that this is very key in order to really address the negotiation process in the context of the principles of the convention and also of the principles of the Paris Agreement. So equity and CBDR cannot be eliminated, diluted, or removed just as a key piece of the climate change negotiation process. That's why, well, this was this request that we need to introduce an agenda item on equity and CBDR in the context of the understanding that equity is transversal to all the topics of the Paris Agreement. That's the reference to Article 2.3, and it's clearly stated also in the convention. For example, if we do really want to address this issue seriously of the net zero by 2050, well, in the context of equity and CBDR, well, this has real implications because, well, if we really bring equity and CBDR to understand the net zero by 2050 for the world, well, this will really imply having differentiated targets for developed and for developing countries. For example, developed countries, if we all as a collective global goal, we want to achieve this net zero, developed countries should have a target at least to achieve the net zero by 2030, some by 2035, others, and the rest of the countries, the rest of developing countries, we will take the goal of the net zero by 2050. So differentiation in the operationalization of equity is very key. So this has a practical implication, and that's why developed countries don't really want to introduce this as a very important topic in the climate change process, because it has these implications of differentiation in the context also of the just transition. That's why, well, we think this is also a very important issue to be included in the agenda to give context to all the negotiation process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diego. We move to the next round, or anybody has any other pressing question? Otherwise, we will move to the next round. And the round 2 is about main issues of interest for developing countries. And Jairaman, you foregrounded that by asking whether equity could be a standalone, equity and justice could be standalone agenda items, or they can permeate in every item of COP28, and we can fight them out in that way. Okay. So I am told that time is a constraint. So round 2, which is about the concerns of developing countries, issues and interests, we have already spoken. And I think the round 3, where there is a need to discuss the global targets. On global targets, what is the view of the panelists? And that would be followed with questions and answers. So maybe we can start with Meena. Madam Meena, would you say something on global targets? Global targets in terms of GGA, in terms of global energy efficiency global target, or renewables, or GST, or whatever, on global targets, the game of global targets. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. I can see very tired faces in the room, but I think we are coming to the end. But hopefully, just to highlight, on the global targets, I think there's a big push by the European Union for tripling renewable energy. They are pushing this very hard. And the one thing that we have to say is that for many people who are not in the COPs, there are two parallel processes happening. One is the negotiation proper, and the other is all the action agenda initiatives outside. And so what's happening is there's going to be a lot of initiatives which are bilateral and all kinds of announcements happening, and the EU is trying to corral groups of countries to come up with a coalition of ambition of a sort to talk about tripling renewable energy, by 2030 or something like that. I'd pass the implications of that to Tejal, because these kinds of international targets with absolutely no finance, with no technology support, with no differentiation is really unacceptable. But she can probably tell you whether that's realistic or not, or whether it's even ambitious for that matter. But the EU is selling this as their way of having something very good out of COP28. And just to mention about the fossil fuel phase out, there was a the 28 presidency letter which came out to parties. I think it's on the website for the media who is interested. You can look at it. Some of the things that Al Jaber has been saying, the president of the COP, there are some discussions about abated and unabated fossil fuels, the kind of language that came out of Glasgow. But this time, whether it's going to be expanded to fossil fuels. Of course, Ambassador Tirumurti pointed out that since the United Arab Emirates is a fossil producing country, this may not fly. But I think there is some effort which is going to go in terms of the use of the terminology is like abated fossil fuels or unabated fossil fuels, which actually means that the carbon capture and storage is being promoted as a big time solution. So this carbon dioxide removal technology is appended to fossil fuels. So that'll be another big thing. On the Article 2.1c, that's a global kind of agreement that they're trying to seek, which I had just briefly mentioned, but very quickly just to say that the agenda of the developed world is, as we have known, to shift from Article 9. So what they're saying is the needs of developing countries are in the trillions. So we can't do it alone through the public financial resources from the developed world. So what you need is actually shifting the billions to the trillions. And so they say we need the private sector, we need the MDBs. And so what they are talking about is having international guiding frameworks to set the conditions that will attract the kind of investments to go into developing countries. But a lot of this is actually an attempt to distract. And also, like I said, many countries at the moment, I'm not sure about India, around the world, there is central banks are already initiating what's called taxonomy initiatives, where they are actually guiding the private banks, the banks in our national level, to say you should be funding more green projects, you should not be funding the brown projects, you should not be, it must be low greenhouse gas emissions pathway, and so on and so forth. Now, at the national level, if the country is planning to do that, that's fine. But if you're going to set and impose international standards from outside, which are not negotiated, like what is called the international, standards for sustainability, which are negotiated in opaque, untransparent, non-inclusive processes, and bring it to the UNFCCC, that's actually quite a big danger. So this is what they're going for, and this is what we need to resist. So I'll stop there. I'm sure others have other things to say, but you have more questions, you can send it our way.
Thank you. Dr. Diego, your views on global targets? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, I think imposing global targets is fundamental for a specific narrative to fight against the climate crisis. I think, well, I identify this as the imperial narrative to fight the climate crisis. Well, it's the narrative of developed countries. They really want to impose global targets to all countries. Well, and this is the idea, for example, well, fighting for the keeping 1.5 alive, I think is a good and noble cause for Mother Earth and for the people of the South to fight against the climate crisis, but not to do it in this way. Well, this good and noble cause has become a greater danger, a huge danger for developing countries. Well, in my perspective, this 1.5, keeping 1.5 alive is kind of the Trojan horse of the, as I said, the new colonialism, the recolonization of the world, triggered by the climate change issues. And well, how is working this narrative? Well, a global target of the net zero by 2050 for all countries, a global target for peaking for all countries by 2025, a global target of 43% of reduction of GHGs by 2030, global targets also, well, to introduce into the context of long-term strategies of parties. So the global target is become now the way how this new colonialism is operating. And by imposing these global targets, of course, they are creating a new institutional and financial structures that, well, are going to deepen the dependencies of the global south from the north regarding the well, to buy technologies, to being introduced to this kind of enabling conditions for achieving even the loans, because for loans we are going to have a lot of conditions to be achieved by developing countries, as Mina is saying. And now the problem is that, well, developed countries were not able to succeed in imposing these global targets in the context of the formal UNFCCC negotiations because, well, we fought very hard against the imposition of these global targets in the context of the mitigation, the work program on mitigation, and, well, even, well, they were not able to succeed in deleting, as I said, the issues of equity and CBDR. What they're trying to do now, they are trying to open formally in this COP28, with the help of the COP28 presidency, this new parallel track of negotiations in order to be more inclusive. So the COP28 presidency is saying, well, this will be the most inclusive COP in the history of the COPs. And they are opening this parallel track of negotiations, including the private sector, the civil society, the NGOs, financial organizations, MDBs, well, whoever else is beyond the formal negotiation process. And this is, well, all the initiatives that started to be launched in the COP26 in Glasgow, 2021. Well, there are an increasing number of initiatives, volunteers, of course, initiatives to move forward these kind of global targets. Zero methane by 2030, doubling renewable energies, whatever could be a target, net zero deforestation by 2030. That's kind of global targets is being developed in the outside the formal negotiation process, and it's becoming very important in this context. But of course, our global targets, voluntary, without equity and CBDR, without commitments and obligations of financing. So the global targets and these initiatives outside the convention are really becoming a process that is diluting, always trying to dilute completely what is being negotiated in the formal process. So moving the negotiations and the discussions of climate change outside the process is really a precedent to move forward the collapse of Mother Earth and the humanity, because it's a process without responsibilities, no commitments, no obligations. So it is really dangerous what is happening now in the COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diego. Dr. Andrew, over to you for your views on the global targets.
Thanks very much. I just have a few technical things to add. I think that, I mean, the work that Tejal and Jariman have done on this and on the IPCC scenarios, I think is fantastic and a great leap forward. I think there are two problems with, I'm going to talk specifically about the IPCC now and how that gets into the rest of the process, but there are two layers to this. The first one is the scenario process itself, which is a little bit different from the way that the rest of the assessment process in the IPCC works. And I mean, the overall outcome of the assessment process, I think, is still an essential basis for everything that we do in the UNFCCC, and there are issues in that process as well. Like, for instance, that there is a significant underrepresentation of developing country experts, et cetera, in the process, and also in the research that goes into the papers that are assessed, et cetera. But then the scenarios process is a kind of an additional layer that is layered on top of that, and it's done. I mean, this is undertaken by quite a small group of analysts, and it's quite a closed group of analysts, and there's a sort of political economy to this, in that it's actually really resource intensive to develop the capacity to do that kind of global assessment modeling, and this is part of the reason why this is not been done in a number of different locations, et cetera. So I think the way and then on top of all of this, there is another process whereby these particular kind of highlights that come out of this very complex process are then extracted and then turned into the kind of targets that are discussed in fora such as the UNFCCC and everywhere else. And that process, usually in the last 5 years or so, particularly around the 1.5 degree pathways from the special report, that process went via the UN Secretary General's Climate Action Summits. And then when it came out the other end, there were these global goals, which were then just kind of applied very directly to each country without any kind of differentiation. And so there are a number of steps at which this process happens. In terms of I mean, there's an immediate issue, and then there is a much longer term issue. I think some of the immediate issues have been very well covered on mitigation. The longer term issues, I think, is that there are two different levels to this process in the IPCC. The process of actually developing these scenarios, I think, is something that is actually not very resource intensive, and it's something that could be done very productively by think tanks and universities in the South, and we could actually develop our own scenarios, and we could, I think at least, very thoroughly interrogate the scenarios that are currently being developed by the integrated assessment community. And there is absolutely no reason why they should be running this process. It's not, they have to then go away and model these things, but the actual scenario process itself, I think, can productively be be pursued with very few resources by southern think tanks, universities, etc. I think in the longer term, it would obviously be better to have a kind of open source process where the same group of southern analysts were then able to run our own integrated assessment models, etc., in a different and also in a bottom-up kind of way. I mean, there's some real absurdities, which I think Tejal has been very key in pulling out of the depths of these things around the way that countries are represented, etc., and the assumptions which are often extremely crude on which these targets are based, and so on and so forth. I mean, I agree with everything that the previous speakers have been saying about this, that this in no way includes considerations of equity or climate justice or any other parts of this. In terms of other types of global goals, in the case of the global goal on adaptation, it's fascinating that whereas developed countries are very keen on very precise and very rigorous accounting when it comes to emissions, etc., they seem to somehow believe that this is not possible for adaptation. And we've been having this fight for about 5 years around this, and I mean, this viewpoint is completely contradicted by the actual science around adaptation and the kind of expertise we now have in some of the metrics that have been developed, etc., etc. And there needs to be, aside from having a set of metrics and goals, which should be qualitative and quantitative for the GGA, there also needs to be a process where countries are actually capacitated to report on them, that the reporting process in the context of the transparency system under Paris actually facilitates this and provides the resources that countries will need to do this, and then that information would then flow into processes, particularly the GST, every 5 years. But it's critical that we look at the details of this, I think, and exactly how that will unfold. Just in terms of 2.1c, I mean, the first time we encountered this was when there was a war in the Green Climate Fund about re-accrediting the Development Bank of Southern Africa because they had some funding for gas projects on their books. And this went on for about 6 or 7 months. And eventually they were re-accredited. But this is happening all over the place outside of the actual UNFCCC process. And this is why this is such an important thing to have a very clear view on. Just on the media war, I mean, this happens every single COP, and it's obviously worth thinking of well in advance because everyone else is thinking of it well in advance. I mean, the way that COP26 was spun was that it was a very successful COP that set everything on the right course again, etc. This isn't actually true if you look at any of the real outcomes. I mean, the only thing from our point of view that was really good about it was that we got the GGA process. Everything else was basically passed on to COP27, and COP27 is I mean, in conversations with northern negotiators, they talk about it as a mistake, by which they meant it was run by a developing country, and they felt very threatened by not having this direct line that they usually have to the decision-making process. But this is something that's very important and that we need to think about in advance. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. Tejal, very quickly.
Yeah, so a lot has been said about other global targets. So let me just stick to a few points about the tripling of renewable energy target, because that is going to be the big thing that is coming. The European Union is pushing it. And just because the European Union is pushing it, our antennae should be up about as to why it is being pushed in such a manner. If you actually look at renewable energy installed capacity, among the top 5, you have 3 developing countries: China, India, Brazil. China is renewable installed capacity far exceeds, I mean, it's more than the sum total of the next 3 highest. So if you actually look at who is installing renewable energy capacity, it is largely developing countries, large emerging economies. We've been also the reason why costs have gone down, large deployment of renewable energy. And some of this I'll speak about tomorrow, what it means. But it's still a problem. And if you look at India's domestic target, 500 gigawatts, more than tripling our own renewable energy capacity. So what is the problem with global tripling targets? This is coming from the IRENA report on tripling renewable energy, and I would encourage you to go and see it. They have their data for 2021 on the website. It is downloadable. They have a regional basis of where the global target comes from. And you can just compare the targets for Africa and compare the targets for the EU, and you will see what the problem is. It's the same IPCC story repeated once again in these kinds of targets. That is one. The other is, who does the renewable energy implementation? Energy is not something that is, you can do a post facto addition of energy demand across different countries and you get a global energy demand. But energy demand is driven nationally through productive activity within countries, right? And so how much energy you need determines how much energy you need to install, how much capacity you need to install. It cannot, if you have too much installed capacity and your demand doesn't grow, you have a surplus and you have problem of stranded assets. Stranded assets are not only going to be in the fossil fuel sector, they can also be in the renewable energy sector. The fastest growing economies are where the fastest energy growth is. And most of this tripling target, the target of tripling renewable energy, is going to be put on the heads of the fastest growing economies, because the developed countries don't have an energy demand that is increasing for them to install any new additional renewable energy capacity. If the US doesn't phase out its coal and oil and gas infrastructure, then it will need only 14 gigawatts of extra renewable energy. Of the 6,000 that they say we should install, the US will only require to install 14 gigawatts, right? The EU will have to install nothing unless they phase out their oil and gas and coal power plants. If the US phases out all of its coal, all of its oil, all of its gas, then the US will have to do 2,000 gigawatts or over 2,000 gigawatts of renewable energy. So without differentiation, these global targets mean that the burden of meeting these targets will be on developing countries. That's true of emissions targets. It is true of efficiency targets. It is true of renewable energy targets. It is true of peaking targets, and you have it. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tejal. Now, Mr. Indrajit would have his intervention.
Thank you. I think everything has been said. Just to re-emphasize two things and add one particular thing. So, of course, whenever we talk of these global targets, the burden sharing arrangement is important to investigate. What is the burden sharing arrangement, right? The second is the support element. Countries that need support, are they getting this support or not? Who benefits also? Most of the green technology patents are in developed countries. So when somebody is pushing, when a country or a group is pushing for a certain kind of target, so obviously, will they be richer at the end of the day at the cost of, developing countries and by burdening them, I think. And then, of course, there is the third element of, rights of communities, human rights, indigenous people's rights, how these things develop in our spaces is also very important. Like Tejal said that, stranded assets is not just, fossil fuel related. So I think that bit is also important when we look at, how do these projects come up and how does it impact different communities.
Thank you. A big thank you to all the panelists. What has been doing rounds is that, of course, there has been a concerted effort to undermine equity, justice, and an all-round effort to undermine the foundational principles of UNFCCC. In fact, erase the UNFCCC and start from Paris Agreement. All that is not acceptable to developing countries. About the global targets, what did around is that there has to be means of implementation. And this must match the expectation from developing countries in terms of agreeing to global targets and differentiation, of course. So we should also introspect in an overall manner what is happening in the world. So if you are into that introspection for less than a minute, you would realize that we had MDGs, which had 8 goals. We have SDGs, which have 17. We had Aichi targets, 20. And we have GBF, 23. And likewise, I'm sure in many other, there would be targets. And these targets, if you see the report card, developing countries are faring much better in meeting all these targets. And every time a new thing comes up. So that has to be seen. And another thing which occurs to me is more out of my curiosity, that expectations in terms of targets or expectations to solve global problems when we have not solved our local problems, to the developing countries, such expectations knock at our door now and then in terms of a delegation. But delegation, I say, because there would be a problem of biodiversity in the world, they would say, let's all solve it. There is a problem of desertification, let's all solve it. Problem of climate change, let's all solve it. And when you solve, there are the instruments to solve them. How iniquitous that we understood. But instruments themselves are also separate, distinct, and identifiable, in the sense that on one hand, you have the whole delegation knocking, and on the other hand, they would say that, well, we have UNFCCC, we have CBD, we have this, and when it comes to means of implementation, everything boils down to GEF, which is an interim operating entity as per law. As of now, legally, the status is interim operating entity, financial mechanism. It has remained that way. So it is, of course, it is a global collective action problem, and no individual country can alone solve that. And it is also not a 50-meter or a 100-meter race. It is much more, nor a 500 or 1,000-meter race. It is a marathon. And at the end of the day, we should not have, in this backdrop, gloom and doom. There should be some hope and optimism from all this, because on our part, developing countries, India included, we are doing whatever we can. We are rising to the occasion. So it's hope and optimism that we must spread. And that is why we also say that we don't perceive anything in isolation. We perceive the world as per our ancient philosophy, as world as one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Dr. Jayaraman, you wanted to thank all the people at the end?
I just a word of thanks to all the panelists. Have run over time in getting to our session. Thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll have more occasions. Two things I think we will take up. Certainly, I think we will work with you, Meena, Tejal, and I to have a larger such event which targets media from across the global. We would have to do it online, so we would have to organize it quite tightly, but it will be an interesting challenge and something I think very worth doing. So that is one. And second thing, Andrew, we look forward to this idea of alternate scenarios. We just, the situation is reached the point of being, shall we say, intolerable. The kind of global targets that are coming out, like Tejal explained, from all kinds of unreasonable and eventually unimplementable. You know, there's no way we can save the world with these kind of scenarios. We need something which will work, which is feasible. And Andrew, that is an offer we'll take up. And Diego, we look forward to the battles of COP28. And so equity as an agenda item. And all of us here are equally enthused that this has been put on the agenda, and we should take it forward from here. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thanks, and special thanks to all the participants who have been braving since morning all the sessions. Thank you very much. And also special thanks to our dear and respected ambassador, Mr. Tirumurthy, who spared his valuable time to be with us. A round of applause to all the panelists also. For the day, the meeting is...
No, just one thing. Just stay on screen while we take a quick... No, Andrew, we want to see you. Right. We just wanted to take a picture. Just hold on. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, and we'll be in touch. Bye. Uncertainty. So you want to brave it? So, okay, we'll do the following. We'll circulate the headlines examples to all of you on WhatsApp. You have all the numbers, right? So I'll circulate it to you on WhatsApp. It'll be your